Sometimes, love is the strongest magic.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fell in Love with Naaza Erisuis movie. Before we start, please go support Justero9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. All I want is for you to show that beautiful smile again, Naaza-san. Prologue. Are you sure Miich-sama won't be accompanying you? Absolutely, after all I'm not going to buy many things. We found ourselves at the entrance of the Blue Pharmacy, precisely on the street in front of the door where Miich and Naaza were chatting. The day was the day of the week when Miich always went to the market to buy food for the following days, something that Naaza didn't like very much since she knew very well that many women made advances towards her god on that path. I'm not entirely convinced, Miich-sama. It's very likely that you'll take a long time because you'll be flirting with the women you encounter on your way to the market, Naaza said with a frown. Haha, I don't flirt with anyone, the god said with a nervous smile. Besides, you have to stay at the pharmacy in case a customer comes in. Upon hearing those words, Naaza rolled her eyes to the side. Come on Miich-sama, we barely have 2 customers all day, I don't think anyone will come to the pharmacy in our absence, he said, crossing his arms. Are you sure? Well, right now I'm seeing our first client, the god warned with a small smile, looking in a specific direction. Curious, Naaza turned her gaze to the same place, seeing how a certain albino was approaching them in the distance, making her smile slightly. You could say he's our number 1 customer, Naaza said with an amused smile, watching the boy slowly approach them until he was standing right in front of them. Good morning Miich-sama. Good morning Naaza-san, the albino greeted with a kind smile, as was normal for him. Good morning Belle, I see you've come very early this time to buy potions, the god returned the greeting, smiling warmly. Well, my family and I are going on an expedition in a few days, and Kami-sama gave me the order to buy the potions a few days before, last time we completely forgot about that, even Lily, he explained with a nervous smile. You guys are so careless, Naaza said with a sigh. The good thing about all this is that you always buy lots of potions whenever you go on an expedition. Naaza said the god when he saw the girl make a greedy expression. I'm just joking, that's all, the girl excused herself, looking away. Well, since you're going to do the shopping, you stay here and take care of Belle, said Miich, turning away. Okay, I reluctantly agreed. Do you need help with your shopping, Miich-sama? Belle asked, wanting to help the god. Don't worry, I won't be buying much, I'll be back soon. In the meantime, keep Naaza company, she said with a small smile, starting to walk. Of course. Belle agreed excitedly. Keeping me company, as if I were a child, Naaza whispered, offended but smiling at the same time. After that, they both watched as Miich slowly walked away until they could no longer see him. Alright Belle, it's time to start the day, Naaza said, stretching his muscles. I have a lot to do. You look a little tired, Naaza-san. Is something wrong? Belle asked with a bit of curiosity. Nothing wrong, I've simply been working hard to create a new potion that surpasses anything that odious dye insect makes, Naaza said, clenching his fist with determination. That way, Miich-sama will be proud of me. I think Miich-sama is already proud of you without even making that potion, Naaza-san, Belle said with a small smile. I know, but I still want to receive a compliment from him, she said with a happy expression. Although now I feel very tired from staying up late at night to finish that potion as quickly as possible. Do you need help with anything? Maybe I can lighten your load a bit today, Belle offered, as was typical of him. Well, it's good that you mention it, I was planning to clean the whole pharmacy. Would you like to help me with that? Naaza asked, already knowing the answer. Of course. Belle agreed without hesitation. That action by the rabbit made Naaza smile slightly. She knew that as long as it was within his reach, Belle would always help anyone who needed it, even her, who had scammed him the first time they met, and yet the albino did not judge her, helping her and her god whenever they needed it, without asking for anything in return. That was one of the reasons why Naaza had a great deal of affection for Belle. Then that settled, let's go into the pharmacy and start cleaning, the girl said with a smile, beginning to walk toward the pharmacy entrance. I just hope you don't have anything important to do, because this will take us a while. Don't worry Naaza-san, my only job today was to buy the potions, so there's no rush, said Belle, following Naaza to begin cleaning. But suddenly they both stopped abruptly before opening the pharmacy door, leaving Naaza with her hand outstretched to open it. A deathly silence fell between the two, or rather, the whole city had fallen completely silent. Not even the birds were singing. Slowly, both with a bewildered expression, turned their gaze in the same direction, seeing something that sent a great chill through their bodies. What? The albino whispered, filled with surprise. Meanwhile, Naaza just kept her gaze fixed on the same spot as her skin turned pale. And not only them. All the inhabitants of her area were seeing the same thing. Everyone was watching as a pillar of light rose into the heavens. That only meant one thing. The god had just died. Sama Naaza whispered, beginning to breathe with difficulty. And her greatest fear came true when she felt the wound on her back gradually disappear until it was completely gone. Isn't that the place where Sama just left? Bell asked, bewildered and with fear in his voice. Sama. And no longer able to contain himself, Naaza shouted loudly, starting to run as fast as he could without his falna in the direction where the pillar of light appeared. Naaza-san. Bell shouted, starting to follow the girl. Seeing Naaza react like that had confirmed his suspicions. The god who had just been sent to heaven was something which was causing him anguish and despair. But not as much as Naaza, who, despite feeling tired, had not stopped running with a look full of panic, wanting to believe that everything that was happening was a lie, that it was just a bad dream. Sama, she thought desperately without stopping running. The people who had been watching in amazement as the pillar of light rose into the sky now watched as a certain girl, whom many knew, ran with a face full of despair, followed by an albino boy. This only led people to believe that one of their gods had died, causing intrigue and fear among the people. After running and running, Naaza finally arrived at a place on the street where there were many people in a specific spot, each with a scared or bewildered look. Not caring about anything, Naaza began to push people aside, wanting to see what they were seeing, and what she saw made her breath stop. The only thing there in that part of the street was a pool of blood, along with a small basket which her god carried to bring the shopping. And no, I whispered, slowly falling to my knees in front of the pool of blood. And no. Behind her, Belle slowly approached, looking at the pool of blood with a frightened expression, not believing what was happening. No, Sama Naaza whispered, her voice breaking, as tears began to stream down her face. And Naaza-san, Belle said, moving closer to the girl. I saw what happened. Exclaimed an old woman who appeared to be a vendor at a stall on that street. The god was assaulted by a man. I saw it too. Said another vendor from that place. The god couldn't even say a word when he was stabbed and Naaza wasn't even paying attention to what all those people were saying, he was just staring at the pool of blood, still unable to believe that his god, his beloved god, had died. Sama. Naaza-san whispered, the albino kneeling beside Naaza, trying to say something, but even he was holding back his emotions to avoid crying. Upon hearing Belle's voice, Naaza slowly turned her gaze to him, revealing her tear-filled face. The Belle, Naaza whispered as more and more tears began to stream down her beautiful face. And no longer able to hold back, Naaza threw himself into a tight hug with the albino and cried as loudly as he could. Samaya. I screamed as tears streamed down my face, clinging tightly to the albino. Meanwhile, Belle gently hugged Naaza, trying to comfort her, even though he too had begun to cry upon hearing Naaza's heartbreaking screams. It pained him greatly to know that the god had died, so he didn't even want to imagine what Naaza was feeling at that moment, being the only company she had. So, unable to say a word, all he did was lend his shoulder to Naaza so she could cry until she couldn't cry anymore. Little by little more people began to arrive at the place, among them gods and members of the Ganesha family, where everyone was surprised to learn that the god who had been killed was one of the kindest gods. But Belle and Naaza paid no attention to what was happening around them, they only stared at the pool of blood while tears streamed down their faces. Naaza didn't know what her life would be like from now on, but without by her side, nothing would be the same. That day Arario was in mourning. End of prologue. Chapter 1. Depression. The ticking of the clock was the only sound that could be heard in the silent blue pharmacy. Although only 2 people lived in that place, it was always very lively, but now it was completely silent. In the pharmacy's waiting room, a certain girl sat looking at a picture of herself with her god, but with an empty gaze that only conveyed sadness and pain. 2 days had passed since the god had been murdered by an unknown person, and the Ganesha family had begun searching for the culprit. They probably wouldn't take long, as there were many witnesses to what had happened. But in those 2 days Naaza hadn't even dared to leave the pharmacy, not even having the energy to walk after all, she had just lost the person she loved most in the world. For a few moments, he had even thought about taking his own life, but there was a reason why he hadn't done it. And that was because she wasn't alone in that place. Why? Naaza asked in a subdued voice. Why? Belle asked, sitting in another seat in the room. Why don't you return to your headquarters? I asked, looking at Belle with those empty eyes. It's been 2 days and you haven't left. You're wrong, when you fell asleep I would quickly go to my headquarters, Kami-sama, and the others wanted to come and give you words of encouragement, but I told them that you needed space, she replied with a sad smile. That's very thoughtful of you, I whispered, looking down. But I still don't understand why you don't leave. Because I feel that the moment I leave here you will do something crazy, and that is something I don't want, Belle replied, remembering how Naaza cried for an entire day over the loss of her god. And what does it matter if I do something crazy? He whispered, clenching his fists. Well, it matters to me, I can't allow someone important to me to suffer alone, he said, approaching the girl. I appreciate your concern, but I don't need it, so you can go home instead of wasting your time taking care of me, she said, still looking down, feeling Belle approach her. I don't think it's a waste of time, he said as he stood in front of Naaza. Well, let me tell you, I don't need your company, so get lost, he said, raising his voice a little more. Naaza-san, whispered the albino, kneeling down to be at the same height as the girl who was still sitting. Don't you understand? Stop meddling in things that don't concern you. She yelled, trying to appear angry. Well, I do care. Belle shouted, surprising Naaza. Slowly, the albino brought his hands to the girl's cheek, gently taking them and lifting her face to look at her intently. There he saw the girl's face, which was filled with tears again. Why? I whispered, my voice trembling. You probably think that life is no longer worth living, you lost Maichi-sama, the most important person in your life, but let me tell you that you are not alone, there are still people who care about you, Naaza-san, Belle said as a tear also ran down her cheek. I know, Belle, but it's difficult. Knowing that I'll never see Maichi-sama again is something that causes me a lot of pain, she said in a trembling voice, bringing one of her hands to Belle's hand, which was still on her cheek. I've lost Maichi-sama, the one I strove for every day, the one I loved most in this world. Without him by my side, I don't know what to do anymore. I understand your pain, Naaza-san. Losing someone you love and knowing you'll never see them again is incredibly painful, Belle said, remembering his grandfather. But I'm sure Maichi-sama wouldn't want this for you. He wouldn't want you to shut yourself away with your grief. Knowing Maichi-sama, he surely wants you to keep going and not let this break you. After all, Maichi-sama always wanted what was best for you. Upon hearing those words, Naaza simply lowered her face again, letting the tears continue to flow. I'm not asking you to forget Maichi-sama, but I also don't want you to do anything crazy because of that pain. You have to move on to honor his memory, said the albino, remembering how the villagers of his village had said similar words to him the day his grandfather died. And what do you want me to do? Naaza whispered, looking Belle in the eyes. Maichi-sama is no longer with me, without him by my side I don't think I can get very far. Don't you remember, Naaza-san? Belle asked with a small smile. You're not alone, you have me and my whole family. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Kami-sama told me, but even if he hadn't, I would have made the decision myself, Belle said, standing up and extending his hand to Naaza. Naaza-san, it's your decision whether to accept or not, but I truly hope you accept. Do you want to join the Hestia familia? Upon hearing Belle's proposal, Naaza opened her eyes slightly in surprise. We all talked about it this morning, and everyone agrees to accept you into the family. After all, you and Maichi-sama were already part of our family, he said with a smile, his hand still extended toward Naaza. I know it will be very difficult for you to start from scratch somewhere else, but I'll be there to help you in any way I can, and I'm sure the others will do the same. So, what do you say, Naaza-san? Naaza just remained silent, watching Belle's hand, thinking about what response to give. Honestly, those 2 days without Maichi by his side had been the most painful, so painful that he even thought about taking his own life. But Belle was right. If she did that, Maichi wouldn't be happy with her decision. After all, he went into debt for that prosthesis just so she could continue living comfortably without the loss of an arm. It would be an insult to his god if she took her own life after everything he did for her, so she could live happily. But she still wasn't sure if she could endure living without her beloved god by her side, but she had to try to live without him and lead a new life alongside the Hestia family. Or rather, alongside his new family. Slowly, Naaza brought her hand towards Belle's and then took it, feeling how warm it was compared to her own cold hand. Alright Belle, I accept to join your family, Naaza agreed, trying to smile, but no matter how much she wanted to, the smile wouldn't appear on her face, maintaining that dejected look. Belle did smile slightly, relieved that Naaza had accepted his proposal. Thank you for accepting, Naaza-san. I promise you won't regret it, Belle promised, starting to think of 1,000 things to make Naaza feel comfortable in her new family, although he was sure his goddess had already taken care of that. I hope so, whispered Naaza, still not quite sure whether to go ahead. But for Maichi's sake, I would try. After all, he always wanted what was best for her. Great. I'm sure the others will be happy to have you join the family, Belle said, still smiling. Kami-sama wanted to come personally to give you the invitation, but I didn't want to make you uncomfortable, so I'm sure he'll be very happy when I tell him the news. Belle was sad, very sad about Maichi's death, but he still smiled. He felt that if he also showed depression, Naaza's situation would worsen, so he tried to stay happy so that she would feel less sad. Meanwhile, Naaza just watched the smiling albino who was talking to him about his headquarters and that he would give him a tour so he wouldn't get lost in the hallways. Then she turned her gaze to the photo she was looking at, where she and her god Maich were, feeling a pain in her chest as she saw his kind smile. I'm sure you would have wanted the same for me, Maich-sama, she thought sadly. I'll do my best to move on. I just hope I can endure it. Then by placing the photo close to her heart, Naaza would begin her new life alongside the Hestia family, or rather, she would find another reason to continue living alongside the Hestia family with the help of the smiling albino who was in front of her. A few days filled with pain and hardship were about to begin. End of chapter. Chapter 2. New family. We are at the Blue Pharmacy, right outside where a certain girl was looking at the pharmacy with a sad expression. She was Naaza, who had a suitcase in her hand, ready for the move. But leaving his old home, where he had many memories with the god Maich, was something that was hurting him a lot. Don't worry, Naaza-san. Belle's voice was heard behind her as she turned slightly to look at him. Living with us doesn't mean you'll abandon the Blue Pharmacy forever, Belle tried to reassure her. I plan to help you so the pharmacy can continue to grow and we can create much better potions. I appreciate the gesture, Belle, Naaza whispered, lowering her gaze. Hearing the words create potions reminded her of those days when she and Maich created various potions to overcome die insect. Beautiful yet painful memories for her. Belle, seeing that his words hadn't worked to cheer Naaza up, let out a sigh of disappointment to himself. It won't be that easy, I thought, seeing Naaza's expression. He had already made a vow, the vow not to rest until he got Naaza to smile genuinely like before. Although it seemed that this would be a goal that would take a long time to achieve, after all, the death of a loved one is something that is not easy to overcome. Shall we go? Naaza asked, picking up her suitcase. Oh, of course, said Belle, taking another suitcase that also belonged to Naaza. And with everything done, they both began to walk away from the Blue Pharmacy, but not before Naaza glanced one last time at her old home, where she made many memories with the god Maich. On the way to headquarters, they both remained silent, with a nervous Belle wanting to start a conversation, but unable to think of anything to talk about. Meanwhile, Naaza simply kept his gaze fixed on the road, that empty look he'd had ever since his god departed for heaven. And having failed to get a conversation, they finally arrived at the Chimney Mansion. The place that would be Naaza's new home. I always wanted a home like this to live in with Maich-sama, Naaza thought sadly. Her biggest goal in life was to get out of that annoying debt and save up to buy a new house for herself and her god. But now that goal had disappeared, leaving her with zero motivation in her life. Come in, this is your home now, Belle said with a friendly smile, opening the gate of the mansion. Naaza just watched the kind smile that Belle was giving her. She was truly grateful for everything he was doing for her. Ever since Maich had left this world, he had always stayed by her side without any obligation, something that touched her deeply. You really are a very kind person, Belle, Naaza thought, wanting to return Belle's smile, but for some reason she couldn't smile genuinely. So, with only a slight nod, Naaza entered the headquarters field, followed by Belle. Out of the corner of my eye, I observed how large the courtyard was, along with the fountain in the middle. Undoubtedly a pleasant place. After walking a little further they arrived at the door to enter the headquarters where Belle, without hesitation, opened it to enter along with Naaza. Come with me, the others must be in the living room, said Belle, starting to guide the girl through the enormous mansion. Naaza simply observed the mansion with curiosity, as it was her first time in that place. Her god always said that one day they would visit the goddess Hestia, but that had never happened. After following Belle, they arrived at the room where the other family members were indeed present. Belle-kun and Naaza-kun. Hestia exclaimed upon noticing the girl's presence. We're back, Kami-sama, Belle greeted with a small smile. The little goddess quickly got up from her seat and ran towards Naaza to give her a hug. I'm really sorry, Naaza-kun, Maich didn't deserve that, Hestia whispered, threatening to cry. Thank you for your words, Hestia-sama, Naaza said, her sadness rising again as she saw the little goddess with tears in her eyes. Something Belle noticed. Kami-sama, Belle whispered so that his goddess could hear him. Upon hearing Belle's voice, Hestia understood the message and separated herself from Naaza so as not to cause her any more pain by reminding her of the death of her god. If Naaza-sama is here, it means I accept our proposal, right? Lily asked from her seat. Yes. Naaza-san accepts to join our family, Belle said with a cheerful smile. Thank you so much for accepting me into your family, I am truly grateful, Naaza said, bowing slightly. Don't thank us, it will be a pleasure to have you with us, Hestia said with a motherly smile. Welcome to the Naaza-sama family, Harahim greeted her with a kind smile. I hope you feel comfortable with us, Naaza Dono Makoto also said with a smile. Meanwhile, Welf just raised his thumb in a gesture of welcome. Thank you very much, whispered Naaza, lowering her gaze. Seeing that, everyone understood that she was still very affected by the loss of her god, so they would proceed slowly so as not to make her uncomfortable. I know, Bell-kun. Why don't you show him his room? Hestia suggested, hoping to break the gloomy atmosphere. SC, accompagnem Naaza-san excepto Bell empezando a caminar. I'll be going to your new room soon, Naaza-kun, to give you my fauna, Hestia announced, and Naaza just nodded slightly, following Bell. When the two of them left the room, everyone sighed. Her gaze was empty, Lily whispered, remembering Naaza's gaze. It seems that his pain will not be something easy to overcome, Welf said bitterly. Naaza-sama Haraham whispered, feeling sad for Naaza. Maich was one of my best friends, so I can't allow his only daughter to sink into depression, so I'll do everything in my power to make her smile again, although I'm sure Bell-kun is already working on it, Hestia said, already knowing what her son was like. Bell-dono is always the first to help others without being asked, said Mikoto with a smile. Typical of Bell-sama, Lily whispered gracefully. Only this time it will be difficult for him to help that person, Well thought, knowing that overcoming someone's death was not so easy. While they were chatting, Bell and Naaza were already standing in front of the girl's new room. Alright Naaza-san, your room will be one of the closest to the stairs leading to the first floor, so you won't get lost in this maze, Bell said, placing the key in the door to open it. Upon hearing those words, Naaza simply nodded slightly, feeling a little curious about what her room would be like. And with that said, Bell opened the door and entered the room along with Naaza. Welcome to your new room, Naaza-san, said Bell, stepping aside so she could see him properly. The room had a fairly large wardrobe, a desk with a lamp, a single bed along with a bedside table, and there was also another door in the room. He came to the conclusion that perhaps each room had its own private bathroom. In conclusion, a room with everything a person needs. What do you think? Bell asked, a little nervous. It's a nice room, thank you very much, Bell, Naaza said sincerely, although her empty expression did not reflect what she was thinking, leaving the albino with doubts, but he decided to believe her. I'm glad you liked it, Bell said, glancing at the two suitcases. Would you like me to help you unpack? I appreciate the offer, but you've already done so much for me. You should go relax a little, Naaza refused, not wanting to bother Bell anymore. After all, since Maich died, he hadn't left his side. Are you sure? Bell asked, hesitating about leaving Naaza alone. Something the girl noticed. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I try to reassure him, taking Bell by the shoulders and pushing him a little towards the exit. Okay, but if you need my help, don't hesitate to call me, Bell said, leaving the room and closing the door to give Naaza privacy. Now that she was alone, Naaza sighed and then looked around her new room. So I'll be living here from now on, she whispered, noticing how much bigger the room was than the previous one. Something that would have pleased her before, but unfortunately at that moment no positive feeling could appear in her heart. She slowly walked towards her suitcases where she opened one of them and took out a photo of herself and Maich. I slowly walked to the bed and sit down to stare at the photo. The life without Maich-sama, he thought with pain, seeing his god smile. If I had known that day would be the last time I would see him, I would have had the opportunity to say goodbye to him, but I didn't even have the chance to say goodbye or tell him how much I loved him. The fact that he had left her side without being able to tell her everything she felt for him was something that did not leave her at peace. It's not fair, she whispered, her voice trembling, as tears began to stream from her eyes. As much as she wanted to move forward, the pain in her heart prevented her from doing so, making her suffer more and more with each passing minute. After all, the death of a loved one was something that could be overcome but not forgotten, but no matter how hard Naaza tried, she couldn't get over it. My mind has accepted it, but my heart hasn't yet. It doesn't accept that I will never see him again, she thought, looking at the photo of her god where one tear after another was falling. Talk. But before she could sink back into her depression again, there was a knock on the door of her new room. Naaza-kun. May I come in? The little goddess's voice was heard on the other side of the door, making Naaza wipe away her tears. Oh, of course, said Naaza, putting the photo under her pillow. Having received their approval, the little goddess opened the door and calmly entered. Just by looking at Naaza's face, he knew she had been crying, something he didn't blame her for. After all, when she received the news that Maich had died, she cried too. Are you ready to receive my fauna? Hestia asked without moving from her spot. She knew that for Naaza, receiving the gift of another god was going to be difficult. After all, it was going to be another clear message that he was no longer with her. That's why he asked that question, to find out if he needed more time to process it. Yes, Hestia-sama, I'm ready, whispered Naaza, turning around and taking off her shirt so the goddess could put her fauna on. Hestia slowly approached Naaza to sit on the bed as well, seeing the girl's dull gaze. I know it won't be the same, but we all love you as part of the family, he said with a slight smile, poking his finger. Thank you for your words, Hestia-sama. I sincerely appreciate everything you are doing for me, whispered Naaza, feeling the drop of blood fall on her back as she began to receive the fauna of a new god. Unconsciously, she bit her lower lip, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. You're welcome, Naaza-kun, although the one you should thank the most is Bell-kun, Hestia said with a small smile, making Naaza turn to look at her. After spending the whole day with you after what happened with Maich, he came running to headquarters, his face covered in tears, begging on his knees for me to accept you into the familia, since he didn't want to leave you alone. Obviously, I was planning to do it without him telling me, but I was very touched by what he was doing. Naaza, looking down, was also moved by Bell's gesture. Now you are part of the Naaza-kun family, Hestia whispered, finishing placing her fauna. Hearing that made Naaza remember that she no longer had the presence of her precious god holding back her tears once again. Thank you, he said, putting his shirt back on. Although as she finished putting it on she felt Hestia surround her in a hug, placing her head on her chest. I know it's hard, so don't keep it to yourself, Hestia whispered softly, stroking Naaza's hair. Cry as much as you need to. It's the best thing you can do to ease your heart a little, so do it. Upon hearing those words, tears slowly began to accumulate in Naaza's eyes until they started to flow uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Naaza-kun, Hestia whispered as a tear rolled down her cheek, listening to Naaza's cries, whose face was buried in her chest. The rest of the day Hestia stayed in the room comforting Naaza so that she would cry until she couldn't cry anymore. Now, with a different skirt on his back, a new beginning had started in his life. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Why do you do it? A new day dawned in the city of Arario, where citizens were preparing to start their workday. In the Chimenia mansion, home of the Hestia family, there was a certain girl in the mansion's library. She was Naaza, and this was her second day as a member of the Hestia familia, after having cried herself to death on the goddess's shoulder the day before. Thanks to that, he already felt a little better, but that didn't mean he had overcome it. There were moments when he started to fall into depression. So, to clear her mind a little, she decided to go to the library, helped by Haraham to find the place, and lock herself in there to study more about medicine. At least it would keep his mind occupied and prevent him from thinking too much about Maich's absence. This library is really big, Naaza whispered, looking up from her book to observe the enormous shelves filled with books. It's good that they're separated into sections, so it's not difficult for me to find medical books. She didn't know how long she had been in the library, but since the beginning of the day she had locked herself in there and read one book after another. She also didn't want to interact much with the rest of the family. She was very grateful for what they had done for her, but she couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. It wasn't the same to be their friend and see them occasionally as it was to be part of their family and live under the same roof. So she decided to spend the second day with her new family alone with her books. Although he knew that at some point he would have to leave, after all he had to eat. Grrrrrrrr. The sound of his stomach growling made him stop reading the book and look down. I'm already hungry, and the worst part is that I can't remember where the dining room is, she whispered dejectedly. Araham had made so many crossings in so many corridors to get to the library that she no longer remembered which was the main path. I'll have to walk around until I find the dining room, I sighed wearily, knowing I would have to walk a long way. The first thing she would have to do in her new family would be to learn all the hallways so she wouldn't get lost anymore. But before he could even stand up, someone opened the library door, making him look up. Bell, I whispered as I saw the albino enter through the door. So you were still here, Bell said, smiling slightly. I came to let you know it was lunchtime. I figured you might not have made it through the mansion's hallways yet, so I decided to look for you. You're not doing too badly, Bell. I still get lost in the mansion, she said heavily, walking towards him. Sorry for making you come looking for me. Ever since this all started, you've done nothing but help me. Don't worry, Naaza-san, I'll help you as many times as necessary, Bell promised, smiling as only he knows how. But you've still helped me so much that I feel obligated to thank you, but I don't know what to do, she whispered, lowering her gaze in despair. Thank me, Bell whispered, a finger on his chin, thinking of a solution. But then an idea occurred to him as he turned to look at the girl. How about you smile for me? Bell suggested, a little embarrassed. Smile? Naaza said, confused. Why yes, since that you haven't smiled, he whispered, feeling that he was being very bold with his request. Upon hearing those words, Naaza lowered her gaze, then looked at Bell again, only this time with a smile on his face. Although it was a crooked smile, in short, a fake smile. It reminds me of the smile you gave me when we met, Bell said, laughing nervously as he remembered the day he met Naaza, and she smiled at him like that. It was the day he was scamming her. Sorry, Naaza apologized, returning to her dejected expression. It seems I can't repay you even with a smile. Then no, don't apologize, and don't feel obligated to do so, Bell said, not wanting to make Naaza feel any worse. While Naaza sighed in disappointment, Belle had asked her for something so simple, and she couldn't even do that. I'll have to find another way to thank him, she thought, seeing his kind smile. She knew he didn't want anything in return for what he was doing for her, but she wanted to thank him. Perhaps she could make potions for him, so she wouldn't have to spend money on it anymore. It would be best if we went to the dining room, the others must be waiting for us, Belle suggested, changing the subject from thanks. Okay, Naaza agreed, remembering that she was hungry. So, leaving the library, they both started walking towards the dining room where Naaza carefully watched all the corridors they walked through so as not to get lost next time. After lunch I can give you a tour of the mansion so you can get used to it, Belle suggested, seeing that Naaza was trying to memorize the paths. I would say no since I don't want to cause you any more trouble, but I know you'll do it anyway, said Naaza, knowing what the albino was like, making him smile nervously. And you're right, and let me tell you, you don't bother me at all, Naaza-san, he said without stopping walking, while Naaza followed him from behind, watching his back. Why are you helping me so much, Belle? The girl thought, not understanding why Belle was doing all this for her. Knowing Belle, she was sure he was doing it because he had always been that kind, but she believed there was a reason behind it all. Perhaps he felt compelled for some reason that he was still unaware of. But before she could start thinking about any reason, they both arrived at the family dining room. They finally arrived. For a moment I thought I'd have to go looking for them too, Hestia said with a small smile. Sorry for the trouble, Naaza apologized, bowing slightly. There's no need for so many formalities, remember that you're now part of the family, Wilf reminded him, starting to eat a piece of bread. You should take a seat, the food is ready, Haraham invited, placing 2 more plates of food on the table. They both nodded slightly, quickly going to the table and taking a seat next to each other. Now that we're all gathered here, let's eat, exclaimed Hestia, beginning to devour her food. It's always like that, Belle said with a nervous smile to Naaza, who had a slightly surprised expression as she watched Hestia devour her food. I understand, whispered Naaza, starting to eat calmly. As always giving a bad impression, said Lily, feeling ashamed of Hestia's actions. And so, they all calmly began lunch while chatting. By the way, Naaza dono, do you plan to continue making potions? Makoto asked curiously. Yes, I had planned to start making potions for the family so they don't have to spend money buying them. It's the only thing I can do for now to thank them, Naaza replied, her gaze fixed on the plate. I'm so glad to hear that, Hestia exclaimed excitedly. But don't worry, we don't plan on abandoning the blue pharmacy. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. What Kami-sama means is that we're going to help the blue pharmacy continue to grow. I was doing some research and I found out that there are medicinal plants for making potions that can be planted here on the surface, so we're planning to build a nursery in the mansion's courtyard, Belle announced excitedly. Really? Naaza whispered in surprise. She already knew about those types of plants, but living in a small house, she never had the opportunity to create a nursery to have her own harvest of medicinal plants. Yes, and Belle suggested all of that for you, said Welf with an amused smile. Welf? Exclaimed the blushing albino. For me, Naaza thought, watching Belle start arguing with Welf. Once again, Belle was doing more things for her, and she was completely sure that this wouldn't be the last time. At that rate, the debt he owed the albino was going to get bigger and bigger. Ever since she met him, it had always been the same with him, helping her and her god without asking for anything in return, and now he had done nothing but help her again and again since she lost Maich. Why do you do so much for me? Naaza thought, looking at Belle's face, feeling both touched and frustrated. Frustrated that unlike him she could do nothing to thank him or help him, the only thing she could do was make potions, and she wasn't even good at that, the famous Saint's potions being 1,000 times better than hers. But even though Belle knew that, he always went to buy potions at the blue pharmacy. At first, he thought it was because he didn't have much money, but even when he won the war game and won a great fortune, he continued buying potions at his pharmacy, becoming the #1 customer, or at least that's what his god said. My debt to you began from the moment I met you, he thought, looking down. Talk. Everyone fell silent upon hearing the sound of a knock on the front door, which confused them. I'll go, said Hestia, who had already finished her meal. So, standing up, she left the dining room to see who the visitor was. Who could it be? Haraham asked curiously. Hermes-sama. Welf said, not very sure. I doubt it, that god always makes a scene when he knocks on the door, Lily said wearily. While they were talking, Naaza continued eating peacefully, although also a little curious to know who that visitor was. Don't mess with me. The loud scream of the family goddess alerted everyone, who quickly stood up to see what was happening. What's wrong, Kami-sama? Belle asked as he arrived at the mansion's entrance with the others. And the first thing they saw was Hestia's angry expression as she stared at. I insect, whispered Naaza, looking at the god who had an arrogant smile. Beside him was Ermid, who had her gaze lowered as if she were ashamed to look others in the eyes. "What you heard, Hestia, today is the day that girl has to pay her debt installment," said the god without losing his smile. Upon hearing those words, Naaza opened her eyes in surprise. She had completely forgotten that she had to pay her dues that day. "So, girl, pay me," he demanded, extending his hand. I don't have the money yet," whispered Naaza dejectedly. She barely had a few valis left. She and Maich had planned to sell potions in front of the dungeon entrance so that incoming adventurers could buy them and they could gather money faster, but for obvious reasons, that was something she couldn't do after her god died. "You don't have it. Don't you remember that you have to pay the fee at the beginning of each month?" the god asked, frowning. "Am dying. She just lost Maich and all you know how to do is bother her about it," Hestia said angrily. "Well, it's a shame Maich died," Diane said with a mocking smile, making Naaza lower her gaze, threatening to cry again. "But that's not my problem. Now that he's gone, the debt falls on his daughter. Or are you going to pay me, Hestia?" "I'll pay you back, but with a punch to the eyes," Hestia threatened, raising her fist. "Lily supports her," shouted the hobbit angrily. "Gay, just give me a little more tea time," Naaza whispered, holding back her tears. "There's no more time, girl, pay the fee or I'll take away your prosthesis. Take it away from her and she'll destroy you," Hestia shouted, standing in front of Naaza. Ian was about to say something, but a certain albino stood in front of him with an angry look. "How much?" "Huh?" he said, confused. "How much money does Naaza-san owe?" Belle asked, glaring at Diane. "He currently owes me exactly 2 million, and the installment is 100,000 valis," he replied, crossing his arms. Upon hearing those words, Belle ran inside the headquarters, confusing everyone. "Oh. So he'll do that," Well thought, understanding what Belle would do. But Naaza hadn't even noticed that Belle had left because she was desperate. She still kept her head down, not knowing what to do to pay Diane's fee for that month. If she didn't pay, she would lose her prosthesis, which her god had worked so hard to get for her. "It doesn't matter, if you don't have the money I'll tell Ermid to start removing the prosthesis, it will probably take a while to cut all the nerves attached to it," Diane said wearily. "But Diane Sama," Ermid whispered, not wanting to do that. But before anyone else could say anything else, Belle arrived back at the headquarters entrance with a good-sized bag in his hands. 2 million exactly, now Naaza-san doesn't owe you anything anymore, Belle said, extending the bag towards the god. "Hey Belle, aren't those your savings?" Welf asked curiously. Upon hearing those words, Naaza opened her eyes as wide as they could go. "No, no, no, no," Naaza shouted, stepping between Belle and Diane. "I won't let you hand over your money," Naaza shouted as tears streamed down her face. "You've done so much for me already, don't let me take care of my debts." "But you've already suffered enough, Naaza-san, for that stupid god to come and bother you about the debt," Belle said, looking angrily at the god, who frowned at how he was addressed. "Don't you understand? Knowing that you do so much for me and that I could never do anything like that for you hurts me so much. I can't let you even give away your money," she shouted as tears continued to stream down her face. "I'm not doing this so you feel indebted to me," Belle shouted, startling Naaza. "I'm doing it because you're important to me, you're part of my family, and I can't let someone in my family suffer when I can do something about it." "But Belle," Naaza whispered, not knowing how to feel. "Don't worry," Welf said. 2 million valis is something Belle can get again in less than 2 weeks. "That's true," Lily agreed. "Compared to Hestia Sama's debt." Upon hearing those words, Hestia looked away with a nervous smile. "So you'll pay the debt?" Diane asked curiously. "Yes," Belle confirmed, approaching the god and handing him the bag full of valis. "And I hope he never bothers Naaza-san again." "TSK, whatever you say," he said grumpily, walking away from the entrance. Being far enough away, Ermid quickly bowed to everyone. "Forgive me, I truly apologize for my god's behavior," Ermid said, unable to look them in the eye. "I tried to stop him and ask him to postpone the payment because of what Miss Naaza was going through, but he wouldn't listen to me." "Don't worry," Hestia said, feeling compassion for Ermid. "It must be very hard being part of that idiot's family, so don't apologize, it's not your fault." "I'm really sorry," Ermid whispered, turning around and leaving with her god. And now, with their 2 visitors out of the mansion, everyone let out a tired sigh. "What a hateful god," Lily whispered in disgust. "And the worst part is that she's had that stupid personality since she was born in heaven, she didn't even bother to change it," Hestia said with disgust. "The good thing is that we won't see his face around here anymore," said Welf, heading back to the dining room. Meanwhile, Belle just watched as Naaza still kept her gaze lowered while tears streamed from her eyes. "Please don't cry, Naaza-san," Belle said, not wanting to see the girl sad. "It hurt him a lot." But you do so much for me, and all I've ever done for you is scam you the day we met," she whispered in pain. "I feel like I don't deserve any of this. Don't you remember?" Belle asked with a smile, approaching the girl. The day the Apollo family attacked us, you saved my life from that rooftop, and that's worth much more than a bag of money. But nothing, Naaza-san, I know that one day you will repay me, and that day will be when you genuinely smile again, she said with a kind smile. You'd better give up, Belle-kun will always help you even if you don't want him to, Hestia said amusedly, entering the dining room along with the others, leaving Belle and Naaza alone at the entrance. You heard Kami-sama, you won't change my mind, Belle said without losing his smile. You're a fool, Naaza whispered, letting his head fall onto Belle's chest. Thank you, but whether you like it or not, one day I'm going to repay you for everything you've done for me. A genuine smile is all I need, Belle said, a little embarrassed, feeling that he was being bold again with his request. But Naaza didn't think that, she was only moved and now has a new goal to continue living. She hopes to one day repay Belle for everything he has done for her, even if it will take years. You really are a fool, Belle. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Time together. The day marked 1 week since Naaza joined the Hestia familia, and it could be said that she had already become a little more accustomed to it compared to the beginning. Now she no longer felt so uncomfortable meeting with them, beginning to feel that she was also part of the family. But the absence of her god was something that still affected her greatly, and without being able to avoid it, every night before going to sleep she cried in pain, although it was only at night when she was alone. Throughout the day there was always something to keep him entertained, such as locking himself in the library to read, helping others with cleaning the mansion, which was not easy, or watching Belle train in the mansion's courtyard. But today she would do something that had her a little excited, not to say quite. And that was because that morning the construction of the nursery that Hestia and Belle had promised for the harvest of medicinal plants had just been completed. What do you think? Belle asked with a smile, looking at Naaza. They were both in the courtyard of the mansion looking at a hut which was next to Welf's forge. It's perfect, although we still need to see the inside, Naaza replied, staring intently at the hut. Then let's not wait any longer and go in, Belle said excitedly, opening the door and entering the nursery with Naaza. Upon entering, Naaza was amazed by what she saw. In the nursery, there was already a harvest of some medicinal plants in the not-so-small rectangle of soil on the ground. In one corner there were a few bags with seeds of medicinal plants that grew in the dungeon and on the surface. There was also something similar to a window on the roof to let the sun in for all those plants that needed sunlight, and in another part of the place there was a water fountain to water the plants. And finally, a table with different materials for creating potions in case I wanted to work inside the nursery. Well? Belle asked, smiling slightly as he saw Naaza with a gleam in her eyes, observing the place. It's wonderful, it has everything I need to create potions, he said, starting to walk and observe the place better. Obviously there are many medicinal plants that we couldn't bring, since they only grow in the dungeon, but I think all the ones that can grow on the surface are here, Belle explained, looking at the bags of seeds. Don't worry, this is more than enough to make plenty of potions for you. And not just for us, remember we also plan to reopen the Blue Pharmacy, Belle reminded him, still smiling. Maichi-sama and I always wanted to build our own nursery, but for obvious reasons we were never able to. I wish you could see this, Naaza whispered sadly. I'm sure that somewhere in heaven Maichi-sama is watching you, Naaza-san, and is very proud of you for moving forward, he tried to encourage the girl. Belle, thank you, Naaza whispered, smiling slightly, feeling happy for everything Belle had done for her. Belle's heart skipped a little when he saw Naaza's beautiful smile. It wasn't Naaza's most genuine smile, but it was no longer a fake smile, which made him happy. It's nothing, he said, embarrassed, looking away. As a thank you, I will try to create much better potions so that you always return safe and sound from the dungeon. It's the only thing I can do to help you for now, she said, referring to the fact that she couldn't enter the dungeon herself. I'm sure your potions will be the best in town, Belle praised, giving a thumbs up. Is there anything I can help with while we're here? Well, now that you mention it, I wanted to start planting some seeds right now, Naaza said, looking at the seeds. Well, let's get to work, said Belle, putting on a pair of sewer's gloves. Upon seeing that, Naaza smiled slightly again, causing Belle's heart to skip a beat once more. Okay, we'll plant a few seeds and then try to create some potion with the plants we already have, said Naaza, also putting on his sewing gloves. At your service, said Belle, adopting a military stance. And unable to stop herself, Naaza let out a soft laugh before turning around to pick up some seeds. Thanks to that, he couldn't see the blush that formed on Belle's face when he heard his soft laughter, also that afterwards he smiled slightly. It makes me happy that you're smiling more often. You're strong, Naaza-san. I know very well that you'll pull through, he thought, walking towards Naaza to help her plant. First we need to grab the small shovel and start digging the holes, Naaza said, taking one of the small shovels and handing another to Belle. You dig about 5 and I'll dig another 5. But Bell whispered, starting to do his job. He already had experience in this, having worked in the fields with his grandfather during harvests, although this would be his first time with medicinal plants. This feels nostalgic, Bell thought with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Naaza, who was focused on her work, although he could notice a hint of excitement on her face about the new nursery. Perhaps I should ask her to help me learn how to make potions, Bell thought, wanting to spend more time with Naaza that way. Besides, he would help her work when she had to make many potions in a single day. The sun had only risen a few hours earlier, so they had all day to try out the nursery, much to Naaza's excitement, as she wanted to start making potions with plants she never used because she didn't have enough money to buy them. I'm sure Maichi-sama would spend day and night in the nursery, he thought nostalgically, remembering how hard-working his god was when it came to potions. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Bell, who had an excited smile as he did his part of the job. A small smile formed on Naaza's face when she saw that. And I'm sure Bell is similar in that respect, she thought, turning her attention back to her work. I wonder if he'd be interested in creating potions. That way I could be his teacher and pass on all my knowledge. The idea of having someone to teach how to create potions excited him. Later I would ask him if he was interested in it. Meanwhile, inside the mansion. The rest of the family were in the living room hanging out, except for Welf, who, as always, was at his forge. Hestia was sitting on the sofa quietly reading a book, while Lily was on another sofa, writing about some strategies that everyone could use in the dungeon. And Makoto and Harahim were in another seat away playing a board game. It seems that Naaza-kun and Bell-kun will be spending a lot of time in the nursery, Hestia commented, looking up from her book as she realized that about 2 hours had passed since they left. They must be planting and making potions. They were both very excited this morning, Makoto said with a small smile. I'm so glad to see that Naaza-sama is recovering little by little, Harahim said, feeling happy for the girl. It hurt me too, seeing her cry that day hurt me a lot, so it makes me happy to see her recover that emotion that characterized her, Hestia said, also smiling slightly. Although Lily is still very surprised, said the hobbit, who was still writing in her notebook. What surprises you? Hestia asked curiously. Bell-sama and Naaza-sama have been spending a lot of time together lately. I'm very surprised that Hestia-sama hasn't thrown one of her typical tantrums, said Lily, letting out a tired sigh. No offense, Lily Dono, but you also throw those tantrums every time Belle Dono is with another woman, Makoto said, trying to sound as polite as possible. Ugh, came the hobbit's groan of pain. Hestia, upon hearing Lily's question, remained silent and put the book she was reading aside. Well? Lily asked, her eyes squinting. Naaza-kun is a good girl, and according to what Maichi told me, she had a very difficult life before joining his family, Hestia said, recalling her conversations with the god. Losing the only person who had stood by her for so many years left her devastated, and I'm sure the only reason she didn't take her own life was because Bell-kun always stayed by her side. Losing someone you love is very painful. I can't even imagine how Naaza Dono must feel, Makoto said sadly. The reason Naaza-kun didn't fall into a deep depression was because Bell-kun was always there for her, cheering her up. That's why she's slowly accepting that Maichi is no longer with her and moving on, that's why, Hestia whispered sadly. If I were to tell Bell-sama not to associate with Naaza-sama because of his jealousy, that would only cause her to fall into a deep depression again for not having someone by her side to cheer her up. Bell-sama has become like a pillar to her, and I highly doubt that someone like him will appear to be Naaza-sama's support, Harahim said, understanding everything. You're right, Hestia said with a small smile. I can't do that to Naaza-kun, not now that he needs someone by his side more than ever, and I'm sure that's what support-kun thinks too, right? Bell-sama will always help anyone who needs it, and now Naaza-sama needs it more than anyone, so I have no choice but to swallow my jealousy. Besides, you're right, Naaza-sama is a good girl, she won't be a bad influence on him, said Lily, crossing her arms. I'm glad you understand, Hestia said with a smile. That's very sweet, sacrificing our love for someone else's is beautiful, Harahim said, moved. Don't you think they're exaggerating? Makoto asked, with an anime-style sweat drop. I'm sure Belle Dono and Naaza Dono are just friends. I don't think they're in love. Spending so much time with Bell-kun will eventually take its toll on Naaza-kun, and you know what I mean by that, Hestia explained. Well, that doesn't happen to me, said Makoto, turning her attention back to the game. Because there's the god take, why else, Lily said, leaving the words hanging in the air, making Makoto blush as she realized what she meant by that incomplete sentence. Hestia chuckled softly, then turned her attention back to the book. Naaza-kun is my daughter now, and all I want is for her to be happy, so it's worth it, she thought with a small smile. Yes, that was a sacrifice they were all willing to accept. Knock, knock. They all looked up in confusion when they heard the front door being knocked on. I doubt it'll be that idiot Diane again, Hestia said wearily. I'll go. And the little goddess stood up and walked towards the entrance to see who the visitor was. Returning to the newly opened nursery. After spending about 2 hours planting plants and creating potions, Belle and Naaza decided to rest. Ugh, I didn't know creating potions was so difficult, Belle said, letting out a sigh after creating a potion with Naaza's help. Many people think it's an easy job, but they're wrong, Naaza said, putting everything back in its place. I imagine that when you see how tedious it is, you won't want to continue making it. Are you kidding? This is really interesting, I hope you'll keep teaching me how to make good potions, Belle said excitedly. Hearing those words brought a feeling of relief to Naaza's chest, knowing that Belle wanted to continue practicing with her. Well, if you want, we can do this before you go to the dungeon or when you return, Naaza suggested, glancing through a book to see what medicinal plants she needed to plant. Actually, I was planning to take this whole week off from the dungeon, so we can keep practicing as much as we want, Belle said excitedly. I'm glad to hear that, Naaza whispered, smiling slightly. Lately, Belle's company had become very pleasant for Naaza, and knowing that they would spend almost the entire day together doing something she liked, which was making potions, made her happy. Being with Belle was something that completely prevented her from falling into depression and allowed her to simply enjoy her time with him. You really are someone special, Belle, Naaza thought, bringing the medicine book closer to the albino to show him the type of plants they would be working with tomorrow. Knock, knock. Although the nursery door was knocked on, it pulled them both out of their world, turning their gaze towards the door. Is it lunchtime yet? Belle asked. I don't think so, there's still an hour to go, Naaza said curiously. Perhaps they need our help with something, Belle theorized, walking to the door with Naaza. When they opened it, they saw Hestia standing in front of them with a complicated look. Kami-sama. Is something wrong? Belle asked, surprised, as was Naaza. Well, with a nervous look Hestia stepped aside to make way for the other visitor. They both looked a little confused as the captain of the Ganesha family stood before them. Miss Naaza, Shakti said in her usual serious tone. Yeah? I have to inform you that we have already caught the murderer of your god. Belle and Naaza opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing that news. And unconsciously, Naaza clenched her fists tightly upon hearing that. It seems that quiet days for both of them would have to wait. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Anger. Today was not just any day in the city of Arario. It was the day they would hold a trial to decide the fate of the assassin of the god Maich. But it wouldn't be a public trial. It would be a private one where only a few would be present, such as a few gods, some members of Ganesha's family, and obviously the god's only daughter. Although Naaza would obviously not be alone, she was accompanied by Hestia and Belle, as she now belonged to their family and had the right to be there as well. Let the trial begin, said Ganesha, who had a serious expression and was not as lively as on other occasions. After all, it was a trial for the murder of one of his companions. On Urano's orders, he was in charge of the trial. In the surrounding area were a few influential gods such as Loki, Hermes, Hephaestus and more gods accompanied by their captains. The only one who did not appear was Freya because she was too lazy to come down. And in one of the seats in the room sat Naaza along with Belle and Hestia. Naaza-san, the albino thought worriedly upon seeing the angry expression on the girl's face. She clenched her fists tightly, holding back the anger she felt inside. As you know, we have caught the murderer who returned the good Maich to heaven, said Ganesha, causing some gods to frown. Although some envied him for being popular with women, they did not deny that he was a good guy and did not deserve to die like that. What's the point of this, Ganesha? Loki asked boredly. He killed a god. I don't think a trial is necessary. He should just be killed. Many present nodded in agreement with Loki at those words. Killing a god was one of the greatest sins one could commit and it was well known that it was severely punished, even to the point of putting the culprit to death. I think the same, but there's more to it, Ganesha said with a serious expression. And what is it? Hermes asked curiously. The killer is a former member of Evilus, Ganesha said. Upon hearing those words, everyone present adopted a serious expression and Naaza's angry expression only intensified. Now I understand all this, Hephaestus whispered upon learning the reason for the trial. Bring the killer in. Shakti shouted to the two guards at the entrance to the room. They both just nodded and left the place, only to come back in seconds later with a man chained hand and foot. Naaza kept his gaze fixed, full of anger, on the man who was taken to the center of the room. That damned bastard, Naaza whispered, clenching his fists even tighter. Meanwhile, Belle just looked worriedly at Naaza, searching for some way to calm her down, even though he was also angry at the sight of that guy. So Evilus, Finn whispered, staring at the man who had a panicked expression. It's time to begin, said Ganesha. Ahem, Shakti said, clearing her throat. The name of the assassin of the god Maich is Noah. I didn't know he was a god. I swear. The desperate man cried. I didn't know until his body started to glow. We haven't given you permission to speak, Ganesha said in a serious tone. Besides, whether you're god or not, murdering someone is a serious crime. Besides, we are gods and we know very well when someone is lying, and you are doing it right now, Hermes said with a sly smile. And what's the fear? Many gods were murdered in the Dark Ages, Loki said, still bored. The problem now is that he is being judged and he knows very well that his life will come to an end, Hermes said with a small smile. Continuing with the report, Shakti said, he is a former member and fugitive of Evilus. According to our investigation, since the organization was dismantled, he has dedicated himself to robbing and murdering his victims, and this time his latest murder was against the god Maich. According to witnesses, he tried to rob Maich, Ganesha said, joining the report. But before Maich could do or say anything, he had already been stabbed. Hearing those words made Naaza slowly lower her gaze, trembling slightly. Naaza-san, Belle whispered with concern. I didn't know that. The criminal shouted again. I hadn't eaten for 2 days, I desperately needed money. If you hadn't joined Evilus, you could work and earn your food honestly, Loki said with a frown. What worries me about all this is whether Evilus is being created from the shadows again, Finn said, thinking about that possibility. And that was something that had crossed everyone's mind, the reason for that trial being to find out more about the fugitive members of Evilus. What do you have to say about this? Ganesha asked, looking at the man. And no, as far as I know, Evilus isn't forming again, the man replied nervously. All the gods stared at him, seeing that he was telling the truth, which reassured them that they wouldn't have to deal with that troublesome organization again. Well, at least it's reassuring to know that Evilus hasn't returned, Ganesha said with a sigh. Everyone knew that the trial was over, where the only thing left was to punish the murderer, and that's it. But there was someone among them who wasn't at ease. For a few Valis, Naaza whispered, looking down and clenching his fists. Naaza-san, Belle said, wanting to put his hand on Naaza's shoulder, but she stood up abruptly, catching everyone's attention. Everyone saw how the girl's face was full of tears and an expression of hatred directed towards that man. You killed Maich-sama for some damned Valis. Naaza shouted with anger, frustration, and sadness. I didn't know that, said the intimidated man. Maich-sama was a noble person, I'm absolutely certain that if you had asked him for money politely, he would have given it to you with a smile. After all, he always helped others whenever he could. Naaza shouted angrily. Those present only nodded slightly, knowing that Maich was that kind person. And you killed him. She screamed, gritting her teeth. You killed him without mercy. He didn't deserve that. Miss Naaza, I ask you to calm down, Ganesha said, seeing that Naaza was being controlled by anger. PSK, the god Maich didn't even have enough money to feed himself, the man muttered angrily under his breath. But Naaza clearly heard that whisper, causing all her anger to erupt at once. You damn trash. Naaza shouted, putting her hand behind her back. Everyone watched in surprise as Naaza pulled out a dagger and ran towards the man to kill him. Rage had taken over her. All she wanted was to kill that bastard who had taken away the most important person in her life. Nothing else mattered to her. The man watched in fear as Naaza approached him to kill him, unable to do anything because he was chained up. Shakti was about to intervene, but someone else got there first. Before the dagger touched the man's head, someone grabbed it with their hand and blood began to flow from the wound that had just been inflicted. Naaza was surprised to see that someone else had ended up injured and she looked up to see that person. Belle, Naaza stammered, watching as the albino stared at her, still gripping the blade of the dagger, despite the pain it caused him. Naaza, with trembling hands, dropped the dagger when she saw that she had injured Belle. Don't do it, Naaza-san, Belle whispered, lowering his hand and dropping the blood-covered dagger. Naaza just watched in fear as Belle's hand bled profusely, a wound she had inflicted on herself. If you kill him, you'll become a murderer just like him. I don't want that, so I'm going to stop you from doing something crazy, even if it means you hate me for not getting your revenge, Belle said, staring at the girl who was starting to cry slightly. Naaza stammered, lowering her gaze as her anger slowly began to fade, replaced by regret. You don't need to get your hands dirty with this garbage. That guy is going to pay for his crime, and believe me, Maich-sama wouldn't want you to get your hands dirty, Belle said with a small smile, gently taking Naaza's hand in his good one. Your hands are made for creating potions and saving people's lives, not for taking them. And with those words Naaza couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, throwing herself into Belle's arms. I'm sorry Belle, he cried, burying his face in the albino's chest. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I hurt you. Don't worry, this doesn't hurt, Belle reassured her with a small grimace of pain from the wound. I'm sorry, Naaza repeated over and over, without leaving Belle's side. Pranal Shonen, Ganesha said, catching Belle's attention. You can accompany Miss Naaza out of the room so she can calm down and heal her hand. Sure, Belle agreed, starting to walk, taking Naaza with him, who had no intention of leaving. He made a small gesture to his goddess to tell her not to worry and to stay in the room to witness the rest of the trial. A few moments later. We now find ourselves in one of the seats in the hallway near the room where Belle was sitting with Naaza, who still had tears in her eyes as she carefully applied a healing potion to Belle. I am sorry, you've done so many things for me, and all I did for you was hurt you. I'm sorry, Belle, Naaza whispered, her voice trembling with guilt. I already told you not to feel bad, I've had worse injuries in the dungeon, Belle said with a small smile. I had to do it, I couldn't let you get your hands dirty. I'm sorry, I let anger get the better of me, she apologized regretfully. I don't blame you, I was furious too, but you don't have to get your hands dirty with trash like him, Belle said angrily. Remember, your hands are meant to save people's lives. Saying those words, Belle gently took Naaza's hand in both hands, looking at her with a kind smile. Seeing that smile made a warm feeling appear in Naaza, who quickly looked away in embarrassment. Thank you, Belle, for staying by my side, she whispered, letting her head fall onto Belle's chest. I will always be by your side no matter what happens, Naaza-san. Remember that what I want most is for you to smile again, Belle said, hugging Naaza to comfort her. But this time Naaza didn't cry, she just closed her eyes enjoying the warmth that Belle transmitted. If it's for you, I'll give you as many smiles as necessary, I thought, listening to the soft beating of Belle's heart. Unlike hers, which was beating rapidly. Idiot, he whispered, also hugging Belle, who was surprised but smiled seconds later. That day, Naaza and Belle's relationship had changed to something more than just simple friends, but to a much stronger friendship. And that wouldn't be the last time their relationship would change into something more. A few moments later. The trial was about to end, and the fate of Maich's killer had already been decided. Then, in a week, this man will be executed for his crime, Ganesha said, causing the man to lower his gaze in frustration. Finally, this is over, Loki said with a sigh. I think I'll go get drunk. This one's for you, Maich. You're just looking for an excuse to drink, Hestia said, looking reproachfully at Loki. Before either of them could start arguing, the doors to the room were opened, capturing the attention of everyone present. Belle walked slowly towards the center of the room, his gaze darkened as he looked at the man. Cranel. Is something wrong? Ganesha asked, confused. But Belle didn't answer, he just kept walking slowly towards him, still with that look. Belle-kun. Hestia said, confused, looking at her son. You? Belle whispered as he stood in front of the guy. What? He said, intimidated by the aura emanating from the albino. I will never forgive you for what you did to Naaza-san and Maich-sama, Belle said, looking the man directly in the eyes. And why would I want your forgiveness? He asked, putting his fear aside and answering Belle. You have no idea how much Naaza-san suffered because of what you did, the number of tears she shed for no longer having the god she loved by her side. I simply cannot forgive what you did, and I think it's the first time I've felt such deep hatred towards a person, she whispered while tightly clenching her fists. Really? Why are you telling me all this, you little rookie? The man asked, confused and not wanting to appear scared in front of him. I would say you should apologize to Maich-sama in the other world, but I highly doubt you'll go to the same place he is, he said, turning his back on the man. I'd like to take justice into my own hands, but that won't be possible. If you're finished, I may leave, Mr. Cranel, Ganesha said, feeling Belle's hostile aura continue to grow. Meanwhile, some adventurers, like Shakti, had raised their guard in case Belle tried something. I don't need your forgiveness, child, the man said, smiling mockingly. You should be thanking me. I did God a favor by freeing him from that miserable life he led. Perhaps I should have done the same for that girl so. Before the guy could finish his sentence, Belle spun around at high speed, unleashing a powerful punch to the guy's face that shattered his jaw completely, breaking all his teeth in the process. Like in Baki when Yujiro smashed Yanagi's mouth. Belle-kun. Hestia shouted in surprise at what her son had done. Even the other gods watched the scene in surprise, unable to believe that someone like Belle had done that. As the man fell to the ground, blood streamed from his mouth, trying to say something, but only babbling as his jaw was completely broken. Cranel whispered Ganesha, looking at the albino. I'm truly sorry for doing this, but I wouldn't have been at peace if I didn't. I hope you'll forgive me, Ganesha-sama, Belle apologized, bowing to the elephant god. Haha, Loki chuckled slightly as he saw what he had done. I have to go back to Naaza-san, see you later Kami-sama, and with those words addressed to his goddess, Belle turned around and left the judgment hall, leaving all the gods still surprised by what he had done. Belle-kun has gone wild, Hermes whispered with a nervous smile. But despite that, nobody complained. Everyone believed the guy deserved that and much more, so this time they let Belle's actions go. Should we take him to the hospital? Some soldiers asked hesitantly, watching the guy bleed from the mouth. Leave him like that for a while, Shakti said, wanting the guy to suffer. Back to Naaza. What did you go there for? The curious girl asked, wiping away the few tears that remained as she watched Belle approach. I just went to tell Kami-sama that we'll be back later, she said with a small smile, gently taking Naaza's hand. Would you like to go get some ice cream? The trial is over, so we should go and relax a bit. Oh okay, I accepted, feeling the warmth that Belle's hand transmitted. Great. Let's go then. And without letting go of Belle's hand, he began to walk while the girl just stared at him and then smiled slightly. If you weren't with me, I wouldn't know what to do, Naaza thought, gently squeezing the albino's hand. Thank you, Belle. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Confused feelings. We are at the Chimenia mansion, specifically in the family's new nursery that had been created a few days ago. And in that nursery, Naaza was focused on creating potions for the family, just as she had promised them. This is the first time I've made potions with this type of medicinal plant, I hope it turns out well, she thought somewhat doubtfully, placing a reddish liquid in a jar. A week had already passed since they had gone to that trial of the culprit in the death of their god. Although in the first few days she was seething with anger and sadness, now she was calmer after having that talk with Belle, which calmed her down a lot, something for which she was very grateful to the albino. At that rate, I'd owe him favors for the rest of my life. I hope they are of good quality, Naaza thought, looking at the 5 potions she had created. Since they were new plants she was experimenting with, it had taken a little while. Normally Belle would be practicing with her, but that day he was doing some paperwork that the guild had sent them, although he promised her that as soon as he finished he would go to her to help her. Thinking about that made the girl smile slightly. Talk. The sound of a knock on the nursery door pulled Naaza from her thoughts. Forward. Upon receiving permission, a small goddess with pigtails entered the nursery with a smile. How are you, Naaza-kun? The goddess asked, approaching the girl. I'm fine, Hestia-sama, I've been a little calmer these last few days, she replied, smiling slightly. I'm glad to hear that, Hestia said, eyeing the potions. By the way, aren't you going? Upon hearing that question, Naaza simply turned her gaze to the medicinal plants and began to create a new potion. Go where? You know, today is the private execution of that bastard. Ganesha said that you were the only one who had the right to be present. Don't you remember? She asked, surprised. Of course I remember, but I won't go, she said, slightly surprising Hestia. It's not worth going to see that bastard's last seconds of life. Belle is right, he'll get what he deserves, and that puts my mind at ease, so there's no need for me to be there. I'm sure Maichi-sama wouldn't like that. Upon hearing that answer, Hestia smiled peacefully. That's a good answer, Naaza-kun, she said proudly. I'm glad to see you're gradually improving. I couldn't go on like this forever. It still hurt so much that Maichi-sama is no longer by my side, but crying wasn't going to accomplish anything. I have to move on, like Belle told me, and become a great person, just like Maichi-sama wanted, she said with determination. Hestia could see that there was still sadness in Naaza's eyes, but it was different, as if she had already accepted reality and was moving forward with her life, even though it was difficult. Belle-kun managed to give her a reason to live, she thought proudly of her firstborn son. Belle-kun is definitely a hero. So I promise you I will be of great use to this family, Naaza promised with determination. Don't worry, you're already making potions for the family, and that's more than enough for us, Hestia said, looking at the large number of plants in the nursery. Although I do need you to do me a favor. Of course, as long as it's within my reach, I'll do it, I agreed, looking at the little goddess. It's nothing difficult, it's just that we ran out of ingredients for tonight's dinner, so I wanted to ask you to go shopping with Belle-kun. Welf-kun is locked in his forge, and I highly doubt he'll come out. Mikoto and Haraham are visiting their friends, and Support-kun is delivering the paperwork that Belle-kun just finished, so you two are the only ones I can ask for help. No problem, Hestia-sama, I'd be happy to help you, Naaza agreed, washing her hands. Great. Belle-kun will be waiting for you at the mansion entrance. I'll be off now, I have to go to work. And with those words the goddess left the nursery, leaving Naaza alone again. I'll have to continue when I get back, she thought, seeing how she had left the potion half finished. Although she didn't complain, spending time with Belle was something she enjoyed. He was the only person besides the god Maichi with whom she felt completely comfortable. Although she'd felt a little nervous around him lately, ever since he'd comforted her during that trial, she suspected it might be something else, but she was denying it. She felt too uncertain about it. I'd better stop thinking about that and go out, I don't want to keep Belle waiting, she thought, giving herself a few light pats on the cheeks. And after tidying up the table where she created the potions, Naaza left the nursery to go with Belle to buy something at the market. He walked calmly since he was not far from the entrance of the mansion, where Belle was already waiting patiently for Naaza. But when he saw her approaching, he smiled at her in his own unique way, raising his hand in greeting. For a few seconds, Naaza's heart raced a little when he saw that smile. Calm down, Naaza, the girl thought, holding back that strange discomfort she didn't want to let out. Now that he was close to Belle, he smiled back. So we have a new mission, Naaza said with a small smile, looking at the paper the albino held in his hands. Yes, it's just a few ingredients we need to buy, she said, looking at the list before turning to Naaza. So I'm counting on your help, Naaza-san, she said with her typical smile. Oh, of course, I whispered, looking away. So, with both of them ready, they both began their walk towards the city market. Meanwhile, the goddess Hestia was watching from one of the mansion's windows as they walked away. After the trial, Naaza-kun has been a little down. Going for a walk with Belle-kun might cheer her up, she thought, watching them walk away until they were out of sight. Well, back to work. A little while later. Belle and Naaza walked calmly through the city towards the market, remaining silent. Naaza wanted to have a conversation with Belle, but she didn't know how to start, and that was making her nervous. Luckily, the albino was the first to start the conversation. By the way, Naaza-san, he said the girl's name while running his hand over the back of his neck. And? Do you feel comfortable in the family? Belle asked, a little nervous. What? I'm so happy you're with us, but there are times when I wonder if you felt obligated to join us. The last thing I want is to make you uncomfortable, she said, looking down. Upon hearing those words, Naaza's confusion turned into a smile. Don't worry, Belle, you haven't done anything wrong, she reassured him with a small smile. I feel comfortable and happy to have joined your family, so don't ever think again that you forced me to do something I didn't want to do. Joining the Hestia Familia was my own decision. I understand, I'm glad to hear that, I whispered, letting out a sigh of relief. Although I do feel that you do feel obligated, Naaza said, lowering his gaze. Upon hearing those words, Belle became confused and turned to look at her. What are you talking about? Ever since I lost Maichi-sama, you've done nothing but help me and stay by my side, encouraging me, which makes me very happy and I'm very grateful, she said with a small smile, embarrassing Belle. But for some reason, I always thought you felt obligated to do that, but I didn't know why until I remembered Maichi-sama's last words. I'll be back soon. In the meantime, keep Naaza company. That was the last request Maichi made to Belle just moments before dying, passing through both their minds. I sense that perhaps you feel obligated by the words Maichi-sama said that day, about staying by my side, he said, looking directly at the albino. Be honest, Belle, is that why you're doing this? Yes and no, he replied, confusing Naaza. I stay by your side helping you because that's what Maichi-sama asked me to do, but I also do it because I want to. As he said those words, Belle gently took Naaza's hand, making her nervous. Naaza-san, from the day we met, you became a very important friend to me. Even though we weren't on the same wavelength back then, I considered you part of my family, and being part of my family meant I couldn't leave you alone when you were going through a tough time, he said with a small smile as Naaza looked at him in surprise. You're someone special and important to me, so I'll always help you when you're in trouble, whether you want my help or not. I'll always be there for you, so don't ever think I'm doing it because I feel obligated. I'm doing it because I want to, and because I want to see you happy, I want to see you smile. As she finished saying those words, a small blush appeared on Naaza's cheeks and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Belle's eyes. Thank you, she whispered, a feeling of happiness welling up inside her. It's warm, she thought as her heart raced. Although they forgot one detail, and that was that they were in the middle of the street. What's that? I think that boy is confessing his love for her. How sweet and embarrassing at the same time, I wouldn't have the courage to confess in the middle of the street. They both blushed deeply upon hearing the words that people were saying. It would be best to continue our tea journey, proposed a very blushing albino. I think it's fine, Naaza agreed, not having the courage to look Belle in the eyes. So they both started walking briskly with their heads down, listening to how people continued to whisper about them. The rest of the time they both remained silent while shopping. They felt embarrassed by what had happened, and this time neither of them had the courage to start a conversation. Although Naaza felt happy inside after hearing those words from Belle, leaving her no doubt that the albino was someone important to her. But even so, she held on to that small feeling in her heart as much as she could to keep it from growing bigger. She had many doubts that kept her from resting, so the best thing for her was to put that subject aside. After a while, they had both finished all their shopping and decided to return to the Chimenia mansion. Although on the way they passed in front of the blue pharmacy where Naaza stopped, staring at her old home. Her gaze held sadness and nostalgia as she recalled the thousands of memories she had made with her god there. Happy memories, but ones that also brought her sorrow. Do you want to come in? Belle asked, seeing Naaza's expression. I'd like to, but I didn't bring my key, she replied dejectedly. And I don't want to force it, so it'll have to be another day. I really wanted to go in and see all the things she hadn't taken with her, for example all the things in Maichi's room. I know. Belle exclaimed, catching Naaza's attention. What do you think about us coming over one of these days and cleaning the whole house? It must be really dusty, after all, it's been more than 2 weeks since you moved in with us. Naaza only thought about that proposal for a few seconds before smiling. That sounds good to me, I was also thinking about doing some cleaning. I happily agree. She would normally come alone since that place was very special to her, but if it was Belle, she wouldn't mind. In fact, it made her happy to have his company there. These thoughts again, Naaza thought, lowering her gaze as she realized what she was thinking. Great. Then we need to agree on a date one of these days and we'll come together, he said with a big smile. Naaza stared at the albino smile for a few seconds before smiling slightly himself. It would be best to return to the mansion. Hestia-sama must be wondering why we haven't arrived yet, Naaza remembered, picking up the bag she was carrying. You're right, I'd forgotten, she said with an embarrassed smile. So, promising to return to clean together, they both continued their walk towards the chimney mansion. Although Naaza glanced sideways once more at the blue pharmacy, then looked at Belle's back and finally looked up at the sky. Maichi-sama, what's happening to me? She thought to herself, confused. A series of confusing feelings began to arise within her. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Memories. Another day passed in the famous city of Arario, but this time we were not at the chimney mansion. The current location where the story will take place is the Blue Pharmacy, former headquarters of the extinct Maichi family. Belle and Naaza were there, with the latter looking nostalgically at each of the places in the small headquarters. There's a lot of dust, whispered Naaza, running her finger across the table, leaving a lot of dust on it. It's no wonder, it's been 2 weeks since you last set foot here, Belle said with a sad smile, remembering how he used to arrive at the pharmacy every morning where he was greeted by Maichi, buying potions from him. We have a lot of work to do, Belle, Naaza said with a small smile. Remember that day you promised to help me clean, so you have to keep your word. Belle's memories returned to the day the god Maichi died, where minutes before that he had promised Naaza to help him with the cleaning, but in the end they did nothing for obvious reasons. Don't worry, Naaza-san, that's what I'm here for, to help you, said Belle with his typical smile, taking a broom and going to clean the room. Naaza just stood there watching Belle go to the other room, which made her sigh. Lately that smile feels a little different, Naaza thought, slightly embarrassed. With each passing day, that strange feeling inside her wanted to keep growing, but she always held it back. For some reason, it didn't feel right. I'd better start cleaning, I thought, not wanting to think about it anymore. So, taking a broom, Naaza went to his god's room to give it a cleaning. She knew it would hurt to enter that room, since it was the place where she had the most memories of the god Maichi, but she had to be strong. Meanwhile, in the room. Belle swept calmly, trying to leave the place as clean as possible. The Blue Pharmacy definitely shouldn't be forgotten, were Belle's thoughts as he saw a picture of a smiling Naaza with her god outside the pharmacy. If I compared that smile with the smile Naaza had now, there was a big difference. That's a genuine smile, Belle thought, looking at Naaza's beautiful smile in the photo. I won't rest until Naaza-san manages to smile like that again, or even better. Those were the determined thoughts that went through Belle's mind, where his main goal was to see Naaza happy again. Although to this day he still didn't know why he wanted to help her so much, all he knew was that it hurt him a lot to see her in that state. But it was also because he really liked her smile, although that was something he was ashamed of and would never say out loud. It seems that spending so much time with Naaza-san makes me interested in many more things about her, I thought with a slight smile. I like being by her side. And with those thoughts, Belle picked up the broom again and continued cleaning the room. Meanwhile, in Maichi's room. Naaza just stared sadly at the hundreds of things that belonged to his god, bringing many memories of him to his mind. So I still kept this, she whispered, picking up a piece of paper origami that was on her god's desk. She remembered it perfectly. One day she and her god sat in the living room to make origami, where Maichi failed in all her attempts except Naaza, who, although she was very slow and only managed to make one, it turned out perfectly. That day Maichi praised her and took the origami to keep it, even though she believed it no longer existed. But I was wrong. A small tear rolled down Naaza's cheek as she saw how Maichi had taken good care of the origami, keeping it in good condition just like the day he created it. I knew I was going to get like this, Naaza thought, wiping away the single tear that ran down her cheek, then taking a handkerchief and gently cleaning the desk. The vast majority of things were memories of her with Maichi, photos of them together, crafts they made from time to time, and even gifts she gave him as a thank you. Seeing all that made Naaza smile sadly as tears streamed down her face. Maybe you didn't love me the way I wanted, but I have no doubt that I was very important to you, Maichi-sama, thank you, she whispered, falling to her knees as tears streamed down her face. The best way to relieve the pain was to cry until she couldn't cry anymore, and that was exactly what Naaza did, shedding all the tears she had held back. Meanwhile, Belle stood in the half-open doorway, watching as Naaza shed tears without stopping. It hurt him to see her like this, so much so that he wanted to go into the room to comfort her, but he knew she needed her space to vent, so he held back his urge to go and hug her. I will definitely make you smile genuinely again, Naaza-san the albino thought, slowly moving away from the door. And promising himself to keep that promise, Belle returned to the room to continue cleaning while Naaza, still shedding tears, continued delicately cleaning her god's room. A little while later. Now a little calmer, Naaza left the room after having left it sparkling clean, carefully closing the door. That took me a while, she thought, letting out a sigh. Her eyes were slightly red from crying, feeling a little embarrassed to meet Belle like that, but she had no other choice. I just hoped I wasn't worrying him again. So, setting off, Naaza headed to the living room, seeing that a large part of the house was already completely clean. Belle really does try hard, she thought with a small smile. That silly boy definitely made her feel more and more grateful to him every day, and what made him even more special was that Belle didn't ask for anything in return for helping her. All he wanted was for her to smile genuinely, just like he told her that day. That fool always says sweet things at the right moment, she thought, embarrassed, as she entered the room. There was the albino carefully cleaning a photo where she and Maich were, making her smile as she watched him treat the photo with great care. I see you've finished, Naaza said, catching Belle's attention. At that moment Belle saw that Naaza's eyes were slightly red, making her a little nervous. It took me some time, but I managed to clean the whole house, the albino said with a smile, placing the painting on the furniture. Sorry, I was supposed to help you and in the end I only cleaned one room, she apologized, embarrassed for having left all the work to Belle. Don't worry, I like to help, I reassured her with a smile as I approached Naaza and patted her on the head. What are you doing? I asked, embarrassed. I thought maybe you needed it. Or maybe you need a hug. And saying those words, Belle gently hugged an embarrassed Naaza, who felt the warmth of the albino, which relaxed her. Just let me remind you that you're not alone, you have your whole family and you have me, I whispered in a soft voice. I know, silly, Naaza said, still embarrassed, as she hugged Belle too. I'm glad to have you by my side. Hearing those words brought a happy smile to Belle's face. They stayed embraced for a few more seconds until they decided to separate, with Naaza having a slight red tint on her cheeks, which, in Belle's opinion, made her look much prettier. Thank you, I needed a hug, she said gratefully, looking away. It's nothing, whenever you want a hug you can tell me since I'll always be available, she said with an embarrassed smile. Well, I hope I don't take advantage of that generosity, Naaza joked, letting out a small laugh. With each passing day, she felt much more comfortable with Belle, beginning to show different facets that she had stopped showing since Maich's death. For some reason, being by his side gave her peace and relief in her heart. After all, it was thanks to him that she managed to overcome her depression, since he had always been by her side from the first day. She still felt sad, obviously, but she no longer felt that great depression that she carried in her heart, and it was all thanks to him. But all those actions caused her to start having different feelings inside her, which she tried to ignore since she didn't feel they were right, or at least that's what she thought. But no matter how much he tried to ignore them, the albino always outdid himself, managing to do something else that stirred his heart a little. Fool, Naaza thought, seeing Belle's smile. I just hope those feelings wouldn't keep growing because I wouldn't know what to do, having no other option than to talk to someone else about it. But for the moment, she would just focus on enjoying these pleasant moments she spent with Belle, which brought peace to her heart. By the way, I was thinking of trying to open the pharmacy again, Belle suggested. Open the pharmacy? She said, confused. Yes. You have too many memories with Maich-sama in this place to just abandon it, we have to create potions to sell again, she proposed excitedly. I'm not sure, she said, looking down. I like the idea of reopening the pharmacy, but I don't know if it's worth it. We only had a few customers and they've probably already gone to that awful god's pharmacy. Don't worry, we'll win back those customers and get many more, Belle promised with determination. Besides, I'll help you make potions and we'll run the pharmacy together and I'm sure the others will want to help too. But aren't you going to jail? She asked, confused. I can go about 3 times a week, so there's no problem, he said, giving a thumbs up. So we have to reopen the pharmacy, although of course it won't be tomorrow. We still have a lot of things to prepare before we can start again, but we'll begin very soon. I see I won't change your mind, will I? Naaza asked, seeing Belle smile slightly in response. Fine, but only if the others agree. I'm sure it will, he said excitedly. You'll see, the pharmacy will be very famous, Maich-sama will be proud of what you'll achieve. While Belle was talking about the future projects they would do at the pharmacy, Naaza just stared at him, unable to believe that such a pure and kind person still existed in that world. I have to find a way to thank you, even though whatever I do won't mean anything compared to what you did for me, she thought, feeling her heart beat a little faster at the sight of Belle's smile. Although I'm sure that whatever I do will make you happy. And smiling slightly, Naaza approached Belle to give him more ideas about the future projects they had in mind, enjoying each other's company. That day their friendship had grown much stronger, although Naaza's small feelings were beginning to surface, growing slowly but surely. Difficult days for Naaza's heart were just around the corner. End of chapter. Chapter 8. A gift. We found ourselves in the lively streets of Arario where people were going about their lives. And in those streets a certain girl from the Hestia family was walking slowly towards her headquarters. She was Naaza, who had gone out because she had run out of an ingredient for making potions, so she decided to go buy it alone. Although while he was walking his mind was elsewhere. How can I thank Belle? She thought as she looked around the shops to see if she could find something interesting to buy for Belle. Although she could only find simple things which didn't convince her, she was sure that Belle would like any gift. Maybe I should invite him to lunch, she thought, not very sure, although she immediately dismissed that option since she was embarrassed. It would be like having a date with Belle, although she had to admit that she liked the idea of going out with him and walking around the city together. But she didn't feel mentally prepared for those things yet, and she still had many doubts and insecurities inside her, so she would leave that option for some future time. But I don't know what to do for him. Anything I can think of seems insignificant compared to everything he's already done for me, she thought despondently. She wanted to give Belle something to show him that he was important to her too, but no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't think of anything. While racking his brain trying to think of a solution, he passed by a store that sold different types of books, and among them was a story about a hero that caught his attention. Hercules, I whispered, looking at the book cover. His memories recalled the events of the previous day at dinner, where Belle excitedly told Makoto about a book about a hero called Hercules, wanting to buy it but unable to because he was in debt. Perhaps I should buy it for him, she thought as she approached the shop owner. Excuse me, how much is the book? If you're referring to the one with the hero Hercules, then it's worth 30,000 valis, he replied calmly. Upon hearing the price, Naaza opened her eyes in surprise. Now she understood why Belle said he was in the red to buy it. But she did have enough money to buy it, after all the money she was saving to give to Die Insect ended up being hers thanks to Belle paying off the debt. So he didn't mind using that little money to buy a book for his dear friend. I'll buy it, he said as he took out a bag of valises. A little while later. Now Naaza was walking towards the Chimenia mansion with Belle's gift in her hands. I hope she likes the gift, she thought with a small smile, looking at the book. Perhaps this wouldn't repay her even a quarter of what he had done for her, but it was still progress. Although Belle always insisted that he should not pay her anything since he was helping her because he wanted to and because she was part of his family. He's very stubborn, but I'm more so, he thought, reaching the mansion gates and calmly entering the courtyard. As always, he saw Welf's forge in operation, causing an anime-style droplet to appear in Naaza. She spends almost all day in there. Won't she suffocate being in there all day? He thought with amusement. Then he saw Makoto in another part of the mansion's courtyard, training her sword technique with great concentration, something to admire. Where could Belle be? I thought as I entered the mansion to look for the albino. But the only one he saw was Harahim, who seemed to be relaxing in the living room. And Belle? I asked, confused, not seeing the albino anywhere. I think Belle-sama is in the nursery, he replied, looking up from the book he was reading. In the nursery? She said, confused. Yes, he said something about wanting to get better at it so he could help him more and not just stand around watching, she said, letting out a small giggle. It really is very important to Belle-sama. Upon hearing those words, a small blush appeared on Naaza's cheeks. That fool, she whispered, embarrassed. Just when she wanted to do something to thank him, he was one step ahead, doing something even more for her. I'll go see him, Naaza said, and with those words she left the room in embarrassment, leaving a smiling Harahim alone. There's a spark between them, I have no doubt, thought Renard, feeling happy for both of them. Back to Naaza. Now a little more relaxed, Naaza walked towards the nursery to see what Belle was doing. That fool, he could have at least warned me so I could help him, he thought as he reached the nursery and opened the door. And the first thing he saw was something that amused him greatly. What happened to you? Naaza asked, smiling slightly. Sitting on the ground was Belle with dirt all over his body, and next to him was a sack of dirt cut in two. I'm sorry Naaza-san, I wanted to help you plant more plants, but when I was carrying the sack I tripped and it fell on me, he explained, depressed at the mess he had made. Don't worry, it's normal to make mistakes, she reassured him, kneeling in front of Belle and gently wiping the dirt from his face. Besides, you meant well by helping me, so I can't be mad at you. I'm sorry, I'll clean all this up, she said, wanting to put all the dirt back in its place. It's not necessary, I'll do it. In the meantime, you take a shower and come back here, she said as she removed the dirt from Belle's hair. But. No buts, now go or I'll get angry with you, he threatened, making Belle get up quickly. I'll come as soon as possible to help you. And as if in a flash, Belle disappeared from the room, causing Naaza to let out a small laugh. You really are one of a kind, she thought, smiling slightly. Now to clean all this up. So, placing the book on the table, Naaza calmly began cleaning the dirt scattered around it with a small smile, knowing that Belle was most likely breaking records for the fastest person to take a shower. Minutes later. I'm back. The slightly agitated Belle entered through the door, now clean, although he was disappointed to see that all the mess he had made was gone. Next time be faster, Naaza said, letting out a small laugh. I'm sorry, you had to clean up the mess I made, Belle apologized dejectedly. I already told you not to worry, Belle, he reassured, patting him on the head. Even if you had told me you wanted to practice, I would have stayed and helped you. The thing is, I wanted to surprise you, but I only managed to make one potion all morning, and I don't even know if it's good, he explained, letting out a tired sigh. Speaking of the potion, well, it's well made, Naaza praised, looking at the potion Belle had made in his hands. It's still missing one ingredient that I just bought, but it's well made. Congratulations, Belle. Haha, thank you, he whispered, embarrassed but happy with the compliment. Although you still need a lot of practice, it took you 4 hours to make just one, so you have a long way to go. Understood, he said as he stood at attention. Meanwhile, you can help me make a few potions to have ready in case you have to go explore the dungeon, she asked as she gathered the material she would use at that moment. Okay, Belle agreed, approaching the table, although he then noticed a certain book on it. Upon seeing the cover, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. The Book of Hercules. He exclaimed in amazement, taking it in his hands. Upon hearing the scream, Naaza turned her gaze towards Belle, surprised and becoming a little nervous when she saw that he already had the book in his hands. But how? He wondered, surprised to see the book he wanted so much in the nursery. The man told me there was only one copy left. I thought he'd already sold them all. About that. Naaza's voice caught Belle's attention, making him turn to look at her. I bought the book for you this morning, she confessed, a little embarrassed. I know it's nothing compared to everything you've done for me, but I wanted to give you a gift, so I decided to buy the book. But it was very expensive, said Belle, surprised by what Naaza had done. I don't care, if it's for you, money is unimportant to me, I confessed with a small, embarrassed smile. And obviously Belle was embarrassed to hear those words from the girl, making his heart beat faster. Do you like it? She asked nervously. Obviously, I've wanted this book for a long time, she said, smiling slightly. Thank you very much, Naaza-san. And with those words, Belle approached the girl and gave her a gentle hug, wrapping his arms around Naaza's waist, who was embarrassed by what Belle did. Although, as always, the warmth that the albino transmitted was something that relaxed her. I'm happy about the gift, but I already told you that if you want to thank me, just seeing your smile is more than enough for me, he said in a soft voice that Naaza liked. But just a smile won't be enough, she said, still not very sure. So how about 2 smiles? I asked, laughing slightly. Fool, I still don't understand why a simple smile is more than enough for you, Naaza said, not understanding Belle. It's simple, it's because I like your smile. Little by little, Naaza's cheeks began to blush as she listened to Belle's words, not believing that this boy had said such things so lightly. Her heart began to beat rapidly and for some strange reason a smile of happiness wanted to form on her face, but she held it back. It's best if we continue making potions, Naaza stammered, pulling away from the hug and quickly turning around so as not to show her blush to Belle. Understood, Belle agreed, putting the book down on the table and gathering all the things they would need. Meanwhile, Naaza just glanced sideways at Belle, feeling her cheeks blush again at the sight of his face. If this continues, I won't be able to ignore these strange feelings any longer, she thought, placing her hand on her chest and feeling her heart race. What should I do? And so for much of the day they both stayed inside the nursery making potions, although Naaza was a little more nervous and embarrassed when exchanging words with Belle. From now on, it would be a little more difficult for her to behave calmly whenever she was with him. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Belle and Ace. It's because I like your smile. Through the halls of the Chimenia mansion, a blushing Naaza walked towards the dining room to go to breakfast. About 2 days had passed since he had given Belle that gift and received that praise from the albino. And without being able to avoid it, there were moments when those words came to her mind, embarrassing her a little. That fool with his sweet words and actions, she whispered to herself as she reached the mansion's dining room. There they were, all sitting in the dining room enjoying breakfast, except for one who was not there, confusing Naaza. Good morning, Naaza greeted, taking a seat. Good morning, they all greeted at the same time. Where's Belle? I asked, confused, not seeing the albino anywhere. He's not here, Welf replied, taking a bite of his sandwich. He went to the wall with the sword princess to train. Upon hearing those words, a strange unease appeared within Naaza, which made her uncomfortable. I understand, she whispered, picking up a plate to eat her food and pretending she didn't care. Although the goddess of the family noticed how Naaza's expression changed slightly upon learning that Belle was with Ace on that wall. Poor Belle-kun is probably getting beaten up by that girl, Hestia remarked as she put jam on her bread. Hestia-sama is right, I think Miss Ace is going too far with Belle Dono, said Mikoto, taking a sip of her coffee. Is the training that bad? Naaza asked curiously. Once, Lily went to watch Belle-sama's training and she hardly even rested, she just kept getting beaten up by her, said the Palam, letting out a tired sigh. Although he once told me that he receives a pillow. Before Welf could finish his prayer to Hestia, he accidentally spilled his coffee on himself. I'm sorry, Welf-kun, Hestia said sincerely, turning back to Naaza. Like I was saying, Naaza-kun, Belle-kun and Wallen whatever he is are always training, so you should have a couple of potions ready when he gets back. He'll probably come back pretty beat up, Hestia advised, preparing another piece of bread with jam. I see, so they just train, Naaza whispered, a little calmer. Alright, I'll have potions for him when he gets back. Meanwhile, Lily just squinted at Hestia. Seriously, where is that annoying goddess who was so jealous of Belle-sama? He wondered, unable to understand. And Hestia, noticing the hobbit's gaze, turned to look at her and smiled kindly, causing a shiver to run down Lily's spine. While Naaza was now chatting animatedly with Haraham, enjoying her breakfast, she was a little calmer now knowing that Belle was just training. Although he was also surprised by that strange feeling he had when he realized he was alone with that girl. I'd better stop overthinking it, she thought as she continued to enjoy her breakfast. Meanwhile, on the walls of her area. A certain albino was getting up for the 10th time from the ground after having been knocked down for the 10th time by Ace. Perhaps we should rest, Ace suggested, seeing how tired Belle was. I think it's fine, I accepted without hesitation while breathing heavily. And with a decision already made, they both went to one side of the wall and sat down to rest after that hard training, although it was only like that for Belle. Here, Ace said, handing the albino a bottle of water. Thank you, he said gratefully, starting to drink the entire contents of the bottle. After that, they both sat on the wall silently observing the blue sky. Is something wrong? Ace was the first to speak, catching the albino's attention. Why do you ask? He asked, puzzled. How to put it? Ace whispered to herself as she consulted with her tumor. You seem more distracted today, or something like that. Haha, is it that obvious? I asked with a nervous smile. Yes, besides, you've missed a lot of training sessions, he said as he magically pulled out a Jack American and began to devour it. I haven't been to training these last few days because I was with Naaza-san making potions, he explained with a smile. Making potions? Ace said, tilting her head. Yes. Naaza-san joined the family a few weeks ago, so I've taken it upon myself to learn how to make potions with her, she said excitedly, remembering the classes she had with Naaza. Naaza? Isn't she the girl who lost her god a few weeks ago? She asked curiously. Yes, he whispered dejectedly. But Naaza-san is a strong girl, so she managed to pull through. I see, Ace said, finishing her Jack American. But that doesn't explain why you've been distracted. You're right, she said, scratching her cheek sheepishly. Can I ask you a question, Ace-san? Clear. Do you know when a person can develop romantic interest in another person? She asked with an embarrassed smile. Are you asking me something about love? Ace asked, surprised. You're right, it's not the smartest thing to do, Belle laughed, earning a light punch from an offended Ace. As surprising as it may seem, Belle and Ace's relationship was very different from what many imagined. The vast majority believed that the albino had feelings for the rock, but they were wrong. The blessed ability that Belle possessed appeared thanks to Ace, but not because he was in love with her, but because he admired her greatly and wanted to be a great adventurer like her to one day repay her for what she did for him that day. But many confuse admiration with love, although it seemed that Belle had not realized this. The reality was that Belle and Ace were very good friends, and from time to time they would play little jokes on each other, although sometimes Ace was slow to catch them. So their relationship was just that, a good friendship between them, trusting each other enough to share things they wouldn't tell just anyone, like today. Are you in love? Ace asked curiously, taking out another Jack American. I didn't understand matters of love very well, but I would try to help Belle a little, or at least give him some advice if I could think of any. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure, he replied, looking down. I don't know what I feel for Naaza-san. These doubts had been bothering Belle for some time. He had always stood by Naaza since the Maich incident, helping her in any way he could, as the good friend she was, but he never expected these strange feelings to start developing within him from spending so much time with her. For the past few days, I've been feeling strange whenever I'm with her, Belle explained, recalling Naaza's face. What are you feeling? Ace asked curiously. Well, I get a little nervous whenever I'm with her and I feel the need to make her smile. I don't like seeing her sad or crying. It hurts me, he said, blushing slightly. And what I love most about her is her smile. I see, now I understand, said Ace, finishing her second Jack American. What do you understand? I don't know how to help you, she said with a chibi face, causing an anime-style sweat drop to appear on Belle's face. Relax, I saw it coming, Belle said, letting out a disappointed sigh. Although I'm not sure, I think those symptoms are from someone in love Ace said doubtfully. Why do you say that? He asked curiously. When Riveria forced me to study or read, I always took a book with pictures to make it fun to read, he explained, making Belle laugh a little. And what about those books? I once read a book about a guy in love and he said the same things you said, maybe that means you're in love with that girl Naaza, he said, trying to remember the dialogues from that book, but no matter how hard he tried, his mind couldn't do any more. In love with Naaza-san, Belle whispered sheepishly. Although I'm not sure, it would be best if you found out for yourself, she said, standing up. I'm not good with these things, so I can't help you any further. Don't worry, Ace-san, you were a great help, she said with a small smile, standing up as well. Alright, now that we've rested, let's continue, he said, taking out his sword sheath and assuming a fighting stance. Belle nodded slightly, drawing his dagger to continue his training with Ace, though his mind was elsewhere. I'm in love with Naaza-san, he thought, slightly embarrassed. I've never been in love, but these strange feelings are those of someone in love, or at least that's what my grandfather said in his love advice for having a harem, he thought with a nervous smile. But is this right? Naaza-san is suffering from the loss of Maichi-sama, the person she loved, and I fall in love with her. That would be wrong. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice when Ace was already in front of him, hitting him very hard with the sheath of her sword, sending him crashing to the ground. Pay more attention, Ace said, frowning as she saw that Belle was distracted again. I am sorry, he apologized in pain, trying to stand up again. Don't get distracted, Ace reminded him, launching herself to attack Belle again. Now that I think about it, is this training? All Ace-san does is attack me, I thought with a nervous smile, trying to block Ace's attacks. Unfortunately, almost all the attacks hit him. And so Belle spent the rest of the day receiving blows from Ace, much to his misfortune and pain. Hours later. Belle walked slowly through the streets of Verario, bruises all over his body, heading towards the chimney mansion. Ace-san didn't hold back, he thought, wincing as he gazed at the mansion in front of him. Now I understand why my stamina is so high. Every time it was the same in training, he would get beaten up by Ace, which would leave him exhausted when he arrived back at his headquarters. Next time I'll ask her to be a little gentler, he thought as he arrived at the mansion and entered the courtyard. Although he was surprised to see Naaza sitting at the entrance, she smiled a little when she saw him arrive. Belle's heart began to beat rapidly when he saw Naaza smile and blush slightly. It seems Hestia-sama wasn't lying, Naaza said, approaching Belle and seeing how badly bruised he was. Is the training really that tough? Haha, something, he replied a little nervously. It's good that I've made a few potions for fatigue. You should take one to recover a bit, Naaza recommended, taking a small potion from her pocket and giving it to Belle. You should also rest a little. I'll let you know when dinner is ready. Oh okay, I accepted, a little embarrassed at being received that way by Naaza. If from now on he was to be received like this after every training session, then he didn't mind being beaten up by Ace. She's so beautiful, Belle thought, watching Naaza as she recounted the events that had transpired at headquarters in his absence while they walked into the mansion. What do I feel for you, Naaza-san? Doubts began to arise in Belle's heart, just like Naaza's. The feelings inside him would begin to surface. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Going out together. We find ourselves in the nursery of the Chimenia mansion where Naaza was inside making potions as was her custom. Now that she had arranged with Belle to reopen the pharmacy, she had started making more potions to have a few ready when they started, although she was sure they wouldn't sell much in the first few weeks after keeping the pharmacy closed for so long. But he had to keep his expectations high. That was something his god had taught him. Maichi-sama always kept a smile on his face, no matter how bad the day was, so I have to follow his example too, he thought nostalgically, remembering his god. To this day, more than a month after Maichi's death, she still struggled to accept that he was no longer with her, and it caused her a lot of pain. But she was not alone. The Hestia family had helped her a lot in coping with that loss, keeping her going and allowing her to continue living, and she was very grateful to all of them. But there was one person in particular who was very grateful to him and who lately felt strange whenever she was with him, a pleasant feeling similar to what happened with the god Maichi. That person who had become very special to her that month. I'm back. The door to the nursery was opened where a smiling albino entered ready to help Naaza make potions. Seeing Belle made a small smile form on Naaza's face, feeling a pleasant sensation in her heart upon seeing him. I thought you weren't coming, she said, turning her attention back to the potion she was making. Sorry, I was just doing a little advertising with Welf and Lily, he apologized, stopping in front of Naaza to start making potions too, or at least lighten the girl's load a little. Advertising? I asked, confused. Yes, we went to see some of our friends to let them know we'll be reopening the Blue Pharmacy soon, in case they wanted to buy some potions, I explained, brewing a potion a little more slowly than Naaza, being a novice. Maybe we'll get a few customers on our first day. I don't know, Belle. Maichi-sama always did the same with her few acquaintances, but they almost never ended up buying, she whispered dejectedly. The only ones who always bought were you and Hestia-sama from the very beginning, that's why Maichi-sama always wanted to give you a discount, even though I refused, she said, ashamed and regretting her decision. Seeing how much they had all done for her, she felt she didn't deserve it. Don't worry Naaza-san, it was obvious you wanted the money to pay off the debt, so I don't judge you, Belle reassured her with a kind smile, showing no negative emotion towards Naaza's actions. Thank you, she whispered, looking away in embarrassment. Although I'm sure we'll have customers on our first day, we have to be positive, Belle said with motivation. I agree with you, but we also have to be realistic, Naaza said, knowing how the business of selling potions was and how difficult it was to get customers and for the establishment to be successful and not go bankrupt. Don't worry, I know everything will be alright, she said, raising her thumb and continuing with her potion. Naaza just smiled a little before going back to what she was doing. I hope the first day goes well for us. I don't want to see Belle disappointed, she thought, glancing sideways at the smiling albino, a smile that stirred many feelings within her. By the way, when are we opening the pharmacy? Probably in a few days, we've already finished cleaning so all we have to do is take the potions to the pharmacy and start selling them, he replied, showing the excitement he felt about it. Although Belle appeared calm on the outside, on the inside he was different. Ever since he had that conversation with Ace and realized that he was probably in love with Naaza, he felt nervous every time he was with her, even though he could hide it. And the beautiful smile that Naaza showed him every time they were together was something that made his heart race, forcing him to quickly look away. With each passing day, his doubts faded away and he became much more convinced that he was in love with her, something that had him in a great state of debate. What would he do if he was truly in love with her? Naaza had lost a god Maichi, the person she loved, so confessing his feelings to her would be foolish, knowing that to this day she still suffered from the loss of her beloved god. So the best thing he could think of was to keep those feelings to himself and stay by her side as her great friend and support her in those difficult times. After all, he had promised not to rest until Naaza managed to smile genuinely and become that lively girl he had known in the past. It's for the best, Belle thought with a small smile. Although I still want to spend time with her and see her smile. Perhaps confessing his feelings wasn't in his plans, but he did have in mind inviting her out somewhere, like the friends they were. Naaza-san. Yes. Said the girl, who was focused on making potions. Do you know about that night festival that's happening next week? Belle asked, a little nervous. Night festival? You mean the one where there are different food vendors and games in many parts of Arario, and where there are fireworks at the end? Yes. That's it. I confirmed excitedly. Well, I do know him, but I never had the opportunity to go. I never had enough money to invite Maichi-sama and enjoy that fair, she said, discouraged by not having been able to do something for her god. Seeing Naaza's dejected expression, Belle felt even more inclined to ask her out that night. Would you like to go to that fair with me? I asked, smiling. Huh? Go? Just you and me? She said, surprised. Why yes, Welf told me about that fair, so this would be my first time and I'd like to go with you, she said, a little embarrassed. So, will you come with me? Naaza's heartbeats increased slightly when she saw Belle's face and heard the invitation to that fair. That would essentially be a date between the two of them, something that made her nervous and excited. After all, she was going out with Belle and she really enjoyed his company. Oh okay, I accept to go, she said with a little embarrassment, making a happy smile appear on Belle's face. Great. The fair won't be until next week, so I'll save up a bit to buy lots of things. The pharmacy will also be opening soon, so I hope to sell a little and have some savings, Naaza said with a small smile, seeing how excited Belle was about it. It will be the first time for both of us at this fair, so we have to enjoy it to the fullest, she said with a big smile, making Naaza blush slightly, but she returned the gesture. Naaza knew very well that the more time she spent with the albino, the more those strange feelings inside her would grow, to the point where she could no longer simply ignore them. But at this moment, all she wanted was to go to that fair with Belle and enjoy it together. I just can't help it, she thought, placing her hand on her chest to feel her heartbeat as she gazed at Belle's smile, who had continued creating potions. What do I feel for you, Belle? She knew it, she knew what those feelings meant, but she still denied them. It wasn't right, according to her. But there will come a point when he can no longer deny them, and when that moment arrives, he will have no other option but to face them. Dealing with the feelings I had for Belle. But in the meantime, she would just focus on enjoying those beautiful moments she lived by his side, moments which she greatly appreciated and cherished in her heart. Their love story was already underway. End of chapter. Chapter 11. First day. We find ourselves in the blue pharmacy where our main couple Belle and Naaza were finishing placing the last potions on the shelves. Today was the day the blue pharmacy would finally reopen after being closed for more than a month. You'll see, Naaza-san, today will be a great day, Belle said excitedly, wiping the counter with a rag. I hope so, Belle, Naaza said, smiling slightly as she looked at a photo of herself and Maich on the counter. Maich-sama, we'll start the blue pharmacy again today. I know you'll be proud wherever you are. Please make this work. After spending a little more time tidying up the pharmacy, they ended up looking ready to begin. Are you ready, Naaza-san? Belle asked, holding up a small hanging sign that said open in his hands. Ready, said Naaza, nodding slightly to see that everything was in order. Good. And still smiling, Belle excitedly approached the door. Get ready, Aurario, because we've just opened. And with those words, accompanied by a smile, Belle placed the open sign on the door for everyone to see. Naaza-san, why isn't anyone coming? Belle asked, discouraged, seeing that no customers were coming. Belle, it hasn't even been a minute since we opened, Naaza said with an anime-style sweat drop. Don't be impatient. That's fine. I know we'll have customers soon, she said, returning to her cheerful demeanor, picking up a broom and sweeping a little. Meanwhile, Naaza just smiled with amusement at Belle's attitude. Please, let this go well, Naaza thought, not wanting all of Belle's hopes to disappear. The rest of the Hestia family was not with them helping them. Welf was at his forge making weapons, Hestia was at her Jack American post, Lily was dropping off paperwork at the guild, and Haraham and Makoto were cleaning the mansion. So on that first day, only Belle and Naaza would be running the pharmacy, although Naaza didn't mind it. Spending time alone with Belle was something she really enjoyed. By the way, Naaza-san, Belle called to the girl, who came out of her thoughts. And? How many customers did you and Maich-sama have per day before? Belle asked curiously. 2, 3 at most. Upon hearing that answer, Belle opened his eyes in surprise, and then a depressed aura surrounded him. I see, I'm so sorry, I should have recommended the pharmacy much sooner than this, Belle apologized sadly, seeing how badly things were going for Maich and Naaza. Now he understood why it was so hard for them to pay off their debt. Don't worry, Belle. You already did so much for us by shopping every day, and what you're doing for me today is far more than I could have imagined, so I can't complain, she reassured with a small smile. I'm sure Maich-sama felt the same way, so don't feel bad. Okay, but this time I'll make sure there are lots of customers, he promised with determination, making Naaza laugh slightly. I'm hoping for it too, although we shouldn't get our hopes up too high, she said, while continuing to arrange a few potions that were still in a box. Running the pharmacy brought back a lot of nostalgia for when he was with his god, receiving the few customers they had. Although there were few customers, Maich always had a kind and happy smile, no matter how bad sales were, and that was something Naaza remembered fondly. Don't get discouraged, Naaza, maybe today we only had 2 customers, but it's likely that tomorrow there will be 3. Yes, her god was that kind of positive person, and that was something she admired a lot about him. Now I'm the one who has to stay positive so as not to discourage Belle, I have to follow in his footsteps, Maich-sama, she thought, watching the albino who was sweeping for a few seconds before looking at the pharmacy entrance in case a customer was coming and then continuing to sweep. Seeing that action made Naaza smile fondly at how enthusiastic Belle was about it. We probably won't have a customer for a while, he'll be like this the whole time, he thought with amusement as he placed his hands on the counter and smiled at the albino who repeated that action every minute. About half an hour later. The pharmacy bell rang, signaling the arrival of a customer. The customer? Belle shouted, magically appearing in the doorway to greet him. You little rookie. The one who had arrived at the pharmacy was Mord, who greeted the albino with a smile. Mord-san. Welcome. Belle greeted, happy to finally have a customer. So now you're selling potions, said the man, looking at the pharmacy. You have a business sense. Haha, something like that, she said with a nervous smile. Go ahead, we have the best potions, Mord-san. And are you working alone, Rabbit? Mord asked, walking with Belle towards the counter. No, I'm working with Naaza-san, Belle replied with a smile. I see. Upon hearing the name Mord, he became confused, turning his gaze to the counter where he opened his eyes in surprise upon seeing Naaza. But it's the con artist. I shouted in surprise. Upon hearing those words, Naaza nervously looked away and Belle was confused. The con artist? Belle said, confused. This girl scammed me with some potions she sold me a while ago, more than half of them were filled with water, Mord complained, glaring angrily at Naaza. You've got the wrong person, she said without looking Mord in the eyes. Oh. I'm not mistaken, I even remember how you gave me that evil smile that day when I handed you the money and disappeared before I realized the scam, he said, still glaring angrily at Naaza. Be careful, Rabbit, if you do business with this girl, it's very likely she'll scam you and leave you bankrupt. I wouldn't do that. Naaza shouted, glaring at Mord. Bell is important to me, I wouldn't be capable of betraying him, so take back what you said. He's probably deceiving you, Rabbit, open your eyes, Mord warned. You're the one who looks like a criminal here. I'm sure you tried to hurt Belle in the past. She shouted, even angrier. What did you say? For your information, the rabbit and I are like brothers. Mord shouted angrily. See, come on, guys, don't fight, Belle said nervously as he saw the two of them start to argue. He just wanted to sell potions, and in the end his first customer started arguing with Naaza. Take back what you said. No. This would be a long day. A little while later. Thank you for your purchase, Naaza said, glaring at Mord, who was doing the same. At least this time they're not filled with water, Mord said angrily, walking toward the exit. Remember, Rabbit, be careful. And with those words directed towards Belle Mord, he left the pharmacy, causing the albino to let out a sigh of relief. Naaza-san, we don't have to argue with the customers, Belle said, looking at the girl. But it makes me really angry that he said my friendship with you was fake, she whispered sulkily. You're important to me, I wouldn't be capable of betraying you. And I already know that, even if Mord-san or someone else says something like that, I will always believe in you, Naaza-san, so don't worry, I won't doubt you, she said with a small smile, making Naaza blush slightly. Remember that you are very important to me too. Oh okay, she whispered, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. The truth was that Naaza did scam Mord that day, but only because she was desperate to get money to pay that month's fee, as they had very little money left with Maich. To this day, she is ashamed of all those actions she took in the past, mainly because she also scammed Belle, which hurt her the most, since she had scammed the person who had helped her the most since Maich left her side. Even before that, Belle was already helping her. Don't look so sad, Naaza-san, Belle said, gently stroking the girl's hair. I know you're not a bad person, so you had your reasons for doing that, but we mustn't do it again. If we want the pharmacy to succeed, we have to treat our customers well. I understand, she said, embarrassed at being petted by Belle. After that, the albino picked up the broom again and turned around to continue sweeping. Meanwhile, Naaza just dropped her head on the counter while her face was flushed. Fool, he thought, feeling his heart beating rapidly. A little while later. The pharmacy bell rang again, exciting Belle. Welcome. Belle shouted as he reached the entrance. Wow, I feel like I'm a wife being welcomed by her husband, said an Amazon with a flirty smile. Hello Aisha-san, Belle greeted with a nervous smile upon seeing one of the women who made him the most nervous along with Sir. Naaza only frowned slightly as she watched the Amazon look at Belle, the gaze of a predator at an innocent bunny. So now you sell potions. When Lilaruka told me, I was very surprised, Aisha said, putting her arm around Belle's neck, an action that a certain girl didn't appreciate. I love hardworking men, especially if they have white hair and are named Belle. Thanks, she said sheepishly as she felt the Amazon's breasts on her arm, trying to push her away, but her strength had vanished. Ahem. Naaza's fake cough caught their attention as they saw her looking at the Amazon with distrust and jealousy. Are you going to buy something or are you just going to make Belle uncomfortable? She asked, feeling jealous, much to her own surprise at feeling those feelings again. Both, she replied mockingly, turning away from Belle and walking towards the counter, staring intently at Naaza's face. What a funny expression you have. I bet you're another one of Belle's admirers, aren't you? Upon hearing those words, Naaza's anger turned to embarrassment, blushing deeply and becoming nervous, especially when she saw Belle blushing as well. And no, I just. That stuttering is more than enough to clear up my doubts, girl. You're a crazy girl, Aisha said, turning her gaze to an embarrassed Belle. You really are a magnet for women, but I like that charm of yours. Hey, are you going to buy something? Naaza asked, trying to control her embarrassment, something which was proving very difficult. Yes, give me 10 mind potions, and also. A while later. Thank you for your purchase, whispered Naaza, still embarrassed. I think I'll come here more often. It'll be fun, Aisha said with an amused smile. Goodbye, Belle, and be careful not to charm any more women, though knowing you, I highly doubt you'll manage. And with those words, and winking at the albino, Aisha left the pharmacy, leaving them both alone in an awkward atmosphere. They only looked at each other for a few seconds before looking away in embarrassment, remembering Aisha's words. In love with Belle, Naaza thought, embarrassed, glancing sideways at Belle, who was just as embarrassed as she was. Without a doubt, Aisha's visit had given them much to think about. The rest of the day they both had 3 more clients, making it a decent day, although during all that time, they didn't have the courage to speak to each other again unless a client was with them. A very crazy and blush-filled day for both of them on their first day at the pharmacy. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Day in the dungeon. We find ourselves in the dreaded dungeon where a certain albino was exploring along with his good friend, the blacksmith. The reason? Tomorrow was the festival, which he had promised to attend with Naaza, so he had gone with Welf to collect some money so they could have fun together tomorrow. You seem very motivated, I'm even starting to feel sorry for the Minotaurs, Welf said, watching Belle kill the Minotaurs instantly, preventing them from defending themselves. Is something wrong? He asked, confused. I just want to collect some money, I explained, killing another Minotaur and leaving the corridor empty. I want to gather as much as I can. Really? And what would you use it for? He asked curiously, sitting down on a rock to rest. Tomorrow is the night festival and I'm going with Naaza-san, so I need money so we can enjoy it together, I explained with a smile, taking the magic stones that the monsters had dropped. Upon hearing the explanation, Welf smiled slightly, a mocking smile. So Naaza again, lately you two have become very close. Upon hearing those words, Belle felt a little embarrassed and lowered his gaze. Even now she smiles much more than when she joined the family, she seems very happy by your side, said Welf, watching as Belle sat down on another rock, still embarrassed. What I wanted most was for Naaza-san to smile again, I'm so glad I achieved it, Belle said, smiling slightly. They literally spend almost all day together at the nursery making potions, working at the pharmacy together, or just walking around town shopping together. I'm really surprised at how close they've become, she said in surprise, watching Belle blush a little. I like being with Naaza-san, and creating potions or working at the pharmacy with her are pleasant moments for me, she said with an embarrassed smile. For some reason, seeing her smile gives me a warm feeling inside. Upon hearing those words, Welf opened his eyes in surprise. Belle, are you in love with Naaza? Upon hearing Welf's question, Belle's embarrassment increased even more, confirming the blacksmith's suspicions. And I think so, she admitted, lowering her gaze to hide her embarrassment. A slight smile appeared on Welf's face upon hearing that answer. I think spending so much time with Naaza-san awakened these feelings, he said, touching his chest. Just being by her side and seeing her beautiful smile is something I really enjoy. At first, I only wanted to help her avoid falling into depression. After all, she was my friend. But as time passed, I began to see Naaza-san in a different light. When she smiled for the first time in so long, my heart started racing. At first, I didn't know why that happened. All I knew was that I wanted to keep seeing that beautiful smile on Naaza-san's face. While Belle was explaining, Welf listened attentively with a small smile, like a brother's, and luckily for both of them, not a single monster appeared on that floor. I've had these feelings for a while now and I don't know what to do, she finished speaking while making circles on the ground. Interesting, but I have a question, said Welf, tapping his chin with a finger. Which is it? Weren't you in love with the sword princess? He asked, confused. And there you go again, Belle said, rolling his eyes wearily at hearing that again. What? Aren't you? I was never in love with Asan, she and I are just friends, besides I admire her a lot, I don't know why many people think I'm in love with her when that's not the case. Well, the truth is you always acted shy when you were with her, I thought it was because you were in love, said Welf, a little surprised that he had been wrong. I behaved that way because she's like an idol to me, a role model. Don't you behave that way with people you admire? He asked, puzzled. No, not really, he answered honestly. But anyway, the important thing is that you're not in love with her, because that would be a sure rejection. You're not the first one to tell me that, he whispered, discouraged but relieved not to have those feelings toward his friend. Changing the subject, what will you do? Welf asked curiously. What should I do about it? About your feelings for Naaza, will you confess to her? He asked, taking some sandwiches out of his backpack and starting to eat. I'd like to confess my feelings to Naaza-san, but I can't, he said dejectedly. It's only been a little over a month since she lost Maichi-sama, the person she loved. It would be disrespectful of me to go and tell her my feelings knowing that she's still suffering because of it. I simply can't do it. You're right, it's still too soon for that, he said, understanding Belle. But there's a chance Naaza is in love with you. She looks very happy with you. I'm sure Naaza-san only sees me as a good friend, nothing more, he whispered depressedly. You should have a little more self-esteem, Welf said, seeing how negative Belle was. I feel that Naaza feels more than friendship towards you. After all, you're the only one who smiles at him like that. Do you really believe that? Asked the rabbit with a little hope. Believe me, Belle, but it's best if you're more careful, don't go so fast, advised the redeed. Understood, Belle said, nodding slightly. The date you'll have together tomorrow can help you a lot in discovering if the feeling is mutual. All you have to do is make sure she has fun, although that was your goal from the beginning, to make her smile. Upon hearing those words, Belle smiled sheepishly, remembering Naaza's beautiful smile. Yes, that's my goal. They would have continued chatting, but the sound of a herd of minotaurs approaching in the distance caught their attention. Well, for now you just need to focus on collecting money for tomorrow's date, Welf said, drawing his greatsword. Yes. Belle shouted excitedly, drawing his daggers to fight the minotaurs. The rest of the day he and Welf spent inside the dungeon collecting money for Belle's date and materials to forge weapons. Meanwhile, on the surface, Naaza was working at the Blue Pharmacy with Harahim, although she was a little discouraged because the albino wasn't with her. When will he arrive? The girl thought, slumping onto the counter with her hands outstretched. He said he was just going to do a small survey and he's already been gone for more than 5 hours. While arranging the shelves, Harahim observed Naaza's bored expression with a small smile. It seems she misses Belle-sama, Harahim said, catching the girl's attention, who blushed a little. Well yes, I really do miss him, she whispered, embarrassed. Don't worry, sometimes Welf-sama and Belle-sama get very excited when they go to the dungeon alone, so it's likely they'll take a little longer, Harahim explained, noticing that it was around 1 in the afternoon. Hearing that made Naaza let out a tired sigh. I just hope he doesn't put his life at too much risk, she said, a little worried. Knowing Belle-sama, that's surely the first thing he'll do, said Renard, starting to laugh along with Naaza. Yes, when Maichi-sama and I found out that Belle was being attacked by the Apollo Familia, we were very worried. From that moment on, I knew he was a magnet for trouble, she said with a small, nostalgic smile. Although I'd like him not to put his life at too much risk, I'm worried he'll get seriously hurt. Nobody wants that, but Belle-sama is the type of person who rushes to help someone regardless of the danger, Harahim said, fondly remembering how Belle saved her from the Ishtar family. Yes, Belle is like that, he'll always help you without asking for anything in return, and if he does ask for something it will be a smile, Naaza whispered, smiling affectionately. A smile which did not go unnoticed by Harahim, who smiled slightly. She must really love Belle-sama, right Naaza-sama? Harahim said, turning around to continue arranging the potions. And thanks to that, he couldn't see the blush that formed on Naaza's face from the embarrassment of hearing those words, although seconds later he smiled. Yes, I love him very much, she whispered, feeling his heartbeat along with a warm sensation. Harahim just smiled upon hearing that answer, continuing to arrange the potions, while Naaza began to attend to a customer who had just arrived, all the while thinking about the smiling albino and wishing he would arrive soon. Naaza's feelings were beginning to be revealed little by little. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Night Festival Part 1. And that's it. These were Naaza's words after brushing her hair while looking at herself in the mirror. The day was the day, or rather the night, that she would go to that night festival with Belle, and that was something that made her very nervous. Why do I worry so much about my appearance? She thought, embarrassed, as she realized she had been locked in her room for almost an hour getting ready. She had even put on a different dress that she almost never wore for this occasion. She didn't know it, but she felt very anxious about it, wanting to look her best for that special moment. Ah, this is your fault, Belle, Naaza whispered, blushing slightly as she looked at herself in the mirror and noticed the effort she'd put into her appearance. And to think this is going to be my first date. She had already accepted it. After all, it was more than obvious that this outing would be a date and that embarrassed her. She had never been on a date, not even with Maichi. Although she often went out with her god around town, they didn't count as dates, mainly because Maichi never considered them as such. For him, it was a father-daughter walk, and Naaza always knew this, even though she had accepted it. But this time it would be different, this was a real date, her first date with Belle, the one who had been awakening many feelings in her. Just act normal, Naaza, and don't do anything to ruin the night, she thought, patting her cheek lightly and leaving the room. It was already 7 o'clock at night, so Belle was probably already waiting for her at the entrance. The rest of the family wasn't there. Hestia had taken advantage of the fair to sell Jack American, Welf was going to try to ask Hephaestus out, Mikoto and Harahim had gone out with their other friends, and Lily said she would look for someone to scam that night, so only Belle and Naaza were there. I hope I don't look weird, Naaza thought a little nervously as she reached the entrance of the mansion. When her gaze arrived, it met Belle, who was calmly standing waiting for her. A small gleam appeared in both their eyes as they made eye contact, noticing each other's appearance. Why, you look very good, Naaza-san, Belle complimented sheepishly, looking away. Thank you, you look good too, whispered the girl, embarrassed but happy for the compliment. For the first time, Belle hadn't worn his cursed brown suit. This time he was wearing a long-sleeved white button-down shirt along with black pants. He looked somewhat elegant, which in Naaza's opinion suited him perfectly. Shall we go? Belle asked, breaking the silence. The fair has already started, so let's have some fun. I think it's fine, Naaza agreed with a small, embarrassed smile, walking towards Belle and standing next to him. And smiling a little, they both began to walk together until they left the Chimenia mansion and began their tour of the city. The streets, which were almost always empty at night, were now bustling with families who walked with smiles to enjoy the fair. I feel anxious, it's the first fair I'll be able to really enjoy, since the monsterphilia thing didn't go very well, to say the least, he said with a nervous smile, remembering the giant monkey from back then. Yes, I heard you were chased by a silverback through most of the city that day. You really are a magnet for trouble, Naaza said with a tired sigh. And don't even get me started on the Minotaur, the Black Goliath, the Apollo family, or the Ishtar family. Am I forgetting anything else? Haha, it's not my fault that bad things always happen to me, she whispered with a nervous smile, remembering everything that had happened to her since she arrived in Arario. But that's not normal anymore, I'm starting to think you have a curse or something like that, he offered his theory, sending a shiver down Belle's spine. Don't exaggerate, Naaza-san, they were just coincidences, he said, a little scared by the curse. And Belle's attitude caused a small laugh to escape from Naaza, which also infected Belle, who also began to laugh. Perhaps they both felt a little nervous at first knowing that it was a date, but now the atmosphere was calmer for both of them, and the lively streets with other people lightened the atmosphere, even though that warmth still remained in their hearts when they were together. Are you hungry, Naaza-san? Belle asked as they passed a crepe stand. Now that you mention it, yes, I am a little hungry, she confessed, a little embarrassed, since she hadn't eaten because she was focused on getting ready for the date. Then let's go, and with a smile on his face, Belle took the hand of a surprised Naaza and began to head towards the stall. Although seconds later Naaza's surprise turned into an embarrassed smile as she let herself be guided by the albino. Being with him made her feel safe and eliminated all that sadness in her heart, allowing her to simply enjoy her time with him, a feeling she liked very much with each passing day. You're like a light to me, she thought as her heart beat rapidly, watching Belle order 2 crepes with a smile without letting go of her hand. Although the truth was that Belle took Naaza's hand out of pure instinct and now, out of embarrassment, he didn't know whether to let go of her hand or keep them together, embarrassment which he hid with a smile. Please, don't say that phrase, Belle thought, looking at the owner of the crepe stand who looked like she wanted to say those words. The woman chuckled softly at Belle's nervous smile. Here are your crepes. Thank you, Belle said gratefully, taking 1 crepe while Naaza took the other. Thank you all and enjoy your walk, the woman said, making Belle let out a sigh of relief. And bowing slightly in a sign of thanks, Belle walked away with Naaza, still holding hands, leaving the saleswoman wanting to say that phrase. Why did I feel like they were communicating with their eyes? Naaza asked the albino, puzzled. Haha, it must be your imagination, Belle laughed nervously. While Naaza, still puzzled, decided to let it go, eating her crepe with a smile, completely forgetting that she was holding hands with Belle, just like him. The fair was extensive, and together we passed through different food and game stalls, thoroughly enjoying the night, which seemed to last a long time as more and more people filled the streets. By the way, what is being celebrated? Belle asked, confused, not understanding the reason for the fair. The reason for this celebration is the fall of Evilus, Naaza explained, recalling how she joined Maich right after the Dark Age ended. On this very day, a few years ago, Evilus was defeated and it's celebrated by all the inhabitants every year. I understand, I wasn't there at that time, but I'm sure that era was hell, Belle said bitterly, thinking about Arario's dark past. Although Naaza smiled slightly, gently squeezing Belle's hand, which he still held, capturing the albino's attention. Those were bad times for the city, but I'm sure that if you had been there, you would undoubtedly have been a hero for the city, Naaza said with a beautiful smile, making Belle's heart start to race. For some reason, hearing Naaza call him a hero made him happy, made him feel like a real one. Thank you, Naaza-san, I whispered with an embarrassed but happy smile. Although technically you're already a hero, or rather my hero, Naaza murmured, slightly embarrassed. Although Belle heard those words perfectly, his heart skipped a beat when he realized that Naaza considered him his hero. So many feelings just from a few words, Belle thought, embarrassed, as he watched a blushing Naaza. In the end, it's true, I'm in love with Naaza-san. It had been almost 2 months since Naaza had been in the family, and it only took that long for him to fall in love with that girl who had lost everything in just seconds. I never imagined that my good deed of wanting to help her out of that depression would end up awakening such feelings towards her, but I didn't regret it. What do I do? He thought in frustration, watching Naaza observe with a smile the most eye-catching stalls of the fair, a smile which a month and a half ago did not appear on her beautiful face. He wanted to tell her his feelings, but knew it wasn't the right time, besides, he was sure he would be rejected by Naaza since she loved Maich, even though he was no longer with her. But it didn't matter, he was already happy just being by her side and seeing her beautiful smile, or at least that's what he wanted his mind and heart to believe, so that it wouldn't hurt so much. Huh? Was the sound of confusion that came from Naaza. What's wrong? Belle asked, surprised by the girl's confused expression. Isn't that Welf sitting over there? I asked, confused. The albino turned his gaze to the same place Naaza was looking at, where in a corner of the fair, his red-haired friend was sitting on the ground with a bottle of liquor in his hand, his expression one of disappointment and depression. Let's go, said Belle, worried about his friend, starting to walk alongside Naaza. There's no reason to live, Welf whispered, taking a big gulp of his drink. Welf. Upon hearing his name, the Redeed looked up and found himself face to face with a worried Belle and a puzzled Naaza. Ah, it's just you guys, I whispered as I continued drinking liquor. Why that reaction? Naaza asked, offended. Did something happen, Welf? Belle asked, worried about his friend. They rejected me, she replied, threatening to cry again. Did they reject you? They both said at the same time, confused. Yes, I went with Hephaestus to ask her out today, and she refused. She told me she'd already made plans with the god Take, he said in frustration. Damn it, Mikoto. Weren't you supposed to keep him away from Hephaestus? I understand you, I know how it feels, Naaza said, feeling sorry for Welf. I'm sorry, buddy, I'm sure you still have a chance with Hephaestus. Belle tried to reassure him with a small smile. You just have to be yourself. I'm told by the guy who has over 100 women after him, I whisper enviously. Hey, Belle just wants to help you, Naaza said, not liking how he addressed Belle. Don't worry, he always acts like this when he's drunk, Belle reassured her, knowing what the blacksmith was like. I envy you both, I'd like to have a romantic date with Hephaestus just like you two, Welf said frustrated. Cita amorosa. Those were the words they both said, embarrassed and starting to blush. Obviously idiots, I can't see any other reason for them to be holding hands through the city, he said, pointing to their hands, which were still intertwined. Upon realizing this, they both quickly pulled their hands away, much more embarrassed than before. We held hands so we wouldn't get lost, explained an embarrassed Naaza. Why yes, so, I confirmed Belle. Tell that to someone else, Welf said, not believing a word. I have a feeling you two are hiding something. Weren't you crying because Hephaestus rejected you? Naaza asked, arms crossed. As he said those words, the depressed aura reappeared in Welf, and he began to drink his liquor uncontrollably. That was a low blow, but a necessary one, Belle whispered as he watched his friend cry. After that, Naaza and Belle looked at each other, then blushed slightly and looked away. Shall we continue with the walk? Naaza asked. Oh, of course, a nervous albino agreed. And leaving behind a depressed Welf, they both left slightly blushing, but this time without holding hands because of the embarrassment they felt. Keep denying it, but soon you won't be able to hide it anymore, Welf whispered, watching them walk away. I feel lonely, I need some comfort. While Welf was lamenting his love life, Belle and Naaza continued walking through the lively city in silence, still embarrassed by what had just happened. This is awkward, they both thought nervously, looking around. They knew it was a date, but having someone else say it was embarrassing, especially if they added the word loving to it. I just remembered that there are some very interesting games nearby, Belle broke the silence with a nervous smile. It sounds fun, let's go, Naaza agreed, still blushing. And so, with their hearts beating rapidly, they both headed off to those games, very embarrassed, even though the date was still just beginning. They had a very long night ahead, and many more events were expected to occur to make the atmosphere even more uncomfortable. An unforgettable first fair for both of them. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Night Festival Part 2. A certain couple was walking through the lively night streets of Arario, enjoying the fair. They were Naaza and Belle, who were now a little calmer after those embarrassing things Welf said about them. Although both still felt shy, they tried to hide it as much as possible. By the way, what time do the fireworks start? Belle asked curiously, looking at his companion. I think they start at 10 o'clock at night, Naaza replied, not very sure. It's barely 9 o'clock, we have to find something to entertain ourselves with to kill time, he said, looking around the fair to see if he saw anything interesting. And he found that place. A few meters away from them was Hestia with her Jack American stand serving customers. We can go and say hello to Kami-sama, Belle suggested with a smile. That sounds good to me, we can also eat some Jack American, Naaza agreed without hesitation. With the decision already made, they both went towards Hestia, who was preparing Jack American very quickly, as she had a line of more than 10 customers. Hello Kami-sama, Belle greeted as he stood before Hestia. Belle-kun, Naaza-kun. It's good to see you, Hestia returned the greeting, looking at them for a few seconds before going back to what she was doing. I see you're very busy, Naaza said, looking at the line of customers. You can say that again, since I arrived here one customer after another has been coming in non-stop, it's a miracle that Wallen whatever he is isn't here yet, he said as he gave a Jack American to a customer and the customer left. Don't say that, Kami-sama, you can summon her, Belle said, looking around to see if Ace was there. Do you need help with anything, Hestia-sama? Naaza asked, seeing all the work the little goddess had. Well, I'm sorry to ask this, but I'd like you to attend to the station for a few minutes. I've wanted to go to the bathroom for half an hour, but for obvious reasons I can't, Hestia asked with a nervous smile. Of course, Kami-sama. Don't worry, Belle agreed without hesitation. You've done so much for me, obviously I'll help, Naaza agreed with a small smile. Thank you and please excuse me. And with that scream, Hestia shot off like lightning, leaving the two of them standing there with an anime-style sweat drop. I really needed to go to the bathroom, they both thought with a nervous smile. Fujikamaruku, please. They both snapped out of their thoughts when they heard the voice of an old woman asking for food. At your service, Belle accepted, starting to prepare the Jack American with a friendly smile. Meanwhile, Naaza started attending to another customer to finish the job much faster. They made a good team. Working together at the Blue Pharmacy allowed them to work perfectly without getting in each other's way and quickly reduce the number of customers, which was increasing. I just hope Ace-san doesn't show up, Belle thought with a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Naaza only attended to the customers with a small smile, glancing sideways at Belle. Maybe this wasn't planned for the date, but if she was with Belle, she didn't care. Besides, this way she was helping the little goddess who had done so much for her. Here you go, said Naaza, handing over the Jack American with a smile. One customer after another left after receiving their food, gradually reducing the line of customers until there were none left around the stand. That was tiring, Naaza said with a sigh. Throughout his entire career at the Blue Pharmacy, he only served about 3 customers a day, but here, in less than 20 minutes, he had served more than 30. I'm surprised that Hestia-sama has been like this for hours, Naaza said in surprise. Kami-sama is very hardworking when she puts her mind to it, Belle said with a nervous smile. Although it's taken a long time, I'm starting to think he's stalling, the girl said suspiciously. Knowing Kami-sama, it wouldn't surprise me, said the albino, knowing how lazy his goddess was. The good thing is that we managed to serve all the customers, we make a great team, Belle, Naaza said with a small smile. Although we should be grateful that the final boss didn't appear, Belle said nervously. Final boss? Which final boss? I asked, puzzled. Well. Hello, good. Before Belle could answer, the voice of a certain girl with crickets in her head caught both of their attention. Facing them was Ace, the princess of the schizophrenics, who was there for obvious reasons. And it arrived, Belle whispered wearily. Belle? Ace said, confused. Now you're a salesman. Haha, something like that, she replied with a nervous smile. By the way, I apologize for not making it to the last 2 training sessions again. No problem, although you have to be more responsible, Ace said calmly. Lafia says she wants to join the training. Really? But I thought she hated my presence. He asked, surprised. She told me she'll put up with it so as not to give you the advantage, she replied, confused. Give me the advantage? He said, just as confused as Ace. While they were talking, Naaza just looked at them a little uncomfortably, not knowing how to fit in, so she decided to stay silent and let them talk quietly. Although a certain albino would be responsible for including it. By the way, Ace-san. Belle exclaimed, approaching Naaza. I'd like you to meet Naaza-san. Naaza, Ace whispered, looking at the nervous girl. It's a pleasure, he said, bowing slightly. Is she the one who recently joined your family? I asked, not very sure. Yes. I told you about her during training, Belle said excitedly, while Naaza blushed slightly upon learning that Belle was talking about her. Speaking of which, have you figured out yet if you're in love or not? Before Ace could finish her question, Belle jumped over Jack American's post to quickly cover her mouth. Meanwhile, Naaza just stared at everything, puzzled and not understanding what was happening. What are you doing? Belle whispered, wanting to shout at Ace. That's supposed to be a secret. Is it? She said, surprised. Oh, I forgot you're not very good at understanding things, Belle said with a tired sigh. Just don't tell Naaza-san about it, please. Okay, Ace accepted without hesitation. And with things settled, they both turned around to see a puzzled Naaza. What were you going to say? Naaza asked Ace, both curious and confused. I'm sorry, Belle doesn't allow me to talk about it, said Ace, turning away as Belle slapped his face. Talk about what? I asked, much more curious, looking at a nervous albino. Weren't you going to buy Jack American, Ace-san? Belle asked, trying to change the subject. That's right, he whispered, remembering his main objective. I want 100 Jack American. 100. Naaza and Belle shouted in surprise, seeing Ace, who had a chibi face, completely forgetting about the previous topic. Sorry, I made a mistake, Ace apologized, causing both of them to sigh in relief. That's 150 Jack American. Naaza and Belle almost forgot to breathe, not believing that she was going to eat all that. Is there a party at the Twilight Mansion? Belle asked with a nervous smile. Party? A said, surprised. That confirmed to both of them that she would eat all those Jack American. There were only 20 minutes left before the fireworks started and it would probably take longer to prepare that amount of Jack American for Ace. Luckily, the missing owner of the stall reappeared. That was a big one, Hestia whispered, looking up to see that there was only one customer left, although it wasn't just any customer. Until he appears, Naaza said, letting out a sigh of relief. And just in time, Hestia said, staring intently at Ace. For a moment I thought your fragile stomach had given in to my Jack American. I may lose against a black dragon, but never against a Jack American, Ace said, staring intently at Hestia. I admit it, you have guts. How many do you want? I asked curiously. 150. 150. It seems your stomach is still weak, Hestia said mockingly. Did I say 150? I meant 200, Ace corrected, with a challenging aura surrounding her, as did Hestia. While this strange rivalry was taking place, Belle and Naaza slowly backed away, not wanting to be in that strange environment, moving further away from Jack American's post until they could no longer see him. That was weird, Naaza said with a nervous smile. I know, I didn't know Ace-san and Kami-sama had that kind of rivalry, Belle said, a little surprised. Well, when it comes to Jack American, Ace-san will argue with anyone. I had heard that the Sword Princess was a big fan of the Jack American and I can confirm that this is true. Her personality is very different from what I imagined. I thought the same thing before I met her, but when I saw her true personality I was very surprised, Belle said, letting out a small laugh. That's right, you admire her a lot, don't you? Said Naaza, looking away. I admire her a lot, I want to become as strong as her so I can fight alongside her, Belle said with emotion and determination. But those words saddened Naaza, who formed another idea but tried to hide it. It doesn't surprise me, the Sword Princess is an incredible person, I whispered, lowering my gaze. I hope you achieve your goal. Thank you. She said with a smile, not noticing Naaza's change in mood. There are only 10 minutes left, let's find a good place to watch the fireworks. These were the words spoken by a couple who walked past Belle and Naaza. It won't be long now, we should also find a good place to watch them, Naaza suggested, trying to forget her sadness as she looked around for a place. I highly doubt you can see them well from down here, said Belle, noticing the large number of people around. So what do we do? He asked, not wanting to miss the event. I have an idea, said Belle, taking Naaza's hand, which surprised her at the albino's touch. Follow me. And with those words, Belle began to run through the city without letting go of Naaza's hand, who only allowed herself to be guided, watching the albino's back with his heart beating faster. This feeling again, she thought, completely forgetting about everyone else in the city, her gaze fixed solely on Belle. Why does it sadden me so much that she's so important to him? She already knew the answer but didn't want to admit it. She just needed a little push to accept them and that wouldn't take long to arrive. Minutes later. Phew, we arrived before the fireworks started, Belle sighed as they reached their destination. The place where they both were was the Wall of Arario, the place where Belle and Ace used to train. The walls, whispered Naaza, observing that the place was completely empty. Aside from the Tower of Babel, the Arario city walls have the best views of the city, Belle explained with a smile, observing the illuminated city. I won't deny that, Naaza whispered, approaching Belle and leaning against the wall together to watch the beautiful panorama as the fireworks began. Thank you, Belle. Why are you thanking me? I asked, confused. Thank you for inviting me out at this fair, I really enjoyed this evening with you, she said with a small smile, embarrassing Belle. It's nothing, I'm glad you liked it, she said, looking away, happy to have achieved her goal. Perhaps it wasn't the date they both expected, but they did many things together that entertained them throughout the night, even preparing Jack American with Hestia, or having that embarrassing conversation with Welf was something that amused them in a certain way. Although they both knew that the reason they had enjoyed the fair was because they were together and each other's company was something they really liked. I'm glad to see you smiling more often, said Belle, catching Naaza's attention. I couldn't be sad forever, I miss Maichi-sama, I miss him so much, but I have to move on without him, and I was able to get here thanks to you, so thank you very much, Belle, he said, smiling slightly, which made Belle smile too. But remember, never forget to smile, your smile is beautiful, Belle said almost instinctively upon seeing Naaza's smile. As she stood there, she gradually blushed at the casual words Belle had spoken. Thank you, she whispered, playing with a lock of her hair as her tail wagged happily from side to side at the compliment. It started. Belle exclaimed excitedly, watching a light rise into the sky. Seconds later it exploded, starting the fireworks display. It's beautiful, whispered Naaza, marveling at the many colors that illuminated the sky. Right? From the first time I came here, I knew this place had some of the best views, Belle said proudly. We should come here more often. The sunsets are incredible. Solos? Do you want to invite anyone else? Belle asked curiously. And no, to nobody. That answer was enough to make Naaza blush and look away, realizing that Belle had only planned to come with her to see those beautiful views. You know, Naaza-san, I'm so glad that the first fair I've enjoyed in the city was with you, Belle said, smiling as only he knows how, before continuing to watch the fireworks. Except for Naaza, who just blushed as she looked at the smiling albino while a certain feeling she had kept hidden finally came out of her heart. Who am I lying to? I'm in love with this fool, she thought, defeated, admitting her feelings. But contrary to what she should have felt as happiness, negative feelings, doubts, insecurities, sadness and others began to take root in her loving heart. What should I do? I thought, turning my gaze from Belle to the fireworks. Is it right to fall in love with someone else again, Maichi-sama? And with that question hanging in the air, Belle and Naaza continued watching the fireworks show, with Naaza now having many more doubts in her heart after admitting her feelings. The resolution of his confused feelings was near. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Far from you. The days passed for the Hestia family after that fair where Naaza admitted her feelings towards Belle, something which had her in a great internal debate. But those doubts did not prevent her relationship with Belle from changing, continuing to stay together, as was already normal for them since Naaza joined the family, more than 2 months since that event. The Blue Pharmacy was also doing well, having around 10 customers a day, a great improvement compared to the past. It was always run by Naaza and almost always helped by Belle, although sometimes she received help from Harahim, Mikoto, or Lily, although the latter tried to raise the prices of the potions to earn more money. Yes, it could be said that Naaza had almost completely gotten used to being a member of the Hestia familia, although the pain of not having Maichi by her side will always be in her heart, but she is moving forward thanks to everyone, and especially thanks to Belle. Well? Was the question Lily threw into the air. Everyone was in the headquarters room for an important meeting, as they had just received a letter from the guild, and they were all gathered to find out what it was about. What does Kami-sama say? Belle asked his goddess, who was holding the letter in her hands and reading it. Meanwhile, Naaza sat next to Belle, listening attentively, curious to know what it was about. Another expedition, Hestia whispered wearily. Expedition? Said Welf. Yes, it seems they want you to go to the 24th floor of the dungeon to collect certain materials, Hestia explained, reading the sheet. They're asking for a lot. It will probably take you a week or two to complete, depending on how fast you are. Great, more work, Lily complained wearily. I think it's a good time to raise money on this expedition. It's been a while since we've done any long expeditions, Mikoto said, looking on the bright side. Is there a limit to the number of members? Welf asked curiously. 6 people are needed, Hestia replied. When the number 6 was said, everyone stared at each other. There were 6 members in the Hestia familia, but it was well known that one of them could not enter the dungeon. I'm sorry, Naaza apologized, unable to help them after all they had done for her. Don't worry, Naaza-san, we understand, Belle reassured her with a kind smile which made Naaza remember something. Not going on that mission would mean not seeing Belle for a week or two, and knowing that discouraged her. We'll have to find someone to accompany us, Mikoto suggested. Any suggestions? Aisha Welf said quickly. All you want is to see Belle-sama nervous because of that woman's insinuations, Lily accused angrily while Welf laughed nervously. Perhaps you're right, but that Amazon could be helpful on the expedition, Hestia agreed with Welf, causing Lily to sigh in defeat. We should ask her if she's interested in joining us, but there's also the possibility she'll refuse, so we need another option. Otter, Welf suggested again. I think it's impossible for that to happen, Belle said with a nervous smile. Welf-sama just talks nonsense, said Lily in a bad mood. Imagine if we asked him and he agreed, that would be crazy, Welf said, leaving everyone thoughtful. When is the Hestia-sama expedition? Harahim asked, breaking the silence. Let's see for tomorrow. She shouted in alarm. What? They all shouted in surprise. You idiots in the guild. Couldn't you have warned us in time? Lily shouted angrily. There's no time for complaints. Hestia shouted. We have little time, so we need to prepare everything quickly. I can go and ask Aisha if she wants to come with us, said Welf. After all, I already have plenty of armor made. Perfect. If Aisha doesn't accept, ask Otter, Hestia ordered. You're joking, right? Lily asked, surprised. Naaza-kun, Belle-kun, you will be in charge of making potions. We need to have a good amount by tomorrow, Hestia gave the orders to her 2 sons. No problem, Hestia-sama, I'll do as many as necessary, Naaza agreed, wanting to help as much as she could for that mission. As Belle nodded, motivated to make lots of potions and spend time with Naaza, after all, he had just realized that he wouldn't see her for a week or 2. We will take care of preparing all the food we will take on the expedition, said Mikoto, along with Harahim. And Lily will map out the route we'll take on the entire expedition and talk to potential buyers about what we get, said the hobbit, beginning to feel stressed. And I'll stay on the sofa relaxing. Hestia exclaimed with a smile. Useless goddess, Lily whispered. What did you say? Hestia shouted angrily. While the goddess and the hobbit began to argue, the rest of the members left the room with a nervous smile, not wanting to get involved in it, and each went their own way. Naaza and Belle's destination was the nursery since they had a lot of work on their shoulders at that time. Very well, Belle, you will have to put to the test everything I have taught you today, said Naaza, thinking about preparing about 30 or 50 potions. I will put all my effort into it, Belle said with determination, since those potions would ensure the safety of his friends. Naaza just smiled slightly, feeling that warmth in her heart again whenever she was with him. She might not see him for a couple of weeks, but at least she would be by his side for the rest of that day, even though it saddened her to know that she wouldn't see him for a while. At least Hestia-sama will be with me, she thought, relieved not to be alone in the mansion. Things will be more boring without Belle, she sighed dejectedly. Is something wrong? Belle asked, hearing Naaza's sigh. And no, nothing, she replied a little nervously, starting to prepare the potions along with Belle. Well, Belle, not entirely convinced by that answer, decided to believe him and get to work. Naaza-san is different, Belle thought, glancing sideways at the girl preparing potions. Perhaps it's not a very noticeable change, but since that date they had at that fair, Naaza's behavior had changed a little. Every time they made physical contact, Naaza would quickly pull away, a little nervous. The same thing happened when their eyes met. Not to mention that for the past few days she had been much more attentive to him, such as waiting for him at the entrance of the mansion when he returned from training with Ace with potions to heal him, or sitting next to him when they ate or there was a meeting. They were small details that Belle didn't pay attention to at first, but now he was paying more attention to them. I hope the expedition goes well, Naaza said, breaking the silence. I'd like to go with you, but I simply can't go into that place again, she whispered, her voice filled with fear and sadness at not being able to help them. I already told you not to worry about it, Naaza-san. You can keep Kami-sama company. She's already said she feels very lonely on expeditions, Belle said with a small smile, trying to reassure Naaza. I know, but I can't help feeling sad knowing I won't see you for a while, she whispered, blushing slightly. Well, Belle, upon hearing that whisper, felt a little embarrassed but also very happy to know that he was important to her. Don't worry, I'll finish this expedition in record time to return to your side, Belle promised with determination, although seconds later he realized what he had said and felt embarrassed. Meanwhile, Naaza looked down, blushing, but with a small happy smile on her face. It's okay, she whispered, listening to his heart rate increasing. Although she wasn't the only one, as the same thing was happening to a certain albino. But I want you to promise me that you won't put your life at unnecessary risk, Naaza said, raising her pinky finger. If I hear that something has happened to you in the dungeon, I couldn't bear it, she said, her voice trembling, waiting for Belle to link his pinky with hers to seal the promise. But instead, she was gently surrounded by Belle's arms, opening her eyes in surprise and embarrassment at being hugged by him. Don't worry, Naaza-san, even if the greatest danger lies before me, I will find a way to return to you, he whispered softly, feeling Naaza return his embrace. I have no intention of leaving your side. Why, you'd better keep your word, she said, feeling the warmth Belle was giving off. I already lost Maichi-sama, I couldn't bear to lose you too, she thought as a tear rolled down her cheek. Knowing that Belle wouldn't be with her for a while had affected her a lot. She didn't know when she had become so dependent on him, although it was more than obvious. They had been together since Maichi died, and now they would be separated for about 2 weeks. It was a sudden change for her heart. Although it would also be good for her to better sort out her feelings towards Belle and discover if what she feels for him is genuine or a lie. Ahem. Upon hearing a fake cough in the nursery, they both quickly broke apart from their embrace to see who was there. Standing in front of the door was Hestia with her hands on her hips, looking at them both with disapproval. I came here to help you since you had a lot of work, but I find this I know you won't see each other for about 2 weeks, but don't get so affectionate in the middle of work, Hestia said with a small, mocking smile. He's wrong. They both shouted, blushing furiously at having been seen hugging. Yeah, right, they both had a smile on their faces when they were hugging, said the goddess, not believing a word they said, approaching them and helping them prepare potions. Belle and Naaza only looked at each other for a few seconds before looking away, blushing, leaving Hestia in the middle of them. I wanted to keep hugging him, I wanted to keep hugging her were the same thoughts they both had with that warmth in their hearts preparing the potions, while Hestia helped them by passing the ingredients. The expedition that would separate them for many days was just around the corner. End of chapter. Chapter 16. 2 weeks. The sun was beginning to rise in the city of Arario, where people were starting to prepare to begin their day. And at the Tower of Babel, right at the entrance to the dungeon, a certain group was ready to begin their expedition. I can't believe we had everything ready in less than 24 hours, Makoto said, surprised to see that they were already prepared. For a moment Lily thought that the king would really come with us, said the hobbit when she saw that the Amazon Aisha was with them. Don't be silly, tadpole, it was obvious it was a joke, Welf said mockingly, making the hobbit angry. The expedition will serve to kill time, Aisha said, swinging her sword from side to side. While they were all chatting, a little ways away, Naaza and Belle were having their own conversation. You'd better rest when you get to the mansion. We spent almost the entire night making potions, Belle advised Naaza, who looked tired from working late. And don't push yourself too hard, remember you're in a group, so if you feel tired, you can tell that Aisha to take your place, Naaza said, worried about Belle when she saw that he had a few dark circles under his eyes. Don't worry, you'll see I'll be fine, he reassured her, raising his thumb while smiling. That smile was more than enough to reduce Naaza's worry. I'm sorry, I just can't help but worry. I won't be at ease until you return from the expedition, she said, frustrated at not being able to accompany them. She really wanted to go with them, but her fear of the dungeon wasn't something that was going to disappear easily. Before you know it, we'll be back. I'll be back soon, so in the meantime, keep Kami-sama company, Belle said with his kind smile. Don't worry, I won't be buying many things, I'll be back soon. In the meantime, keep Naaza company. Naaza's memories echoed with the same words Maich had spoken moments before dying, causing a pressure to appear in his chest. Maybe the potions I made aren't nearly as good as the saints, but I put all my effort into making sure they heal your wounds, no matter how bad they are, so please come back safe and sound, he whispered the last words, lowering his gaze. I promise you, Naaza-san. And with those words, Belle approached the girl, giving her a gentle hug, which she quickly returned, causing a small smile to form on her face. Meanwhile, the rest of the group stared at them from afar. That rabbit has something special that always attracts women, Aisha said gracefully. Lily thinks the same, said the hobbit wearily. Damn, I just realized that Hephaestus-sama didn't come to say goodbye to me, Welf said, noticing that detail. I think she went out with Take Mikazuchi-sama, Makoto said. As she said those words, a depressed aura appeared around the two of them, while Harahim tried to cheer them up. Back to the couple. Take care and good luck, Naaza whispered, pulling away from the hug even though she didn't want to. Thank you, I promise everything will be alright, she said with a smile that reassured Naaza as she took a few steps back. So we'll see each other in about 2 weeks. Yes. I hope it will be fewer days, said Naaza, watching as Belle took more steps backward. Goodbye Naaza-san. Adios Belle. And with that goodbye, Belle turned around to rejoin his group. Ready? Belle asked, looking at everyone. For a while now, you've been the one still saying goodbye, Welf said, smiling mockingly, making Belle blush. I wonder why Hestia-sama didn't come to say goodbye, Harahim said, puzzled. It's Hestia-sama, she must have fallen asleep, Lily replied. Then we have to go, said Belle, and the rest nodded slightly, starting to walk towards the dungeon. Before entering the place, Belle turned to look one last time at Naaza, who was still in the same place, waving goodbye with a sad smile. In response, Belle smiled back and waved goodbye, entering the dungeon without being able to see Naaza anymore. In 2 weeks, they both thought at the same time, moving further and further away from each other. It was the first time they would be separated for so long since they started spending time together, something that made them both sad, although Naaza also felt anguish because he would be in that dangerous place. I'll be waiting for you, Belle, Naaza whispered, looking at the dungeon entrance one last time before turning around and returning to the mansion. Now that Belle wouldn't be with her for 2 weeks, she had to work hard to move on and not just depend on him, to prove that she could continue living even if he wasn't by her side. Although the sadness of not seeing him would obviously remain in her heart, she had to stay strong. Belle worked so hard to pull me out of my depression, I have to show her that her efforts weren't in vain, she thought with determination in her eyes. In his mind he already had many plans to make, such as improving the pharmacy, advertising to gain more customers, and helping Hestia in everything she needed. He had to help the family as much as he could while they were on an expedition, and not just stay in the mansion doing nothing waiting for Belle. But first I'll get some sleep. I didn't sleep much because I was making potions until very late, she thought as she felt fatigue begin to creep into her body. I just hope Belle doesn't do anything reckless down there. And with those thoughts, Naaza continued her journey to the Chimenia mansion to rest a little, although now the place would feel lonely. Upon stepping into the mansion's courtyard, he could not hear Welf's hammering in his forge, or Makoto training in the yard, or Lily's shouts towards the family goddess. Somehow this atmosphere makes me sad, I whispered, entering the silent mansion. It's so lonely here. I'm still here. In the kitchen, a familiar voice reached her ears as she peeked out and saw Hestia eating cereal with milk at the table. Hestia-sama. Why didn't you go to say goodbye to the others? She asked, confused. Nobody told me they were leaving so early, I overslept, she replied grumpily. What's wrong with you? You look a bit down. And nothing's wrong, I'm just tired from working late, she replied with a small, nervous smile. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to my room to sleep. And with those words Naaza left the kitchen, leaving the little goddess alone, lost in thought. One of these days I'll have to talk to Naaza-kun and help her sort out all her doubts, she thought, taking another bite of her cereal. And enjoying their breakfast, with a disheartened Naaza resting in her room, the day began at the Chimenia mansion. While in the dungeon. The group was already entering the second floor of the dungeon, while Belle trailed behind, letting out a sigh. What's wrong, Belle? Welf asked, hearing the sigh. Nothing's wrong with me, he replied dejectedly. Don't tell me you already miss Naaza. It hasn't even been half an hour, Welf said mockingly, making Belle blush. Of course I miss Naaza-san and Kami-sama, after all we won't see them for many days, Belle excused himself, mentioning Hestia. Hestia-sama. Don't be a liar, Belle. You weren't this depressed on previous expeditions. It's only now that Naaza's in the family, Welf teased again, making Belle blush even more. I've caught you, love-struck boy. Welf. Belle yelled, punching the redeed in the ribs, who fell to his knees in pain. It's supposed to be a secret. It's just a joke, Welf whispered, struggling with pain. Sorry Welf, Belle apologized, regretting having hit his friend. Meanwhile, the girls walked ahead of them, observing the scene with curiosity. Lily is starting to feel jealous of Naaza-sama, said the hobbit enviously. Wasn't Lily Dono jealous from the beginning? Mikoto asked, puzzled. I must say I'm very curious to know what that girl did to capture the rabbit's attention like that, Aisha said, watching Belle and Welf continue chatting. Well, ever since Maichi-sama died, they've been spending all their time together. Let's just say that for Naaza-sama, Belle-sama is her hero, Harahim said with a small smile, understanding Naaza. And Belle-sama, well, spending so much time with someone can awaken romantic feelings. I thought Belle Dono was in love with the sword princess, Mikoto said, a little surprised. But I see I was wrong. It's still too early to say that Belle-sama is in love, Lily said jealously. Accept it, shorty, that fool is in love. Be a good loser like Harahim, Aisha said, making Lily glare at her angrily, while Harahim smiled proudly. Meanwhile, behind them, Belle and Welf had stopped talking when they heard that Lily and Aisha had started arguing. I bet all my savings that you're the reason for the argument, Welf said with an amused smile. At this rate, it'll take us more than 2 weeks to get back to the surface, Belle whispered dejectedly. And to think I used to love being in the dungeon, and now I miss the nursery more. And so, with arguments, teasing, and a disheartened Belle, the Hestia Familia's expedition began, an expedition that would feel eternal to the rabbit. End of chapter. Chapter 17. You can't lie to me. We find ourselves deep within the dungeon, specifically on the 20th floor where the members of the Hestia Familia were conducting their expedition. 4 days had already passed since they had started the mission given to them by the guild, going halfway through the job collecting many of the materials they had been asked for. So everyone had decided to rest a bit on the 20th floor, although Belle decided to go for a walk around the floor, followed by his friend Welf. 4 days have passed, the albino thought, killing the monsters on the floor while thinking about a certain girl. I wonder how she is. He wasn't going to lie, not seeing Naaza for more than 2 days had discouraged him, making him think about her many times a day and wonder how she was, and that was something his friends had noticed because he had been letting out many sighs. He's probably thinking about Naaza, Welf thought with a mocking smile as he looked at the pensive albino. Although his smile turned to nervousness when he saw how 4 monsters had surrounded him and started to fight. Meanwhile, Belle remained in his own world while fighting monsters. I hope she hasn't become depressed again, although Kami-sama is with her, so she shouldn't feel alone, the albino thought, a little worried. I also wonder how things are going with the pharmacy. We were already having more than 10 customers a day. Every day since the expedition began had been the same, thinking about Naaza and no one else. As Welf began to get more scared, he saw more monsters starting to surround him. Hey Belle, can you give me a hand? Welf asked with a nervous smile, trying to survive. But the rabbit paid no attention, being in his own world. Damn it. I'm definitely in love with Naaza-san, Belle thought, blushing furiously as he stabbed a monster repeatedly, blood splattering across his face. I can't stop thinking about her all day. Hey Belle. Belle. Welf shouted, starting to run from a pack of monsters. I never thought love could be so complicated, she thought as she wiped the blood from her face and began stabbing another monster. Just her smile stirs so many emotions in me. How could I not have realized before that she was so beautiful? When Welf saw that he wasn't going to receive any help, he decided to face the monsters alone, with more faith in getting out alive than anything else. But this is wrong, Belle thought dejectedly, tearing off a monster's head with his bare hands. She surely doesn't have those kinds of feelings for me. I know it's been more than 2 months, but she's still suffering because of Maichi-sama. In the background, Belle heard cries of war and pain, but he didn't pay attention and continued with what he was doing. But just being her friend and seeing her beautiful smile every day is enough for me, he thought with a smile, though he immediately became discouraged. Who am I kidding? I want to confess my feelings to Naaza-san. But it's not the right time. After killing the last monster, Belle sighed with relief at the sight of no one lurking nearby. Well, I think we should head back to the others and continue the expedition. The sooner we finish, the better. And with those thoughts, Belle began to look for Welf until he found him sitting on the ground breathing heavily while many magic stones were around him. Stop wasting time resting, Welf, we need to hurry, said the albino, starting to return to the temporary camp. Damn rabbit, and he thought the deed, wanting to throw a rock at Belle, but he didn't even have the strength for that. So, with no other option, he stood up and followed Belle at a slow but steady pace so that he could finish that expedition. Meanwhile, on the surface, specifically in the blue pharmacy. As usual, Naaza was in her beloved pharmacy working, trying not to think too much about a certain albino, although she found it difficult. I wonder how he is, the girl thought, letting out a sigh. It's been 4 days since he left, they're probably halfway through the expedition or so, I hope. Spending so much time with the albino had made the days without him very lonely for Naaza, wishing that he would soon return to headquarters and see Belle with that kind smile that he liked so much. Although that feeling of concern was also in Naaza's heart, she knew what Belle was like and what a magnet for trouble he was. I just hope she hasn't done anything stupid down there, she thought, letting out a tired sigh. What do you think, Maichi-sama? She asked, looking at a photo of herself and her god on the counter. Sometimes Naaza had the habit of asking Maichi questions when she was alone in the pharmacy, even though he was no longer with her, she had the feeling that he always listened to her when she talked about her problems. Knowing him, he would surely tell me that Belle is fine and not to worry, she whispered, letting out a small laugh. She knew Maichi so well that she could guess the words or advice he would give her in any situation. I miss Maichi-sama, and Belle too, I miss him a lot, she whispered dejectedly, letting her face fall against the counter. I want to see him and hug him. If you keep thinking about Belle so much, you'll end up summoning him. Naaza was startled to hear a voice in the pharmacy, quickly lifting her face from the counter to see who was there. Hestia-sama. Naaza exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the little goddess in front of her. What time do I come in? A few minutes ago, said the little goddess with a smile, pointing to the door. I'm very surprised you didn't hear the bell ring. I was just lost in my thoughts, she explained, a little embarrassed, hoping Hestia hadn't heard all her whispers. Thinking about Belle and talking to Maichi, Hestia said, making Naaza's embarrassment increase. Now she'll think I'm crazy for talking to myself, she whispered, covering her face with both hands because of the embarrassment she felt. Crazy? Of course I don't think so, said the little goddess, approaching Naaza. I'm going to tell you a little secret about us gods that not many people know. Upon hearing that, Naaza curiously turned her attention to Hestia's serious expression, which was unusual. Some gods, when they return to the Tenkai, whether murdered or of their own volition, continue to live normal lives, the difference being that they are now in heaven. But there are also some who continue to observe mortals from up there, Hestia explained, causing Naaza to open her eyes in surprise. Some gods do it simply out of boredom, but others because they have grown very fond of a mortal. That means. Yes, Naaza-kun, it's likely no, I'm sure that Maichi from the sky is still watching and listening to you, and is most likely very proud to see that you have moved forward. Upon hearing those words, a small smile of happiness appeared on Naaza's face. Knowing that Maichi was still with her, even in that way, made her heart swell with joy. It might not be the same as seeing him directly, but it was something for her to help her wounded heart heal a little more. Maichi-sama, whispered Naaza, observing the sky from the pharmacy window. I have no doubt, Maichi is listening to you from up there, he probably has a smile on his face, knowing that you have opened the pharmacy again, Hestia said, feeling happy to see that a little more joy had returned to Naaza. He's right, although if it hadn't been for Belle's encouragement, the pharmacy would still be closed, Naaza said with a small smile as she remembered the albino. That's another topic I wanted to talk to you about, Hestia said, making Naaza turn to look at her. I haven't said anything, but I've noticed that you and Belle-kun have become very close, too close, I'd say. Well, she stammered nervously and embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Don't worry, I'm not angry or anything like that. In fact, I'm happy to see that you're now 100% part of the family, and that's all thanks to Belle-kun, the little goddess said, smiling slightly. Just by looking at your face every time you see him, I can tell you're very fond of him. Yes. I love him very much, Naaza whispered, embarrassed. For some reason, I sense a lot of insecurity in your heart. That's because of your feelings for Belle-kun, isn't it? I asked, already knowing the answer. Can you tell me what's wrong, Naaza-kun? I see you're already completely familiar with the family, but there's still a nagging feeling that's bothering you. You can trust me, and maybe I can help. Upon hearing those words, Naaza lowered her gaze, hesitating whether to say everything she felt or simply remain silent. But feeling that maternal aura that Hestia transmitted gave her more confidence to say what she truly felt in her heart. Me too. Wait. Before Naaza could say anything else, Hestia interrupted her as she walked towards the entrance and placed a closed sign on the door. That way no one will bother us, he said, taking Naaza's hand and walking towards the small pharmacy room. Naaza didn't complain. After all, it was around sunset and there were hardly any customers left at that time. Upon arriving at the small room, they both took a seat on the old sofas to begin their conversation. Now then, tell me what's wrong, Naaza-kun, Hestia asked, smiling maternally. Naaza just stared at a small picture of her god on the table, then let out a sigh and revealed everything she felt. I think what I feel for Belle is fake, she confessed, looking down with an expression as if it hurt her to say that. Upon hearing those words, Hestia opened her eyes, slightly surprised. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. Don't misunderstand me, I love Belle very much, he is very important to me, too important I would say, but there is another feeling in my heart that I feel is false, I confess sadly. Love, Hestia whispered, understanding what she meant. So you're in love with Belle-kun, or rather, you believe that the love you feel for him is fake. Yes, Hestia-sama, I confirm with pain. I see, this is definitely a problem, Hestia said with a frown. She already suspected this love that had blossomed between them because, just by looking at Belle, she could tell that he felt the same way about Naaza, although he had no doubts like the girl did. But if Naaza's insecurities continued to grow, they would both end up hurt, and that was something Hestia didn't want, so as a good goddess of the home, she would try to fix all those problems so that they could both be happy. Yes, Hestia had already accepted that Belle would never look at her romantically, so she had decided to take on the role of the mother of the family and give them advice so that they wouldn't make mistakes, or at least she would try to help them in some way. Why do you think the love you feel for Belle-kun is fake? She asked, curious and puzzled, since as a goddess she could see through Naaza and there was something odd about her. Our replacement, she whispered, her voice trembling. What? Ever since Maichi-sama died, I've clung to Belle. He was the only one who could ease my pain. So many days, weeks, months spent by his side that I slowly began to develop these feelings for him, but I think this is all false, she confessed as tears streamed down her face. I feel like I'm only seeing Belle as a replacement for Maichi-sama. I feel like my love isn't genuine and that I'm only staying by his side to numb the pain of losing Maichi-sama. While explaining this, Hestia just watched as tears continued to stream down Naaza's face, although seconds later a small, warm smile appeared on the goddess's face. I don't want that. I exclaimed in pain. Belle has helped me so much, too much, that's why I don't want to see him as a replacement, he doesn't deserve that, that's why I. Naaza-kun. Before Naaza could continue speaking and crying, Hestia interrupted her. What? She said as the tears continued to fall. Before you continue, I want you to say a few words, he asked, making Naaza nod. I want you to say that you love Belle-kun. Was the sound that came out of confusion. Just say it. Naaza just stared at Hestia in confusion, not understanding why she wanted that, but seeing her expression, she understood that it was something serious. I love Belle, she said, slightly embarrassed. Hestia just stared at a nervous and embarrassed Naaza who didn't understand what was happening. Seconds later Hestia smiled slightly, a motherly smile. You know, Naaza-kun, you can't lie to a god, Hestia said, making Naaza gasp in surprise. Then. Yes, you lied to me. Upon hearing those words, the little hope that remained in Naaza's heart shattered into pieces. I knew it, she whispered as tears began to stream down her face again. She wanted to believe she truly loved Belle, but even Hestia confirmed that it was false. In short, all hope in her heart had vanished. I'm sorry, Belle, she apologized in a whisper. Her apology stemmed from the fact that she saw Belle as a replacement. In short, Naaza felt she had only been using the albino to ease the pain in her heart, and that hurt her, mainly because Belle always helped her with that kind smile on his face, without asking for anything in return, and all she could do was use him to relieve her pain. Now that she knew this, she could no longer spend those good times with Belle in the nursery or anywhere else, while they laughed and enjoyed each other's company, mainly because now everything would be different for Naaza, not having the courage to look him in the eyes. But before she sank further into depression and pain, Hestia spoke again. Naaza-kun, every time you said you saw Belle-kun as a replacement for Maichi, you were lying to me, the only time you were sincere was when you said you loved him, she finished speaking, making Naaza's tears stop. What? She said, bewildered, looking up at her. You can't lie to me, Naaza-kun. Your last words were the only sincere ones in our entire conversation, she said, smiling warmly. You don't see Belkun as a replacement, you never did. The love and affection you feel for him is genuine, silly girl. As Hestia said those words, she gave Naaza a light tap on the forehead, who still couldn't believe what she was hearing. If you don't believe me, you can go out on the street and tell other gods, and you'll see they'll also say you're not lying, Hestia said, seeing how Naaza was still looking at her in surprise. It was that simple, Naaza-kun. If you had so many doubts, you should have come to me, and I would have cleared them up quickly, instead of letting yourself sink into doubt and depression. While Naaza remained silent, processing what she had just heard, a feeling began to grow in her heart, and at the same time she felt foolish for not having spoken to Hestia sooner. Oh. Is it already so late? Hestia exclaimed as she looked out the window and saw that it was getting dark. So he quickly stood up and looked at the girl. I have to go back to the mansion, Naaza-kun. When you feel calmer, come back for dinner. And remember, your love for Belkun isn't fake, and with those words, Hestia quickly left the blue pharmacy to go buy things for dinner. Meanwhile, Naaza remained seated on the sofa, remembering the words Hestia had told her. You don't see Belkun as a replacement, you never saw him that way. The love and affection you feel for him is genuine, silly girl. The words repeated themselves over and over in her mind like a broken record, while a deep joy grew in her heart. What I feel for Belle is genuine, she whispered as a small beautiful smile formed on her face, and she wiped away the few tears that remained on her cheeks. I truly love Belle. Now that his feelings were clear, the final part was just around the corner. The confession of her feelings towards that silly albino boy was near. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Together again. 2 weeks had passed since that day when Belle and Naaza separated for that expedition which the guild had asked them to undertake. 2 weeks which were honestly boring for Naaza, it's true, she was with the goddess Hestia, but she only ate and slept, so she practically felt alone. Although she was grateful to the little goddess because thanks to the talk she had with her all her doubts had been cleared up, making it clear what she truly felt for the albino, and that made her happy, although she was still thinking about when would be the right moment to tell all her feelings to that boy who had supported her so much in her difficult moments, and who, just with his way of being, conquered her heart. Do you think they'll be here soon? Probably. And we are currently in the Tower of Babel, specifically at the entrance near the dungeon where Naaza and Hestia were waiting for the rest of the family to reach the surface. The day before, they received a letter from Lily saying that they had finished the mission and that they would return to the surface that day, so they both decided to go and meet them. Honestly, Naaza felt a little nervous and anxious to see Belle again. Only 2 weeks had passed, but it felt like months to her. I wonder if he missed me as much as I missed him. She thought as a small blush appeared on her cheeks. And the little goddess noticed Naaza's expression, smiling mockingly. Don't be impatient, he'll appear soon, he said, making Naaza blush even more. I know, she whispered, looking away. The minutes passed, which felt like an eternity to Naaza, who didn't take her eyes off the dungeon, causing Hestia to smile with amusement. Although the wait ended when everyone appeared at the entrance of the dungeon walking slowly, obviously tired from work. A happy smile appeared on Naaza's face when she saw them, although she became worried when she saw Welf carrying the unconscious Belle on his back. Seeing that made Naaza panic and run towards them, hoping that nothing bad had happened to Belle. What happened? She asked, alarmed, approaching Welf. How is he? Is he seriously injured? Who attacked him? A stone, said Welf with a grin, making Naaza look at him confused. What? He said, confused. Eldono was so excited to return to the surface that he didn't pay attention to where he was walking, tripping over a rock and hitting his head, Mikoto explained with a nervous smile. In short, because he was careless, Aisha said, smiling slightly. Ahaha, that was very funny, laughed Welf. But Naaza wasn't amused. Don't laugh, Welf. Head injuries can be very dangerous, no matter how minor they seem, Naaza scolded, making Welf lower his gaze in disapproval. It would be best if I checked his condition when we get to the mansion. As he said those words, he looked at the unconscious albino who was still asleep. I wanted to hug him and tell him how much I had missed him, but that would have to wait. Welcome, Hestia greeted them with a smile, now that all her children were before her. I'm glad to see that everyone is well. Well, almost good, said Lily, looking at the unconscious albino who had a bump on his head. I'm sure it's fine, the goddess said reassuringly. Now let's return to the mansion. I've prepared a grand banquet for you. Really? They all said in surprise, even Naaza, since she didn't remember ever seeing Hestia cook. Well, he hasn't arrived yet, but they'll be taking him to the mansion soon, she said with a nervous smile, implying that she had ordered him from a restaurant. At those words, everyone let out a disappointed sigh. I don't know why Lily was expecting something, whispered the hobbit. Will you be staying for lunch, Aisha? Hestia asked, looking at the Amazon. I appreciate the offer, but no, I'm more sleepy than hungry, he said, turning away. I'll come by tomorrow for my part of the expedition, and thank you for inviting me. And with those words the Amazon walked away from the group, leaving only those of the Hestia family. Well, then let's go back, the goddess ordered. And now with the whole family reunited, they all decided to return to headquarters. While on the way they told Hestia about their adventures down there, although Naaza was behind Welf observing the unconscious albino who was on his back. She had hoped to greet him with a hug as soon as she saw him leave the dungeon, but thanks to that blow, it was impossible. When he wakes up I'll have to tell him to be more careful where he walks, she thought, letting out a sigh and then smiling slightly. A little while later. It had been a while since they had returned to the mansion, and now they were gathered in the dining room to eat the delicious banquet that Hestia had ordered, or rather, 2 members of the family were missing. It seems he won't come down until Belle wakes up, Welf said with a mocking smile, seeing that they were the only ones in the dining room. Naaza-sama is very attentive to Belle-sama, Harahim said with a tender smile. Obviously, you can see the chemistry between the two of them from afar, said Mikoto with a graceful smile. You could hardly tell how much Belle missed her, Welf said, laughing. Really? Well, the same thing happened up here with Naaza-kun, hoping Belle-kun would return soon, Hestia said, also laughing slightly. Lily hates to admit it, but it's obvious what they both feel, she said with a touch of jealousy. I wouldn't be surprised if they soon announce that they're in a relationship, Mikoto commented, and the others agreed with her. I think so too, and I feel it's closer than we think, Hestia whispered, recalling her conversation with Naaza. It might sound strange coming from me, but I'm happy that Belle-kun has fallen in love with Naaza-kun. It's maturing little by little. What did you say, Welf-kun? The goddess asked, glaring at the blacksmith, who was startled. I'm happy for both of them too, I hope Naaza-sama can regain her happiness with Belle-sama, Harahim said, wishing them both the best. Lily believes that she has already recovered that happiness, whispered the hobbit as she remembered that look of happiness that Naaza had when she saw them leave the dungeon, a look of having taken off all the weight, remorse and sadness that she carried with her. Yes, that reminds me that I still haven't gotten anywhere with Hephaestus-sama, Welf whispered depressedly. Depression which infected Mikoto, remembering take. All the dining room was filled with a depressive aura because of those 2 upstairs. Right in the infirmary, Naaza had finished examining Belle, relieved to find that she had no brain damage from the blow. Seeing your face again makes me happy, whispered Naaza, sitting down beside the bed and gazing at the albino's peaceful, sleeping face. Slowly, I bring my hand to Belle's cheek and gently caress it, as well as her hair. Seeing him again after 2 weeks made it more than clear that she was in love with him, feeling the rapid but warm beating in her heart. I wonder if she feels the same, she thought with that fear inside her. That was something that hadn't left her at ease since she admitted her feelings, even though Hestia had told her not to worry, that everything would be alright, and that reassured her a little. Maichi-sama, give me strength, he whispered, looking at the sky from the window. For some reason, she felt that Maichi was sending her good vibes as she watched a ray of sunlight enter the room, bringing a small smile to her face. Although he had to focus his attention on Belle again when he saw how he was slowly starting to wake up. Where am I? I whispered, a little disoriented, opening my eyes. Good morning, sleepyhead. As his eyes adjusted to the light in the room, the first thing he saw was Naaza resting her arms on the bed and watching him with a small, very beautiful smile. Naaza-san. Belle exclaimed, surprised and embarrassed to see Naaza so close to him. What happened? What happened was that a certain albino boy tripped and hit his head, Naaza explained with a touch of humor, making Belle remember everything that had happened. How embarrassing, I lost to a rock, he whispered sheepishly, causing Naaza to chuckle slightly. Hearing Naaza's laughter gave Belle 1,000 years of life, although he was also surprised to see her act like that. It seemed as if every bond that was in his heart had been untied. You have no idea how happy I am to see you again, whispered Naaza, sitting on the bed to get closer and give Belle a soft, warm hug. This took the albino by surprise, who felt as if his heart almost stopped because of the girl's sudden action. Although that didn't stop a silly smile from forming on his face as he gently hugged Naaza around the waist. I missed you a lot too, Belle whispered, bringing happiness to Naaza's heart upon hearing those words. After hugging for a few seconds, they both separated, slightly embarrassed, but each with a happy smile on their face. I heard you did well on the expedition, he said with a curious look. You didn't get into any trouble, did you? I was busy thinking about someone who didn't have time to get me into trouble, he said with an embarrassed smile, looking away. And Naaza understood what Belle meant by those words, blushing slightly but happily. I'm so glad to see you're alright, Naaza whispered, taking Belle's hand. I'll try to overcome my fear of the dungeon so I can join you on the next expedition. I don't want you to overexert yourself, Naaza-san, but if you're determined to do it, I'll help you in any way I can, he promised with his characteristic kind smile. The expeditions will be more fun if you're with me. As long as an irregular monster doesn't appear, with the luck you have, Naaza said sarcastically. Seconds later they both started laughing heartily. Being together again made them feel whole again. They felt that the part that had been separated for so long was reunited. Are you hungry? The others are having breakfast downstairs, Naaza asked, intending to go to the dining room. I'm not hungry, I'd rather spend a little more time with you and chat, Belle said sincerely. Naaza blushed at those words, as she hadn't expected him to say that so suddenly. Oh okay, she whispered, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. This action made Belle feel tender as he took Naaza's hand. I'm so glad to see you're finally smiling genuinely again, he said, making the girl look up. And now I'm 100% sure. What are you sure about? I asked curiously. Your smile is the most beautiful I've ever seen in my entire life. I feel lucky to be able to see it every day from now on, he whispered with a warm smile, making Naaza open her eyes in surprise. Seconds later, her whole face turned a deep red from the embarrassment she felt. Belle, he stammered, feeling his heart beating rapidly. Yes. I whispered with a small smile, observing Naaza. And I. Upon hearing that Naaza was going to say some important words, Belle began to feel nervous, paying close attention. But Naaza still didn't feel ready. I'll go get you something to eat, she exclaimed, standing up. I'll be back soon. And with those words, Naaza quickly left the room, leaving only a disappointed albino. I thought he'd say those words, she thought, letting out a sigh. But don't be disappointed, Belle, everything in its own time. And exchanging words of encouragement, Belle waited for Naaza to arrive so they could continue talking. While outside the room, Naaza was leaning against the door, very flushed and with her heart still beating fast. How can he say those words so casually? She thought, embarrassed but with a small smile, remembering how he told her that her smile was beautiful. Now that she had admitted her feelings for him, those kind words had a greater impact on her. I definitely have to tell you how I feel, Belle, he thought, placing his hand on his chest and listening to his heartbeat. But it has to be a special moment, one where I make it clear that my feelings for you are genuine. She had already made the decision. That week would be the day she would tell him how she felt about him. It wouldn't be next week or next month. It had to be that week. She might be rejected, but she would take the risk even if it hurt if things ended negatively. But first I have to bring the food. And thinking about his confession, Naaza went down to the dining room to bring Belle his food under the pretext that he felt dizzy. The rest of the day Naaza and Belle spent in different parts of the mansion, talking about what they did that week when they were separated. Both with smiles on their faces, happy to finally be together again. The end of their love story was getting closer and closer. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Under the moonlight. Thank you very much for your purchase. With a small smile, Naaza said goodbye to the last customer of the day, then sighed as she saw that night was beginning to fall. 20 customers in one day, that's already a great achievement, said Belle with a big smile as he left the cellar after ordering the potions. You're right, I didn't think we'd reach so many customers, Naaza said happily, seeing that everything was working. I think we should start making more potions. We're running low on the ones we have left in the storeroom. We'll make them early tomorrow morning. Now that I have experience, I can make many more potions, Belle said excitedly, starting to organize a few things in the pharmacy with Naaza before returning to the mansion. Meanwhile, Naaza just watched as Belle, with a smile, dusted the shelves, making her heart start to beat a little faster. It has to be today, Naaza thought, letting out a sigh. By the way, Naaza-san, do you know if Kami-sama or Harahim-san had anything planned for dinner? He asked curiously. I think they said they were going to prepare rabbit, although I don't know how, he replied calmly. Upon hearing the answer, Belle stopped cleaning and then looked at Naaza. That seems offensive to me, he said, frowning. Ha. Seconds after that silence, they both started laughing at how funny that it sounded. She looks beautiful when she smiles, Belle thought, watching Naaza try to stop laughing, which made him realize that all the effort he put into helping her out of depression had been worth it. I didn't know you considered rabbits your relatives, Naaza said, stopping laughing but still smiling. They compare me to them so much that I'm even starting to believe it myself, he said, a little embarrassed, causing Naaza to laugh slightly again. It would be best if we finished cleaning and went back to the mansion, said Naaza, putting the last of the things back in their place. Belle readily agreed, happy to have heard Naaza's beautiful laughter. I really like it, the albino thought sheepishly as he cleaned up the last of his things. After a few minutes of both of them running around tidying up, they were ready to return to the mansion. And that's it, whispered Naaza, putting the key in the door. The moon was already in the sky where the city streets were illuminated by streetlights and moonlight as adventurers went in and out of bars. While Naaza and Belle were walking calmly towards the Chimenia mansion. They were in no hurry. After all, the moments they spent alone together were what they enjoyed most. Remember that tomorrow we'll have to get up early to make potions, Naaza reminded us, starting the conversation. Don't worry, I've always been a morning person, he said proudly. Although lately you've been getting up a little late, you're getting a little lazy, Naaza jokingly scolded. I can't help it, lately every morning the weather is so cold that I don't even feel like getting up, said Belle, remembering how he wanted to spend time alone under the covers. If you're not here on time tomorrow, I'll come wake you up myself, she warned with a smile. Well then, I guess I'll wake up late, he whispered, embarrassed. Being woken up by Naaza in the morning would be the best thing for him, and seeing her beautiful face, although of course, he wouldn't say that to her face. After that conversation, they both remained silent, observing the moon as they continued walking. It's been so long, Naaza whispered in a melancholic voice. It's been more than 3 months since Sama died. The look of bitterness appeared on Naaza's face as he recalled that event. Time passes so quickly, there were even days when I still find it impossible to believe that Sama is dead, she whispered, turning her gaze back to the road. I haven't gotten over it yet, and I probably never will, but I've learned to live with it, to live accepting reality. You're a strong girl, Naaza-san. Sama must be very proud of you, she encouraged, raising her thumb. Although it's all thanks to you and the others, she said with a small smile. Thanks to you all I was able to keep going, and even though I never say it, I feel very happy to be part of the Hestia family. A smile of happiness appeared on Belle's face upon hearing those words. Kami-sama would be very happy if you told him that, he said, still smiling. Believe me, I tried to tell her, but she always disappeared, and when I found her she was asleep somewhere in the mansion. Upon hearing those words, they both chuckled slightly, knowing what their lazy goddess was like, undoubtedly very special. Although Naaza stopped laughing when she saw the Chimenia mansion in the distance, a sign that her moment alone with Belle was about to end. Belle. Yes. He said curiously upon hearing his name. Would you mind if we took a slight detour before returning to the mansion? I asked, a little shyly. Upon hearing those words, Belle's heart leaped with happiness, yet he was also a little surprised by Naaza's request, as it was the first time she had ever asked for such a thing. But he wasn't complaining either. He would spend more time with Naaza, and that was more than enough for him. Sure, I accept without hesitation, much to Naaza's relief. Okay, let's go. And without saying anything to Belle, Naaza took his hand, surprising him, and began to walk without letting go of the albino's hand. While Belle, still surprised, simply let himself be guided by Naaza, feeling the warmth of her soft hand, a warmth which reached his heart. Where are we going? Belle asked curiously. Let's go to a place I really like, he replied without turning to look at the albino, as his face showed shame and nervousness. Belle was more curious after hearing that answer, but decided not to ask anything else and continue enjoying the walk with Naaza, holding hands. As the minutes passed, they both moved away from the city houses and into a green field near the enormous walls. The trees were everywhere, and for some reason the view of the sky was much more beautiful than in the city, noticing the large number of stars much more. That's not to mention the many fireflies that were in the green field, making the place look even more beautiful. I didn't know there was such a beautiful place here in Arario, Belle whispered, marveling at what he was seeing. During the day this field looks like any other place, but at night it becomes a beautiful place, she said with a beautiful smile, raising her hand as a firefly landed on her finger. When I first came to Arario, I used to come to this field with a small notebook to write down the names of the families I could potentially join. Upon hearing her words, Belle turned to look at her attentively to hear what she would say. One day, when I was thinking about meeting up with a man, he approached me with the kindest look I had ever seen, she said with a small, nostalgic smile. He was Sama, looking curiously at the notebook that contained the names of the families who had rejected me. But those words, Belle understood why that place was so important to Naaza. Only a few seconds passed before he asked me, do you want to join my family? A sad expression appeared on Naaza's face as she remembered more. At that moment, I looked at him with distrust since he had approached me out of nowhere, but I still accepted. I didn't know why I did it, but when I realized it, I had already accepted his invitation, and it was the best thing I could have done. Naaza-san, Belle whispered, watching as a small tear rolled down her cheek. There were very few of us in the family, but we were happy making potions and gathering medicinal plants. Sama always wore a kind smile on his face, probably happy to have a family, he said, his voice heavy with sorrow as he remembered more and more. But everything fell apart when that cursed day came because of my stupidity and carelessness. I lost my limbs in the dungeon. I was able to recover everything except my arm, and Sama, without hesitation, went into debt with that stupid god just for me. Belle just watched as Naaza clenched her fists in frustration, remembering those days. That's when everything fell apart. One by one, the family members left when they realized it was an impossible debt for us to repay. None of them wanted to be going to the dungeon just to pay off a debt that wasn't even theirs. Sama didn't object. He even said goodbye to each of them with a kind smile, wishing them the best. A sad smile returned to his face as he recalled the most painful event. I don't think I could ever repay Maichi-sama for everything he did for me, but I still stayed by his side. Even though we were poor, we were both happy. Things were even starting to look up at the pharmacy. We were making new plans to sell more and buy a new house to cultivate our own medicinal plants, and when everything seemed to be going well, he died. The lump formed in Naaza's throat as she said those words, affecting Belle, who was making an effort not to cry. It was there that I asked myself, why him? She whispered, trying to control her tears. Maichi-sama was the kindest god who would help anyone, even if he was the one who needed the most help. He didn't deserve that, he definitely didn't deserve it, and what hurts me the most is that he left, and I never got to thank him from the bottom of my heart and tell him how happy I was to have met him that day in this field. It wasn't necessary to say it, Naaza-san, I'm sure Maichi-sama already knew how grateful you were to him, Belle tried to cheer him up. I know, but at that moment I was so deep in depression that I wasn't thinking clearly about anything, she said, turning to look at Belle with that sad smile. I'm sure that if you hadn't been with me, I most likely would have ended up hanging myself. The pressure appeared in Belle's chest as he imagined that, a scene he definitely didn't want to happen. Relax, he said with a small smile, noticing Belle's concern. All those depressing thoughts are gone, so I'm not planning on doing anything crazy, especially now that I have a family again that I love very much. Belle let out a sigh of relief upon hearing those words, then smiled slightly. I'm very glad to hear that, he said, relieved. Belle, you have no idea how grateful I am to you, I whispered as the clouds parted, finally illuminating the entire field. So much has happened in my life, some good and some not so good. But you've always been there for me, encouraging and supporting me. You don't have to thank me, Naaza-san, I just want to see you smile and be happy, Belle said, a little embarrassed. A slight blush appeared on the girl's cheeks upon hearing those sweet words. That's precisely what I want to tell you, she said nervously as her hands trembled, gripping her dress tightly. Naaza was very nervous under Belle's watchful gaze and the soft glow of the moon, her heart pounding in her chest as the gentle breeze moved her hair from side to side. Meanwhile, Belle just stared nervously at Naaza, not wanting to believe that this was happening, even though his mind told him it was something else. A few seconds passed until Naaza took a deep breath, gathering all her courage, determined to confess her feelings once and for all. Belle, I'm in love with you, she confessed as a deep blush began to spread across her beautiful face. I love you, Belle. The great silence fell over the place the moment Naaza said those words, leaving Belle in shock. Meanwhile, Naaza was only trembling slightly from nerves, staring intently at the albino. The seconds ticked by, seeming like an eternity, until little by little Belle opened his mouth to say a few words. Why? Those were the only words she could manage to utter at that moment, still reeling from the shock, while her heart pounded like crazy. He didn't understand. Naaza was supposed to still be in love with Maichi, or at least that's what he thought after all the words the girl said. Fortunately, Naaza had an answer to that short question. Why? Naaza whispered as a small smile graced her face. There are so many reasons why I fell in love with you. She had already come this far, she had already said that she loved him, so she would say everything her heart felt at that moment. I fell in love because of all those times you supported me. A fleeting memory flashed through Naaza's mind, recalling when she lost Maichi, and Belle never left her side at the pharmacy, always there for her. Because of all the bad things you corrected in me, she still remembered how Belle told her not to cheat customers, something she stopped doing, feeling grateful to him. Little by little, Belle's face began to blush as he listened to every word Naaza said. Why you were my strength when I was weak, memories of when she no longer wanted to live, and Belle encouraging her came to her. You were my voice when I couldn't speak, memories of Diane collecting the dead, and Belle standing in front of her, facing the god, came to her mind. You were my eyes when I couldn't see, when she was blinded by rage, wanting to kill the man who murdered Maichi, but Belle made her open her eyes before she did something crazy that would have haunted her forever. The more Naaza spoke, the more tears began to stream down her beautiful face, confessing everything she had kept in her heart. Slowly, Naaza brought both hands to gently take Belle's hand and look him directly in the eyes. You took my hand when I couldn't walk anymore, memories of when she refused to leave the pharmacy, but thanks to Belle, she took the first step to overcome her depression. You gave me faith when I had completely lost it, memories of when she refused to accept that Maichi was no longer with her and wanted to commit suicide because she believed she had no one left, unable to see that there were still people who cared about her, and Belle obviously helped her see that. Belle just stared in awe at how beautiful Naaza looked in the moonlight as she sincerely confessed her feelings, still not believing that it was really happening. Even though I had many flaws, why you saw the best in me, Belle, she said with a beautiful smile. I'm grateful for every day you gave me, days in which you became my inspiration. Her beautiful smile remained, but tears continued to stream down her face. Maybe I don't know everything, but I know that what I feel is genuine. Little by little, Naaza approached Belle until she was only a few centimeters away from him, looking at him with a beautiful smile. My world is a better place because of you. Naaza-san, Belle whispered, feeling a warm feeling in his heart with every beautiful word from Naaza. Don't you understand? I am everything I am now because you were always there for me, she whispered, bringing her hand to Belle's cheek and gently caressing it. That's why, and for so many other reasons I love you, Belle. And with those last words under the moonlight, Naaza confessed everything her heart felt to a surprised Belle. Silence reigned in the night field where Belle could only see Naaza slowly approaching him. He couldn't move, he was so surprised by the confession that he couldn't move a muscle, but even if he could move, he wasn't going to do anything to push her away. Slowly, Naaza brought her lips closer and closer to Belle's, debating whether what she was about to do was right or wrong. But before he could even answer, his lips were already touching those of a surprised Belle, who couldn't believe they were kissing. It wasn't a passionate kiss, it was just a soft and affectionate kiss in which Naaza wanted to convey everything she felt to Belle, unable to prevent a tear or two from falling down her face as she kissed him because of the whirlwind of emotions inside her. After less than 10 seconds, Naaza pulled away from the kiss, embarrassed, unable to look Belle in the eyes. I am sorry, she apologized regretfully. I don't even know if my feelings are reciprocated and I kissed you, it was very bold of me. She slowly took steps back, ashamed of what she had done, but before she could get any further away, Belle finally managed to move, grabbing her by the waist and pulling her back towards him, much to the girl's surprise. Belle, she said, puzzled. I'm glad to know my feelings are reciprocated, Belle said, embarrassed but with a big happy smile. Naaza was about to say something, surprised by those words, but Belle didn't let her, joining his lips with hers again, while still holding her by the waist. Naaza opened her eyes in surprise at Belle's sudden action, but seconds later she relaxed her gaze, bringing her arms behind Belle's neck to hug him and deepen the kiss. That single action by Belle had answered all her questions, making her feel very happy and wanting to jump for joy, although first she had to kiss Belle. After more than 30 seconds of that kiss, much more affectionate than the previous one, they separated slowly but without letting go. I love you too, Naaza-san, Belle whispered with a smile that only he knew how to give. But I thought why you? Before she could finish her words, Belle gave her a quick kiss, stopping her. I bet you also think I'm in love with A-san. Belle asked with a bit of amusement, since half of her area thought the same thing. In response, Naaza only nodded, slightly embarrassed, causing Belle to laugh a little. Maybe A-san saved my life and I'll be eternally grateful to her, but I don't have such feelings for her, I just admire her a lot, nothing more, although for some reason many believe that I'm in love with her, he said with a nervous smile. Naaza felt a great relief flood her entire heart because of those words. But starting tomorrow, many will see that the girl I love isn't her, and that the girl in my heart is you, he said the sweet words, much to Naaza's happiness and embarrassment, who lowered her gaze to hide her blush. See, can we stay here a little longer? Naaza asked shyly, not wanting that lovely moment to end. As long as you want. And accepting without hesitation, they both joined their lips again in a tender and loving kiss. At night they both confessed their love, beginning their new love story, witnessed by nocturnal animals who curiously watched the scene and the full moon. Small tears streamed down Naaza's face, happy that Belle had accepted her love and this time very determined to continue living for all the important people who remained in her life, especially Belle. A moment filled with love and affection under the moonlight. End of chapter. Chapter 20. A special day. The sun began to illuminate the streets of Arario, beginning a new day full of adventures for many and misfortunes for others. And in the Chimenia mansion, home of the Hestia family, all the members were ready to start their day, gathered in the dining room for breakfast, although two of them were missing who were not there yet, although seconds later the captain of the family appeared with a strange smile on his face. It was a smile of happiness. For a moment I thought you had disappeared along with Naaza, said Welf as he saw his friend enter through the dining room door. Good morning, Belle greeted with an embarrassed smile upon hearing that. Where were you last night with Naaza Dono? Mikoto asked curiously. I'm curious too, we all went to our rooms to sleep and you guys hadn't come back, Haraham said, also curious. We just walked around there for a while, he replied, a little nervous, looking away, embarrassed by the memory of yesterday's events. I didn't want to give them the news until Naaza was present. What a long walk, Hestia commented, taking a big bite of her sandwich. She had an idea of what had happened but wouldn't say anything and would wait for them to say it on their own, although she was already beginning to feel happy for both of them, knowing that they had finally been honest about what they felt. Lily just hopes they haven't gotten into trouble, said the hobbit, narrowing her eyes. If you're there, trouble is guaranteed. Of course not, time just flew by for both of us, and we didn't realize how late it was, he said nervously. Seconds after those words, the dining room doors opened again, drawing everyone's attention as they saw it was Naaza. Good morning, I greeted, a little nervous because of the looks. Although when she saw Belle her cheeks blushed a little, and she also showed a beautiful smile dedicated only to him. That action took everyone by surprise. It was true that she had already emerged from her depression, but she hadn't shown a smile of that magnitude before, but now she had smiled like that only at Belle. Good morning, Naaza, take a seat, Belle greeted, blushing slightly but smiling as he pointed to the seat next to him. Those words took everyone by surprise again when they saw that Belle hadn't added the "san" to Naaza's name. Still smiling, she approached Belle and sat next to him for breakfast, although she sat closer than usual. Anyone who wasn't blind would realize that those two were acting much friendlier than usual, and it was quickly noticed by everyone. Is something going on between you two? Welf asked curiously, catching Belle and Naaza's attention. I think you two did more than just take a walk yesterday, Hestia commented in a joking tone. As they said those words, they both blushed, remembering all the kisses they had shared the night before in that field under the moonlight, a very romantic moment for both of them. Is there something you have to tell us? Hestia asked again, curious. They both turned to look at each other, blushing for a few seconds, before nodding slightly in agreement to share the news. WC, Belle said, embarrassed, not knowing how to break the news. Belle and I are dating. But Naaza quickly cut him off, announcing the news and leaving everyone surprised except Hestia, as she had already expected it. What? Lily shouted, full of surprise. Really? Well, congratulations. Exclaimed Welf, happy for both of them. So that's why they were late yesterday, said Mikoto, understanding everything. That means that last night you two Haraham stammered, completely blushing and not knowing how to say the words. Of course not. Naaza quickly interrupted, understanding what Haraham meant. Belle, meanwhile, was just a little confused, not understanding what he meant. I'm happy for you, Naaza-kun, Belle-kun. Hestia congratulated them with a small, sincere smile. Thank you, they both stammered, embarrassed. Although they were also a little surprised to see how quickly everyone absorbed the news, as if they had already expected it. Haha, don't make that face, Welf laughed, reading their minds. We all knew you both had feelings for each other. The only ones who didn't seem to realize it were you two. We were even thinking of giving you a hand so you could confess. At those words, the others nodded slightly, agreeing with Welf, which made the couple blush with embarrassment. It was obvious just by seeing Belle Dono happy to spend time with Naaza Dono at the nursery, said Mikoto with a smile. Or Naaza-kun sighing like a lovesick girl when Belle-kun was in the dungeon, wishing he would come back, Hestia said, letting out a small laugh. Or when they looked at each other and their eyes lit up and a happy smile appeared on both of their faces, Lily joined in too. Please, stop, Naaza begged, embarrassed to hear all the things that made everyone realize they were in love. Belle just smiled, embarrassed but happy to see that everything turned out alright. Belle discreetly reached under the table to take Naaza's hand, surprising her for only a few seconds before intertwining their fingers. They both had embarrassed smiles on their faces as they listened to the rest of the family, asking with great curiosity for details of how their union as a couple came about. They were embarrassed, but that didn't stop them from sharing a few details of that night, details which they recounted with great affection, which was noticed by everyone who smiled tenderly upon seeing that they truly loved each other. The rest of breakfast was spent talking, explaining, and Belle and Naaza blushing, much to the amusement of the rest of the family. A little while later. I thought they wouldn't stop asking us questions, Naaza sighed wearily as she walked out into the mansion's courtyard with Belle. Haha, I'm really happy that you took it well, Belle said with a happy smile. It was obvious he was happy. He was finally in a relationship with Naaza, something he had wanted ever since he realized he was in love with her, and no one could take that happiness away from him. And the same thing happened with Naaza. For some reason, since she started a relationship with Belle, she felt a great peace in her heart, which was full of joy, maintaining a beautiful smile whenever she was with him. It was more than obvious that they were both deeply in love. So what do we do now? Belle asked curiously, looking at the nursery. In theory they had planned to create potions for the pharmacy from very early on, but part of the morning had been spent talking with the family. What if we take the day off and go somewhere? Naaza suggested, a little embarrassed. She didn't want to spend her first day dating Belle making potions, although she didn't dislike the idea either, but she would prefer to go out with him somewhere. Are you sure? Belle asked, a little surprised, receiving a slight nod in response from Naaza. Then there's no problem, she agreed with an excited smile. Where will we go? Well, I was thinking of taking a walk around the city, maybe we can go and buy seeds of the medicinal plants that we are running out of. Naaza proposed her idea. Although she didn't really care where they went, all she wanted was to walk with Belle and enjoy his company like on a date. Then let's go, Belle said excitedly, taking Naaza's hand. She was surprised by this and embarrassed to realize that Belle had planned to walk hand in hand with her all over town, although she didn't complain. In fact, it made her happy. One more thing before we go, said Naaza, stopping in her tracks. What? Belle asked curiously. And before he could say anything else, Naaza approached his face and gave him a soft, affectionate kiss, which took him by surprise. I didn't give you a good morning kiss, Naaza said, pulling away from the kiss with a smile and a slight blush. Belle laughed, embarrassed but happy about the kiss. And now, with that kiss given, they both left the mansion to take that walk through the city holding hands. Meanwhile, at one of the many windows of the Chimenia mansion, the rest of the family watched them walk away with a smile. Naaza achieved what you couldn't, said Welf, feeling proud of his friend. Shut your mouth, Welf-sama, Lily said angrily, although inside she felt happy for both of them. I just hope Naaza-kun and Belle-kun don't get too far ahead in their relationship. I'm not ready to see a mini Belle and a mini Naaza running around the mansion yet, Hestia said with a nervous smile. For some reason, that made me feel tender, Haraham said, imagining the scene. Naaza Dono and Belle Dono have a better love life than I do, Makoto whispered depressedly as she remembered Take. Depression which infected Welf when he remembered Hephaestus. Don't start again. Lilo scolded angrily as she saw a depressive aura surround the mansion once more. Meanwhile, Hestia just looked with a smile at the place where Belle and Naaza had gone. I wish you both the best, she thought sincerely, then looked up at the sky. And I'm sure you wish the same, Maich. In response, a small ray of sunlight escaped from some clouds, illuminating the mansion's courtyard. It's more than obvious that you think the same thing, I thought with an amused smile. While Hestia and Maich wished the best for both Naaza and Belle, they were taking their walk through the city. People who knew Belle and Naaza looked at them a little surprised to see them holding hands, hearing whispers like, wasn't he in love with the sword princess? Or similar things. Naaza was obviously a little embarrassed to see that she was the center of attention for some people, but Belle gently stroked her hand with his finger. Relax, remember I told you that from today people would realize who is in my heart, Belle said in a soft voice and with a smile that made Naaza blush. Why yes, if you say so, she whispered sheepishly, squeezing Belle's hand a little tighter. Seeing that expression, Naaza Belle smiled tenderly, still unable to believe he had such a beautiful girlfriend. Grandpa, wherever you are, I hope you're proud of me, he thought, looking at the sky. And so began Belle and Naaza's impromptu little date, going from one place to another enjoying each other's company. And obviously along the way they ran into some acquaintances who found out about their relationship. For example, A's, who was with a cart full of Jack American, just said okay as a congratulatory gesture and left. Mord also advised Belle that if he decided to marry that con artist, he should get a prenuptial agreement. Obviously, Naaza got angry and punched him hard. Aisha also whispered to Naaza that if they wanted to try a threesome, she would always be willing to accept, which made Naaza angry, but obviously, due to the difference in levels, Aisha had already disappeared before she could do anything. Hermes, who cried tears of joy upon hearing the news, made the two of them a little uncomfortable, but promised that he would give them a gift as a congratulatory gift in the future. Obviously neither of them announced it. Everyone concluded they were dating when they saw them holding hands, and both had to confirm that it was true. Although their date wasn't about unintentionally revealing their relationship to their acquaintances, they also enjoyed their time together, going to a restaurant to eat, going to a clothing store to try on many things, even though they weren't going to buy anything, enjoying the shows that the street performers put on, which made Belle's eyes light up because of how incredible they looked, making Naaza feel tender, and many other things which made the day fly by for both of them. And now they were both on the walls of her area watching the orange sky, signaling that it would soon be night. I had a great time today, Belle, thank you, Naaza said with a beautiful smile, making Belle blush. No matter how many years pass, Naaza's smile will always have the same effect on the albino. I had a great time too, said Belle with an embarrassed smile. Although there were things I didn't like, she whispered grumpily, recalling Mord and Aisha's comments, making Belle laugh a little. I'd like to be able to repeat it tomorrow, but we have to open the pharmacy, Belle said with a nervous smile. We can have a date every week, that way we'll have time to think about what to do on our next outing, she suggested, and Belle agreed. Although I also wanted to ask you a favor. What kind of favor? He asked, confused, seeing Naaza's expression, which was a mixture of embarrassment and fear. I would like you to come with me to the lower floors of the dungeon from time to time, he asked, making Belle open his eyes in surprise. Are you safe? Absolutely, I want to gradually lose the fear I feel towards that place, she said with determination in her eyes. That way I can accompany you on expeditions and such. Although she was sure of her words, she felt a little afraid at the thought of entering that place again. Belle obviously noticed that, gently taking Naaza's hand to calm her down. I don't want you to force yourself to do something you don't want to do, but if you're so determined, let me tell you that I'll always be there to protect you. I'll never let anything bad happen to you, down here or up here. I'll always be there for you to protect you, he promised, a great flame of determination in his eyes, letting Naaza know he meant it. Belle, thank you, she said with a warm smile, giving Belle a small kiss and then a gentle hug. Maybe I'm not as strong as you, but I'll protect you too. I know, you made that clear to me when the Apollo family attacked me and my goddess, he said with a small smile, remembering how Naaza saved him on that occasion. After hugging for a few seconds, Naaza pulled away slightly to look Belle in the eyes. Do you have a goal, Belle? Naaza asked curiously. If he had any goal in his life, she would do everything in her power to help him. Well, the truth is I want to be a hero, he confessed with an embarrassed smile. Although, to be honest, I've realized that being a hero is too difficult a goal. I'll never be there to save everyone like real heroes do. I'll never be a true hero, like I told my grandfather. Don't feel bad about it, Belle, Naaza tried to cheer him up. I know, and that's why I've decided to be the hero of everyone I can save. Maybe I won't be the hero of the whole world, but I'll try to save as many people as I can, he said with great determination, then looked at Naaza. Although I wouldn't mind being the hero of just one person. You're already my hero, Belle, he said with an embarrassed smile. You were from the first day I met you, and you still are to this day. You flatter me, she said with an embarrassed smile. Naaza placed a small kiss on Belle's lips before hugging him again. Then let's fulfill our dreams together and help each other as much as we can as the couple we are, I whispered with my eyes closed, enjoying Belle's warmth. And what is your dream? I asked curiously. My dream? A lovely smile formed on Naaza's face as she heard the question, without separating from Belle. My dream is to live a happy life by your side, Belle. A sheepish expression appeared on Belle's face upon hearing those kind words from his girlfriend. Well, I'll have to try harder, she said with an embarrassed smile. Don't worry, I'm 100% sure you'll make that dream come true. And with those words, Naaza broke away from the hug just to give Belle a loving kiss, which he gladly accepted. The sunset had begun, giving a spectacular view of the sky on the wall of Aerario, but Belle and Naaza paid no attention to it as they were busy kissing, a kiss from which they had no intention of separating, demonstrating all the love they felt. They were both sure that not everything would be rosy and that there would be problems in the future, but neither doubted that they would always get through it, no matter what, because they both knew that what they felt was genuine and nothing, and no one could erase that, not even a goddess of beauty. They were both ready to face any problem that came their way, because together they could overcome it. Shall we go back to headquarters? Belle asked, pulling away from the kiss as he saw that the sunset had ended, giving way to nightfall. No. And with that short answer, Naaza once again joined her lips with Belle's, who did not complain and decided to continue enjoying the moment. It was undoubtedly a wonderful day for both of them, where they promised to help each other achieve their dreams and made it clear that their love was true. A special and unforgettable day. End of chapter. Epilogue. Time passed slowly for Belle and Naaza, enjoying every moment together as if it were the last day of their lives, making each day very special for them. They had problems that they both had to face together to move forward, emerging victorious from every test that life threw at them. Interestingly, they almost never had problems as a couple. Those problems could be counted on one hand, and that was due to the great trust they had in each other. On the other hand, Naaza gradually overcame her fear of the dungeon until she was able to go on expeditions with the rest of the family, something that excited her a lot, although obviously Belle was very protective of her, not wanting anything bad to happen to her, which made Naaza feel tender. Belle would obviously get into a lot of trouble throughout their relationship, worrying Naaza a lot that he would get seriously hurt, but Belle always came out victorious against every enemy he faced. As time passed, Belle reached level 6, catching up to the girl he admired, Ace. For obvious reasons, his ability was deactivated after he achieved his goal, causing his growth to return to normal. But that didn't discourage him. He continued on to become a very strong adventurer and protect Naaza from any danger. After 3 years, Belle finally managed to reach level 7, quickly positioning himself among the strongest adventurers in the city. But just when everything seemed to be going well in his life as an adventurer, there came a point when everything stopped. His stats barely increased by 3 points every 3 or 4 months. That could only mean one thing. He had reached his limit and could no longer go any further. That depressed him for a while, and obviously Naaza was cheering him up, which also reached its limit, but upon reaching level 4, it stopped progressing. I guess it's over. These were the words Belle said, accepting the reality of not being able to be someone much stronger like the heroes he admired so much, although he wasn't discouraged either, since he was the hero of Naaza, and that was more than enough for him. Even though he could no longer increase his stats no matter how much he went to the dungeon, he remained an adventurer and captain of the Hestia Familia, which had grown significantly in members over the years. This continued for a while longer until Bell realized that his life as an adventurer was over and decided to give way to the next generations so they could lead the Hestia Familia, which was gladly accepted by the goddess upon learning that Bell had other plans for his life alongside his beloved, since like him, Naaza had also retired as an adventurer. So, if they were both no longer adventurers, what would they do? Well, they had that planned from the beginning. "Thank you so much for your purchase," Naaza said with a beautiful smile, bidding farewell to another customer. And obviously, both of them would dedicate themselves to working in the Blue Pharmacy, which had undergone a great change over the years. It was no longer the small house where he used to live with his god. Now it was a huge establishment with dozens of shelves filled with various potions and various useful materials found in the dungeon. The Blue Pharmacy had become one of the most important in Arario, competing with the avaricious Dian sect. And besides, Naaza wasn't the only worker there. There were more counters where more employees were serving customers, most of them members of the Hestia family who weren't interested in going to the dungeon. Seeing all that brought a small smile to Naaza's face. "We finally did it, Maichi-sama," Naaza thought wistfully, remembering his god. "Wherever he is, I hope he's proud." "And Naaza-san?" A timid female voice was heard behind Naaza as she turned around. "Is something wrong, Cecil?" Naaza asked with a friendly smile, looking at one of her family members who worked at the pharmacy. "Why, you should rest, standing for so long will be bad for the baby," advised the girl named Cecil with concern. "I appreciate the concern, but I'm only a few weeks pregnant, you can't even tell," Naaza said, smiling, referring to her splendid figure which had not yet changed due to the pregnancy. Yes, Naaza and Bell were going to be parents, even though they weren't even married yet. When Hestia found out, she was angry because they hadn't done things properly. "But you should rest a little, boss, you've been on your feet for more than 2 hours," advised another girl who was at the counter next to you. "I'll take your place. In the meantime, you can pay the captain a visit," Celia said, wanting to help. "Remember that Bell is no longer the captain of the family," Naaza said, letting out a small laugh as she saw that many still treated Bell as the captain, even though he had already retired. Sorry, it's a habit," she laughed sheepishly. And with a small smile, Naaza decided to listen to her colleagues and left the counter to pay Bell a visit. She walked calmly through the pharmacy aisles, encountering many family members who greeted her politely as they carried several boxes of potions. They, too, worked at the pharmacy. "I wonder how he's handling it," Naaza thought with a touch of amusement, thinking of Bell. The image of Bell, exhausted, sitting in a chair, came to his mind, with a desk full of papers ready to be signed in front of him. "I should help him a little," he thought as he reached the last door in the hallway. And without even knocking, Naaza opened the door and calmly entered. The room was the pharmacy office, where Bell was reading and signing some documents. "Can I come in?" Naaza asked with a smile, still standing in the doorway. "Sure, go ahead," said Bell without taking his eyes off the documents. After he left his position as captain, he took charge of managing the pharmacy together with Naaza, although since he found out that Naaza was pregnant, he decided to do it alone, so that she could rest. "You seem very busy," Naaza said with an amused smile, walking slowly towards Bell. "You can say that again, I feel like I'm still in my position as captain having to read and sign so many documents," he said with a tired sigh. "Running a business isn't easy at all," the girl said, walking around the desk to approach Bell and give him a soft kiss on the lips. "You should take a break." "I know, but if I decide to rest, the work will pile up even more," he said, feeling stress in his shoulders, something that was quickly noticed by Naaza, who began to give him a small massage. "If we divided the work, we'd finish much faster," he said as he gently massaged Bell's shoulders. "I can't, you're pregnant so you don't need to work," she said, closing her eyes and enjoying the massage Naaza was giving her. "Don't exaggerate, Bell. I'll just be sitting at my desk signing papers, it won't hurt the baby," she said, letting out a small laugh at how overprotective Bell was of her, something he'd been doing for years. But nothing, you take a break and when you return to work I'll help you," he said in an authoritarian voice, earning a slight defeated nod from Bell. "Understood," he said, putting the pen down on the table. "Okay, now." With a small smile, Naaza sat on Bell's lap, giving him a kiss on the cheek. And Naaza, Bell stammered, embarrassed by what he was doing, which amused the girl. Even though they had done that kind of thing many times before, he still felt embarrassed. "I should do something to take all that stress off you," she said in a seductive voice, placing many kisses on Bell's cheek. But what about the baby?" Bell asked, worried and embarrassed. "Don't worry and just enjoy yourself," she said with a flirty look, starting to unbutton Bell's shirt, and seconds later she too began to do the same. But before Naaza could take the next step, the door was abruptly opened. "Guess who's here?" The one who shouted those words was the blacksmith of the Well family who had come to visit his friends. But the image that was found was of Bell sitting in his chair and Naaza sitting on his lap with the albino's shirt unbuttoned and with Naaza about to do the same. "Guess who's leaving?" And with that shout, Welf closed the door again, leaving the couple alone once more. A slight blush spread across both their cheeks for having been seen in such an embarrassing position. "That idiot," Naaza whispered angrily. Calm down," Naaza Bell said with a nervous smile. "Let's leave this for tonight, that way no one will interrupt us," she said as she stood up, not without first giving Bell a small kiss. "Oh okay," Bell agreed, disappointed since he too had been excited. Naaza obviously noticed Bell's expression, knowing that he had been left wanting. So he quickly ran to the door and locked it, then went back to Bell. "It'll be quick. We'll continue more calmly tonight," he said as he took off his shirt in front of an embarrassed Bell. "Naaza?" he exclaimed in surprise, although he was quickly silenced by a kiss from the girl. While out of the office. "Damn, I arrived at a bad time," Well thought nervously, hoping Naaza wouldn't be angry for interrupting her affectionate moment with Bell. Although he immediately began to hear strange sounds inside the office, which he already knew what it was. "I think I'll take a walk around there," he said, pretending not to hear, walking away from the place and the strange sounds to give them their space. 10 minutes later. The office door opened and Naaza and Bell emerged, blushing and straightening their clothes. "Well, we'll continue tonight," Naaza said with an embarrassed and satisfied smile, taking a small brush from the office and brushing her messy hair after the act. I think it's fine," Bell agreed sheepishly, buttoning his shirt again to cover the hickeys. After that, with smiles of nothing happened here, they began to walk through the pharmacy aisles until they came across Welf, who was looking at a painting on the wall. "Hey Welf," Bell greeted, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Well, they certainly took their time," said Welf mockingly. "Shut your mouth," Naaza said angrily, earning a nervous smile from the blacksmith. "Did something happen, Welf?" the albino asked, trying to change the subject. "Yes, indeed," she said excitedly. "Follow me." And with those words, Welf began to walk, followed curiously by the confused couple. They walked a little way until they came to a room which was open. "It's not finished yet, but I decided to bring it here to get your opinion," he said, entering the room along with Naaza and Bell. And upon entering, the first thing they saw was a beautiful wooden crib, which surprised them. "I've built a crib for the baby," said Welf excitedly, seeing their surprised faces. "Welf, I don't know what to say," Bell said, moved, as was Naaza. Don't worry," Welf said proudly. "Since I don't know yet if the baby will be a boy or a girl, it's not painted and I haven't added the cushions and decorations either, but I'll add them once I know. I just want to know if you like the design or if I should change it." "I really like the design," Naaza said with a small smile, staring intently at the crib. "But don't you think it's a little big for a baby?" "I think so too," Bell said, looking at her more closely. "I know, but there are 2 good reasons for that. 1. So the baby has plenty of room to play in the crib. And 2. In case twins or triplets are born, so they have enough space in the crib." As he said those words, an anime-style droplet appeared on Naaza and Bell. "Wouldn't it be better to make a crib for each one if they are twins or triplets?" Naaza asked, confused. Don't twins have to sleep together in the same crib?" Welf asked, puzzled. "Not that I know of," the couple said at the same time, leaving the blacksmith with a blank face. "Damn it. Then I have to make more cribs," Welf shouted, agitated, quickly leaving the room. "Hey, wait, you idiot," Naaza shouted, but it was too late. Welf was already gone. What a fool he is. "We don't even know if it's twins, triplets, or just one baby, so he can build more cribs. What's more, there are still almost 9 months to go," she said with a touch of amusement, stroking her belly. Although I would really like to have twins," Bell said, eager for the day to come when he would find out the news. "Destiny will decide," she said, placing a soft kiss on Bell's cheek. "I've only been here 2 weeks, you'll have to wait a little longer." "I can wait all the time in the world," he said with an excited smile, taking the girl's hand. "Shall we go for a walk?" "That sounds good to me, that way you'll relieve the stress of so much work," Naaza agreed with a beautiful smile, hugging Bell's arm and leaving the room, but not before closing the door, leaving behind the crib that Welf had given them, which she would most likely bring back later since she hadn't finished it. They both walked calmly through the pharmacy, greeting everyone they met with a smile, who returned the greeting politely. They walked a little further until they left the pharmacy and began to walk calmly through the streets of Verario. Every place they walked through brought back many memories for both of them, both good and bad. Sometimes, as they walked through the streets and looked up at the sky, they remembered that day when they saw that pillar of light rise. A painful memory for both of them, since from that moment their lives changed completely. Seeing Naaza crying and screaming in pain while clinging to Bell, who was trying to comfort her, was the most painful thing they could remember. Yes, they were very horrible memories, but Belle had made sure that Naaza had beautiful memories again, which they cherished with great love. They even remembered a day when they both went out with boxes full of potions to sell near the dungeon entrance, which was a great success, selling them in a short time, and as a celebration, the rest of the day was like a date for them. Beautiful memories that I wouldn't trade for anything in the world. We've arrived, said Naaza as she entered a beautiful green field. That place was special for both of them. After all, it was there that Naaza confessed her love for Belle and their relationship began, another beautiful memory. They went to that place whenever they had time to hang out and relax, as it was a very pleasant place. So, walking calmly, they went to one of the largest trees in the area, sitting down on the grass and leaning their backs against the tree trunk, which provided shade, relaxing even more. Belle immediately lay down on Naaza's lap, smiling slightly as he felt its softness. You don't waste any time, Naaza said with a smile. Sorry, but I really like the softness, she said, closing her eyes and enjoying the breeze. Meanwhile, Naaza simply looked ahead, admiring the beautiful green field with a smile. The image of her sitting on the grass and Maich arriving where she was, offering her a place in his family, came back to her. She too stood under the moon, blushing, telling Belle how much she loved him under the moonlight. Without a doubt, each one is a beautiful memory. We've been through so much together, Naaza whispered out of nowhere, catching Belle's attention. Yes, time flies by so fast, Belle said with a nostalgic smile. I still remember it like it was yesterday when we met and you tricked me with those potions. Don't remind me, she said, regretting those past actions. At the moment I saw you, it never crossed my mind that I would end up having a family with you. The twists and turns of life, Belle said with a smile, closing his eyes as he felt Naaza's caresses on his hair. I always tell you this and I'll never get tired of saying it, but I will be eternally grateful for the rest of my life for staying with me at the pharmacy those 2 days when Maich-sama died, she said with a beautiful smile, placing a kiss on Belle's lips, who was still in her lap. You were too important to me to leave you alone, although I never imagined that spending so much time with you would end up making me fall in love with you, Belle said, bringing his hand to Naaza's cheek and gently caressing it. Tell me about it. When I realized it, my heart was beating like crazy every time I saw you, Naaza said with a slight blush. The same thing happens to me every time I look at your smile, and what embarrassed me the most was that you only dedicated that beautiful smile to me, she said with a smile of happiness and embarrassment as she remembered those days. It was more than obvious, you were the one who made me smile like that again, even though I only smiled like that when I was with you. Maybe it's because I liked you a lot, she said as a slight blush adorned her cheeks, making Belle feel tender. Remembering those beautiful moments brought them both a lot of nostalgia and also made their love grow even more. Come on, now it's your turn, said Belle, sitting down on the grass, letting Naaza know that she could lie down on his lap. Without hesitation, she accepted and lay down on Belle's lap, not without first giving Belle a kiss on the cheek. Stroke my ears, Naaza asked Belle, who gladly accepted and began to gently stroke her ears. By the way, have you thought about what name we'll give our son? The albino asked curiously. Well, a little, to be honest. Do you have something in mind? I asked, closing my eyes and enjoying the caresses. Well, if it's a boy, I was thinking of calling him Maich, Belle suggested, not very sure. Haha, I knew you'd say that, Naaza laughed at her beloved's words. I admit I thought that too, but it's out of the question. Why? He asked, puzzled. I know Maich-sama wouldn't mind, in fact, he would be very happy that our son would bear his name, but it would be strange for a child to bear the name of a god, don't you think? Well, you're right, he said, noticing that detail. Another day we can ask Hestia-sama if she can bear the name of a god without any problem, she said, frowning as she felt Belle stop stroking her ears and move slightly to encourage her to continue. What if it's a girl? He asked again, curious. Once your grandfather told you your mother's name. What was it like? My mother's name was Materia, although sadly I never met her, he said dejectedly. Then it's decided, if it's a girl she'll be called Materia. Huh? Are you sure? Absolutely, she said confidently. We'll think of another name another day in case it's a boy. Okay, Belle agreed without hesitation, looking up at the blue sky, but still stroking Naaza's ears. Naaza, with her eyes closed and a smile on her face, enjoyed Belle's caresses as she recalled past events that made her fall in love with him. So many things that I couldn't list them on my fingers. Perhaps it was because I helped her a lot when she was suffering the most. Perhaps because he was happy in her company in the nursery making potions. Perhaps it was his kindness and goodness. Perhaps it was her smiles and the sweet words she said to him when he was sad. Perhaps. 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 It was impossible to think of a clear answer. There were too many things. Slowly Naaza opened her eyes, seeing Belle who was gazing at the blue sky with a smile on his face. What does it matter what the reason was for falling in love with him? The important thing was that in a few months she would marry that man and start a family she would love with all her heart. Belle. And? I love you, I whispered with a beautiful smile, sitting back down on the grass just to give Belle a sweet kiss. And I promise to love you for the rest of my life, even after death do us part. I love you too, Naaza, although we have to say that on our wedding day, she said with an embarrassed smile. Well, get used to it, because you'll be hearing these words more often, she said with a small smile, earning a soft kiss from Belle. Shall we go back to the pharmacy? That sounds good to me, I still have a lot of work to finish, she said, standing up as did Naaza. But remember that I'll help you with work too, she reminded me, tidying up her dress a bit. And also remember that we have something to take care of tonight. Why yes, he said a little embarrassed, earning a small laugh from Naaza. And holding hands they began to walk away from the field, each with a happy smile on their faces. While in the tree where they both stood, leaning against the trunk was the barely visible transparent silhouette of a man with long blue hair, watching them walk away. A small kind smile appeared on the man's face, and then a light breeze appeared in the field, causing his silhouette to disappear with the wind. What are you looking at, Naaza? Belle asked, noticing how his beloved had turned slightly to look at the tree where they had been. I don't know why, but I feel like Sama just gave us his permission to name our son after him, he said with a small smile, looking at Belle. Then it's decided, if it's a boy he'll be called Maich, and if it's a girl she'll be called Materia, Belle said excitedly, wishing for the birth of his son or daughter, giving Naaza a tender look. Falling in love with you was the best thing that ever happened to me, she thought, gently and lovingly hugging Belle's arm and continuing to walk calmly towards the pharmacy and get on with their lives. And walking under the blue sky and moving away from the field where they swore eternal love, this love story ends, a story of a girl who lost her smile and a boy who gradually helped her recover it simply through his way of being. The love that will last even beyond death. And? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.